can Tom Price not get in their side? He was the second coming of Christ last year when he took a hat-trick and scored 100%.
And he'd averaged 20 the previous year in Division 1. He's had back injury, ankle injury, and a hip injury at the start of this year. Just been really cautious with him. He was coming in off a few cases at times. He sort of pushed himself in the second innings. Actually, he got the probably the most important wicket in the second innings. We got Proctor out with 40 runs.
I saw that.
Yeah, it did the rounds on. Yeah, it was a horrible situation. But you kind of felt like it was. Yeah, exactly. It was the only way you could get bowled. Because if you just kept bowling on the spot, he's just going to keep knock.
Taking the kicks before throwing out 3 times. Isn't it? I mean, it's swung a bit.
He did see that, exactly. It was just, you felt like it was going to take something weird to get rid of it. And then once they got him,
Chris Watts, just get this.
Well, welcome to umpires Chris Watts and Surrey Shanmuga. Match referee is Will Smith.
Surrey Shanmugam.
Judges are led by Captain Lewis Hill.
Right. Talk to the nation.
A very good morning everybody, and you're most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. And I'm pleased to say you're joining us on a beautiful day here in the East Midlands for this Vitality County Championship match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the domestic summer. Myself, Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, Ed Seaborn alongside me for BBC Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire won the toss on a warm, underline warm day for the first time this year. In England it feels that way anyway. Slightly humid day because it rained solidly all day in Leicestershire yesterday, and the outfield therefore is still a little bit damp. Pitch looks a little bit green, but we've been fooled by that before. And a warm welcome and a big hello to Ed.
Morning, Richard. Yeah, it's good to be back at Grace Road, and it's a rather different looking Gloucestershire side from the one that beat Northamptonshire, particularly in the bowling department. The batting lineup remains roughly the same, with the top 6 unchanged, but Bo Webster is playing, having arrived just a few days ago. So a change in overseas. Zafar Gohar misses out. Ed Middleton plays as the spin option, leg spinning all-rounder. Matt Taylor plays his first game of the season, and so does Luke Charlesworth. So the only surviving member from the bowling attack that beat Northamptonshire for Gloucestershire's first win since September 2022 is Josh Shaw.
One change for Leicestershire, and we're about to see him play an immediate part in the game. Josh Hull is back in the side. The young left-armer comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and that's straight off the mark for Cameron Bancroft. Turns the delivery off his legs down to long leg, and a single is taken. Usual sort of format. I have to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester into the BBC Radio Leicester news at the top of each hour, so you'll probably hear me switch into a sort of news mode in the next few minutes, hopefully, if they haven't forgotten, but I don't think they have. And there are various ways to get in touch with us. Quickest probably is on X at EdCricket6 or at Foxes Comms 24. Ben Charlesworth, the left-hander, on strike as Hull is in. Bowls to Charlesworth, looking for the Yorker. Well, slightly floats it up on 2-leg stump, and Charlesworth just calmly turns it away through the vacant square leg area. Ben Mike runs back from mid-wicket to field, and Charlesworth picks up a couple. So a good start for Gloucestershire. They're 3 without loss after just 2 balls. If you can hear lots of excited chatter in the background, delighted to say we have a schools day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground today. 500 primary school children filling the Melton Building Society family stand, a long way from the cricket, has to be said. Hull is in and bowls. Cameron Bancroft, beg your pardon, Ben Charlesworth leaves outside off stump as it bounces through. A little bit, perhaps, of swing. Got it through at a decent lick as well. First appearance of the season for Josh Hull. Did pick up a little bit of an injury early on, so wasn't necessarily available, and they brought in Ben Green, Leicestershire, that is, from Somerset, the all-rounder, to play 3 games. But Ben has now gone back to his home county, and Josh is fit again, so he's back into the side. In he goes and bowls. Charlesworth gets a delivery on leg stump that he clips away nicely down to deep backward square. Should be cut off at wide long leg. Fielder slides down there, gets in. A good slide, actually, picks up, gets his throw. I think it's Rishi Patel all the way down there. It is, but again, more runs for Charlesworth. Moves on to 4-5 without loss. Here comes the update. Just the 3 slips for Hull as he comes in past umpire Chris Watts, standing at the pavilion end for the first 2 innings of the game. Hull is in, bowls outside off stump, little bit of swing but too wide and allowed to go through by Ben Charlesworth. He remains on 4. 3 slips, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point. Rehan Ahmed there, and Rishi Patel down at long leg. Hull, longish run, turns up the hill, runs in, bowls, again onto the legs, clipped neatly by Charlesworth, this time more or less straight to Patel, who's at long leg, and 1 is taken. End of the first over, and here comes the update. At least we had the nice weather here at Grace Road today. First time we've been warm all season. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bowl first. They brought the young left-armer Josh Hull back into their side for the first time this season. He's bowled the first over. No success for the Foxes in it. Cameron Bancroft is 1 not out. Ben Charlesworth is 5 not out. And Gloucestershire, after 1 over, are 6 without loss. Back with you on commentary, and Ed will pick up just a billionaire for Paul McCartney. Can't be bad. There we go. So I'm just hearing the news in the back of the headphones there.
I'd stopped listening. I was wondering where you were going with that. Trying to make a connection with Ben Mike.
One day perhaps for Ben.
Mike then to Charlesworth, and there's 3 slips for him, and a fairly standard ring field. And there's somebody down at fine leg. Mike coming over the wicket to Charlesworth, in and bowls. Good grief, that is wide to start off with. I think it was probably passing Charlesworth on the full, and it can't have been too far off, landing off the cut strip. So an intriguing start this, 7 without loss. I'm going to have another look at that and see. Yeah, I mean, if it hadn't been a full toss, it would have landed off the cut strip and been a no ball. But because it passed Charlesworth on the full and then landed beyond the cut strip, then that's not a no ball. Anyway, it's a wide. Mike runs in, bowls to Charlesworth. Now that is a no ball, but this time I think for front foot. So it is now 9 without loss. We've still only had 1 over. This is a curious start.
That's a very kind word. Curious.
It's a polite way of putting it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it through at a fairly decent pace. I mean, Cox has taken that around about head height. Not that he's had to stand tall or anything, but got his pace up. But now he needs to get the accuracy. Mike bowls, driven by Charlesworth, up towards mid-off. Now there's no run. I've got to, of course, say Ben Charlesworth every now and then, because we do have brother Luke, and they played in this fixture last year at Grace Road in September, when Luke Charlesworth claimed his first first-class wicket of Rishi Patel, and it was caught at first slip by Ben, which was a nice moment for the family. Mike runs in over the wicket, bowls, and a forward defence from Charlesworth is played out straight to Rehan Ahmed at extra cover, and there is no run.
Louis Kimber is at first slip, Pete Hanscom at second, and Scott Curry at third. Rishi Patel, who was in the slips all last season. I got used to hearing him because he oohs and ahs at every delivery, whether it's right in the middle of the bat or not. But now he's in the outfield. Don't hear from him.
Mike bounding in bowls, and once again drawing Charlesworth forward to defend firmly out to extra cover. I still haven't got used to seeing Ben Cox behind there for Leicestershire. It was why, to start with, I fumbled about for who it must be back there, and got through Hill, and then, was it Hanscom? No, it's not. It's, of course, it's Ben Cox. You know, somebody spends so long playing for one team, and sometimes your brain being what it is, it gets used to it immediately. But Ben Cox for Leicestershire, somehow it is such a fixture at New Road. Cox, I've still not quite managed to get my head round it. In goes Mike, bowls down the leg side. Charlesworth misses his leg glance, and it's fielded, taken really by Cox down the leg side. So Gloucestershire picking up that victory, as I say, first since September of 2022. They had a couple of abandonments in there between the last two. So I believe in the end, counting the abandonments, it's actually a 16-match beaten run, as it were, which is broken as Charlesworth plays quietly in defence towards backward point, and there's no run. But really, in the end, it was a pretty dominant win from Gloucestershire, with Marchand de Lange leading the way with 5 wickets in the first innings, 3 in the second, and centuries for Miles Hammond in the first innings, and the man standing at the non-striker's end, Cameron Bancroft, in the second. Mike in and bowls, and let go by Charlesworth. So in the end, his actual 6 legitimate deliveries that he bowled in the over ended up producing no runs, but he started off with the wide and the no ball. So Gloucestershire 9 without loss, and just as in that game they've been put in, it was Northamptonshire's decision to put Gloucestershire in on the opening day there. They got to 338 for 8 on the first day, and then de Lange and Shaw powered them up to 400. And Northamptonshire rather fell to pieces in the afternoon session of day 2, which set up Gloucestershire's victory push. A victory push which, despite needing 8 wickets on the final day, they achieved before tea in the end.
Hull is in, bowls to Bancroft, who turns him off more or less middle, out towards mid-wicket. Rehan Ahmed quite athletically moves to his left to make the stop. He's clearly swinging it in, obviously swinging it in really the left armour to the right-handed Bancroft, and Leicestershire have moved Curry from third slip to leg slip, hoping with that extra little bit of bounce and some swing into the right-hander, he might just clip it off his hip straight into Scott Curry's hands. I think I can count certainly on one hand the number of catches I've seen taken at leg slip over the years. But, so you never know. In goes Hull and bowls Fuller outside off stump. A little bit of nip to that one, Josh Hull, but far too wide to persuade Bancroft to play at it. Taken by Cox, sort of hopping to his right in front of Kimber at first slip, who claps his hands.
I've had too many left armers to face this year, Bancroft, and trying to think back to previous matches, and Yorkshire didn't have a left arm seamer. Don't think Sussex did either. Middlesex, no, it might be the first.
Hull is in, bowls, better delivery on off stump, lots of oohs and ahs, and on the walk rather, Bancroft's pushing that one out into the covers. Tom Scriven fields. Scriven has actually opened the bowling so far this season for Leicestershire, but the return of Hull to the side, they've given him the new ball, and Mike, which is an interesting one because it's been a different approach from Leicestershire. As I say, Scriven has opened the bowling, but so too has Scott Curry normally as well. So going back to Scriven more as a swing bowler than as a sort of strike bowler. In goes Hull, bowls, getting decent pace, but direction is wrong, too far wide, outside off stump, and Bancroft shoulders arms, then walks away out towards square leg. Just a short sleeved shirt for the Australian in this game, so too Ben Charlesworth.
Must be warm then.
Exactly, yes.
Western Australian shirt sleeves.
Marcus Harris, formerly of Gloucestershire, of course, originally of Leicestershire, back at the county for sort of the first half of the season as it's turned out. He's got his sweater on. In goes Hull, hair flopping, bowls, nice delivery, turned off his hip on the bounce to Curry at leg slip, who, having fielded the ball on about the third bounce, threatens as though to hurl the ball at the stumps because Bancroft had stepped out of his ground, but the Aussie, too canny and experienced a player to be caught in that respect. Made sure he quickly walked back into his ground. Curry didn't bother throwing at the stumps.
It would be nice to think we've got quite a lot of people keeping an eye on this game in Australia, whether it be selector-wise or just public interest. Bancroft versus Harris, potential successors at the top of Australia's order.
Hull is in outside off stump, slightly short of a good length, and again Bancroft gets up on his toes but lets it go through to Hull to stumps. Interestingly, although Cox with hands pointing up, he'd have to sort of sink a sort of down to do so. The ball was on its way down, so not a vast amount of carry on the pitch so far for the young man.
And then the added interest of Webster and Hanscom, with Bo Webster having been the leading scorer for Shield this year, season for his Tasmania side, which ended up as bowls Alex off my bowl. So 4 Aussies. Gloucestershire, as I can't remember whether I made clear or not, but Zafar Gohar is not playing, so Ed Middleton provides the spin option in this side, so excited to see a bit of leg spin. Mike bowls, Charlesworth drives, doesn't time it, was lunging for that one a bit, and it goes back to the bowler. Inside half of the bat there from angle issue, which hopefully isn't too serious, certainly didn't seem to be from the latter stages of that game at Wantage Road last week. Ajit Singh Dale has been rested, and Tom Price was in the squad as Mike bowls, and Charlesworth plays a solid looking defence out into the covers. There's Price, I believe, he's not ridiculously on fire settings last week, but otherwise it was 2 and 3 over spells. So I wonder whether it's come into the thinking they've got Matt Taylor coming back from injury, his first game of the year. Mike bowls to Charlesworth, plays into the onside towards a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but they don't even think about a single. You've got Luke Charlesworth, also his first game, and then Bo Webster, who has recently got off the plane, so perhaps they were thinking, well, we want to have a big option in case the unlikely event that it really does turn. Then you also want to have 4 seamers, probably. Mike is in, bowls, head over the ball, defence from Charlesworth, the ball trickles to mid-on. I suppose the feeling is, you're basically there with 3 seamers, most of them. So, you know, the fact he was in the squad, there's some thoughts that he would, but he's not got the nod this time, which means it is, as I say, Josh Shaw is the only surviving member of that bowling attack.
Apologies if you're having issues with the stream. It has been an occasional problem this season to do with the Wi-Fi, I am told.
Mike completes the over bowls, and Charlesworth plays one clean. Mike is still yet to concede a run off the bat, and Gloucestershire after 4 overs, 9 without loss.
I'm informed that Bancroft was caught 3 times at leg slip, 3 times in a row during the Aussie summer at leg slip. So
you always
would drop it outside, got it through again, my facing to the line, raise them to came back with him. I would imagine it would have been Hanscom second slip, like puffing a bit, and stays with his hands on his knees. And Bancroft picked up 3 runs in the end, and Mike stays out there at long leg for the left-handed Ben Charlesworth. Third man has also been posted, but there are still 3 slips, bearing in mind that theoretically Hull should be swinging it away from the left-handed Charlesworth now. And he goes, bowls. Charlesworth gets a straight-ish delivery on off stump, presents a pleasingly technically correct straight bat in response, plays it down the pitch on the on side. Harris, sunglasses on underneath his Leicestershire cap. He's been standing freezing at mid-on for much of the first, well, all pretty much the first part of the season. Marcus. One very fine innings at Yorkshire when they dropped him a couple of times before he got to 20, went on to make 200. Other than that, it's been a little bit hit and miss for Harris so far this season. In goes Hull and bowls full, clipped off his toes by Charlesworth. Again, don't think he quite timed it, but you heard the yes as he saw it had gone past Scriven at mid-wicket. Harris has to jog out to his left to field, and Charlesworth picks up a couple. He's pitching it up, trying very slightly. Hull get one chance to swing. Didn't really. And as a consequence, Charlesworth able to turn it away through mid-wicket, but the fact he didn't quite time it, an indication perhaps of Hull's extra sort of little bit of nip. In goes the teenager. Bowls full again, Yorker length, dug out by Charlesworth on that occasion, off stump really, off and middle. Rolls down the pitch on the onside.
Yeah, you mentioned his technical correctness. He's always been very technically correct as Charlesworth, and it's why you feel at some point, and hopefully from Gloucestershire's point of view, this is the summer where he really does burst out and have a big year in terms of run output, because you feel he's a much better player than his current first class average, which is 25.5.
Hull is in, bowls to him again on the legs, but that's really nicely played out through mid-wicket. On the bounce a little bit, but it was there to be put away, and it was a fairly safe shot, bearing in mind that Scriven is quite wide at mid-wicket. He made sure he turned it well wide of him, and out to the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard on the Milligan Road side of the ground. A long boundary out there, as Ed has remarked. It's a good, maybe 80, 85 yards out there. The pitch being cut on the west side of the square, the big square here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. But Charlesworth moves into double figures, onto 11, 18 without loss. 250s for him already this season. And 274 runs coming into the game, so 285 now. He's averaging over 50 for the season. In goes Hull, bowls to him again. It's full again. Charlesworth leaning forward, but just waiting for it, jamming it out into the offside. Indicates afterwards that he'd been semi-tempted to try and drive it away. It was probably a little bit too full, and he was content, having picked up 4 off the previous delivery, just to block it out into the offside. 18 without loss after 5 overs, and no real alarms so far for these Gloucestershire openers. And as ever at the Uptonsteel County Ground, however promising from a seamer's point of view the pitch looks, it usually plays pretty well, and it's beginning to look as though that's the case this time as well.
I was wondering, given what Scriven had done against Gloucestershire last year, whether I might not have chucked the ball to Scriven to open the bowling with, because I mean it's admirable that Leicestershire have thrown the ball to, I guess, probably their 2 quickest bowlers, or is Curry maybe faster than, yeah, haven't seen it as much of Scott Curry. Here's Mike bowling to Bancroft a long way down the leg side, and Bancroft is quite late on his attempted flick, and it is in the gloves of Cox, but they've decided to give the new ball to Hull and to Mike, when normally in English conditions you'd probably say, well, you want your quicker bowler on as first change because the, I guess, more fast medium bowlers are going to potentially swing the ball more. Here comes Mike bowls. Oh, Bancroft gets an inside edge. That'll go down for the first boundary. No, first boundary of Bancroft, that is. And it's 22 without loss. But if there'd been a leg slip there, then Bancroft might have been a goner. As it was in the air.
It certainly might have been in the game.
Depends whether it was more leg slip or leg gully, but he would certainly have had an attempt at it. Moves the score to 22 without loss.
Just remarking, another school party's coming in. They're all wearing rather smart sort of sun hats with a sort of red band. Very, very cute, the colours.
It's important to keep the sun off your head when you're watching the cricket. In goes Mike, bowls to Bancroft, who steers the ball towards backward point, but won't get a run, as it's fielded there by Rehan Ahmed. Once again, tempting wide gap for Bancroft to try and access through the covers, but so far I don't think we've barely seen a ball hit to the short side. Leicestershire have been quite good about making sure that they've kept the ball away from there. Bancroft's not been given a lot of width outside the off stump, and now Leicestershire are going to put the leg slip in place, and they'll sacrifice one of their conventional slips, so 2 slips and a leg slip. Mike bowls to Bancroft outside the off stump, and it fizzes nicely through to the gloves of Ben Cox. Good to see that carry. Bancroft was never too interested in playing. Goes off on one of his familiar wanders towards square leg. He's quite purposeful in his wander, whereas Charlesworth has this habit of tucking his bat under his arm and then just taking a couple of pondering steps off towards square leg.
Scriven is starting to warm up.
Mike runs in past umpire Shanmugam and bowls. Bancroft drops and runs out into the covers. So even though it's not the short boundary being targeted, Bancroft has managed to find the gap. That is on the offside, and it's 23 without loss as Bancroft moves on to 9. You're mentioning Charlesworth's average. In his first match of the year for Gloucestershire, he scored 95 runs across both innings of the game against Yorkshire and wasn't out in either, but he was coming in down at number 6 then, so he's gone 6 to opener to 6 to opener, and now he's having 2 matches in a row opening the batting for the first time, with Chris Dent having been missing due to a back injury. He is on the ground, is Chris Dent, but wasn't a part of the squad. Charlesworth has 1 ball to face in this over from Ben Mike, and Mike bowls it, and Charlesworth trying to clip this ball away through the onside, but is struck on the thigh pad and won't get a run out towards square leg. So it has so far, as you say, been a relatively alarm-free start from Gloucestershire, who are 23 for no wicket after 6, and it does look as though the man who took, well, he took back-to-back 3-fers in the game here last year, and he also took 3 wickets against Gloucestershire in that 50-over semi-final that was played here just a few days before that game. So he has been somebody that's enjoyed some success against Gloucestershire in recent times.
Yep, Tom Scriven. Hull perhaps having taken some of the lacquer, well, surely having taken some of the lacquer off the new Duke's ball. Steps aside after just 3 overs. And Scriven comes on. And I must admit, I prefer him to be bowling sort of first change, really, because he does swing the ball and it's easier. It's a different approach. We've talked to him about this on the cricket show on BBC Radio Leicester this week. You know, it is a slightly different approach when you have a brand new ball in your hand and you're opening the bowling to when you're coming on first change. Up the slope he goes and bowls immediately on the money, so to speak, and Bancroft, who crouched and pushed that one back into the outside, immediately makes the gesture that there was a little bit of swing for Scriven. A little bit of away swing to the right-hander.
Brought up his 10,000 career first-class runs, did Bancroft, in the last match, in that 130 not out in the second innings, so quite the milestone for him.
3 slips for Scriven behind Bancroft, who's on 9 as Scriven is in. Bowls to him, clipped him off his legs in the air through the vacant leg slip area. It would have been very fine-ish leg slip. It wasn't fine enough for Cox to dive across to his left, but as I say, it was in the air down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So, well, food for thought for Hill. Curry at third slip, should he be at leg slip? Hill makes a fairly dismissive gesture, sending him there. So, stable doors.
Yeah. You do also wonder about a cover. I mean, Scriven is pretty accurate, and it's still early.
Scriven is in. Bancroft again gets a full-ish delivery, walks into the defensive sort of crouch rather. He's not a classically correct batsman, Bancroft.
No.
He's just a very, very, very effective one.
Yes, it is. It's not necessarily a technique that you'd teach everybody. Get a long way across your stumps, some deliveries, and try and play around that front pad, and it's that reason that he is quite vulnerable to that catch down the leg side, because he will flick at balls which others wouldn't flick, and it ends up being fine.
Scriven is in again, full again, a little bit of swing, slightly firmer push this time from Bancroft, but again the temptation is to say that he's sort of being squared up each time, but it's just how he plays, really, as you say. He rehearses a more correct cover drive, but it's not a shot that he played. He was just keeping that one out. Now Mike and Ahmed are swapping positions. Mike is going in at mid-wicket. Rahan Ahmed is going to go in at a sort of deepish gully backward point position. Scriven is in again, full, and it is outside off stump, but too wide, too full, and steered away to the cover point boundary, and it just makes it. It trickles over the rope. I'd like to say Rahan Ahmed was in hot pursuit, but Rahan doesn't really do hot chase. He was giving off his best, but I think probably a little piece of him was thinking, yeah, that's a trickle over the ropes, if that's all right. 31 without loss. Bancroft on to 17. Ben Charlesworth has 11, and this is turning into a very good start, a promising start for the Gloucestershire openers. School party in red heads to the indoor school as in goes Scriven. Bowls, punched back past him by Bancroft, and he realises it's gone straight enough to call Ben Charlesworth through for the quick single. Josh Hull, who was at mid-on, was A, deepish and B, slightly wide. Got across to cover, but by the time he did so, Bancroft had picked up and kept him on to 18 out of 32 without loss off 7.
10,070 first-class runs now for Cameron Bancroft in his 155th first-class match now, but 31 years of age. There's still a lot of cricket left in Cameron Bancroft. 10 tests so far, including playing in that last but one Ashes series against England down under. Mike bowls to Bancroft. Oh, that's just missed leg stump. He's tried to clip that away, like it cut off just last up the first moment of all. Because Bancroft did not know where it had gone. I don't know whether it was a bit closer than it, or not as close as it looked from this angle, but it's just the fact that it looked as if it really could have gone anywhere. And it wasn't actually that close in the end. It was just one of those ones that sometimes hits the bottom of the thigh pad and actually goes back the other way, which is what it would have had to have done. Mike in and bowls to Bancroft full and down the leg side. Don't think Bancroft's got anything on that, so the 4 buttons slams into the upper board. 36 without loss. Scorers have been troubled so far this morning with some extras to put in the book. A couple of no balls are wide and now 4 byes, all from the bowling of Ben Mike. More school kids seem to be making their way in. Some ultramarine blue sweaters. Well, that is a filthy delivery from Ben Mike. It's a full toss down the leg side, and this is going to be given as a bye, isn't it? Here we go.
Has to be,
a bye. Full way down leg, and Cox has done well. That just one was having to read exactly how that's going to land. Not easy.
No.
37 without loss with that bye. This has been a curious opening spell from Mike in that when he's got it right, he's not really been hit for very many runs, but when it's been wrong, goodness me, has it been wrong. Mike into Charles, with all that stays down on him, inside edge, backward of square on the onside, and he will trot through for a single, and the heart would have been in the mouth for a moment there. He's played that very uncertainly, but acted as though the ball hasn't bounced on him.
Yeah, he stayed back, and it wasn't that short a delivery at all.
Yeah, maybe just the pace of Mike is forcing Charlesworth to hang on the back foot a touch. A couple of deliveries that he's done that with. 38 without loss, as Mike bowls to Bancroft, who plays a much more robust looking defence, as the ball ends up at mid-on, and there's no run. Full slate of games in the county championship, and the headline so far is that Surrey have been reduced to 15 for 4 by Worcestershire. Plucky Worcestershire. 3 wickets for Joe Leach, including that of Jamie Smith out for a duck, as Mike bowls wide of off stump, and that's let go through to the keeper. And 8 overs have been bowled, Gloucestershire 38 without loss. But yeah, I mean, apparently it was just put Jamie Smith straight in an England shirt, I thought, after he scored 100 last week, as Surrey fans tend to do. One of their players scores 100, he must play for England. It's a given right. But Burns, Sibley, Smith and Folkes all out without reaching double figures, and it's Pope and Dan Lawrence coming in at number 6. I mean, it is absurd, that Surrey lineup.
To say they bat a long way down. Everybody does these days, but Surrey in particular. Charlesworth checks his guard from umpire Watts. Yorkers facing the bowling of Tom Scriven in this game. That is, Scriven doesn't go round. They started the season going round to the left-handers, but Scriven stays over the wicket, bowls. It's lean for turns to killed and in fives.
It is definitely the fashionable thing to do, to come round the wicket straight away to the left-handers now, isn't it?
It was for Leicestershire, but they seem to have reverted. In goes Scriven again. It swings in, and Charlesworth turning it off, sort of middle and leg, perhaps even out towards mid-wicket, where Harris is fielding. Josh Hull for the left-hander's gone up to mid-on. Harris, the only other man in front of square on the leg side. Ben Mike down there at long leg in front of the hospitality marquee, which has been taken over for the use of the children. Today, Scriven scampers in and bowls outside off stump. Nice shape to the delivery, sort of a little bit of swing back in, but just too wide to persuade Charlesworth to play. Let it go through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Just the 2 slips now for Scriven bowling to the left-hander. Kimber, you can hear him clapping, and Hanscom. Yeah, 1 or 2 comments on the stream to the effect that if you win the toss at Leicester, you bat. And well, Hill has been quite successful in winning the toss so far this season, but he's tended to bowl first. In goes Scriven, bowls forward. Leaning forward is Charlesworth, again turning the ball out into the onside, his favoured scoring area, and the in-swing bowling obviously out towards Harris at mid-wicket, no run.
I must say, I really felt before Northampton that it would be a great toss to lose there, because the forecast was pretty good, especially, I mean, I suppose it's kind of the same as you're saying here. You turn up and you see a green top and you think, oh, we must bowl, but actually it was a pretty good day for batting.
Scriven bowls outside off stump. May just have tried to move that there move that one, I should say, the other way, because I let Tom Scriven move it off these. Tom Scriven his direction, just let down a bit.
But yeah, it just felt as though, and Graham Van Buren confirmed that Gloucestershire would have bowled first as well if they won the toss. Just felt like it would be a great toss to do. I didn't necessarily feel that today, but who knows?
Scriven bowls. Charlesworth is very solidly forward, defending. Back down the pitch on the onside. Hull picks up end of Scriven's second over. None for 11 for Tom Scriven. 9 overs have been bowled, 40 without loss. Gloucestershire. Bancroft has 18. Ben Charlesworth has 14.
He's got a troublesome right glove as well, does Charlesworth. He's been taking it off at just about every opportunity, and I think he's decided he'd like a change of both of them. Zafar Gohar on 12thers duty for Gloucestershire, such is the way. Overseas player and reduced to 12thers with the arrival of Bo Webster. So Webster originally was only due to be available for the 2 championship matches stuck in the middle of the blast, so he would have played, well, would have been available to play, I should say, at both Scarborough and Cheltenham, so not too bad locations to play. But as he's here, he's in the squad and playing. Scott Curry is into the attack, replacing Ben Mike, and Bancroft drops and thinks about running, takes a few steps down and then screams no to Ben Charlesworth. And they stay put. Bo Webster available for the blast as well, but quite a nice bonus to have the leading run scorer in the Sheffield Shield available to be selected for even a couple of championship matches. Curry bowls short. Bancroft is going to be caught. A leg slip here, is he? No, it's not come off the bat. It was caught out of the air, but it just ballooned up, and it was just a question of whether it was off glove or some other part of Bancroft's body, and the answer is the latter. Bancroft wasn't going anywhere, and Leicestershire don't seem too disappointed.
Yeah, well, it came off the thigh pad or that sort of hip area.
Right. Nearly had him at leg slip though. Curry bowls. Bancroft is trying to fiddle the ball out through the offside. That was a real attempted manoeuvre, a lot of hands involved there rather than body, but he couldn't find the gap, so still no runs off this over. Yeah, it didn't seem like a genuine sort of absolutely banged in delivery. It would actually help if I were looking at the right delivery on the replay. In goes Curry, bowls. Oh, he's just about clipped this one between the keeper and leg slip. It's off the pad again. So second time in the over, I thought that he came close to being strangled, but actually it's yet more extras. Have we got the full house now? I think we have, apart from penalty runs. Is there a helmet out there? No, there isn't. Somebody's going to have to leave their cap on the floor or something. But we've got byes, leg byes, no balls and wides now. 44 without loss. Curry bowls to Bancroft, who thought about having a flick at that one as well as it's down the leg side. And it is taken by Cox across to his left. It is almost as though they are so afraid so far of offering up width and allowing Gloucestershire to drive that they're just not really giving the ball much of a chance at the moment, with a lot of deliveries speared down leg. Curry bowls short over the top. On the offside goes Bancroft. He's not really got it, but he'll get 4 runs anyway because it is that short side. Up and over backward point he went, and it's 4 runs. That moves the Sheffield Shield second leading scorer this past year on to 22, and after 10 overs Gloucestershire are off to a pretty flying start. 48 without loss, and 12 of those are extras.
Just a few early scores from around the country. Warwickshire chose to bat at Chelmsford against Essex. They are 35 for 1. Lancashire put in by Durham at Blackpool. Grand. 29 without loss.
Never been.
No, I haven't, after almost 10. In goes Scriven and bowls. Oh, lovely delivery. Bounces and leaves Ben Charlesworth. And for the first time, arguably, the bat has been genuinely beaten, looked to be beaten. Maybe Charlesworth would say he dropped his hands, but I suspect he didn't.
No, I'm not sure I'd be having that.
Delivery? No, it was a super delivery, actually. Bounced and sort of left him, sort of swung away, and really, he did pretty well not to get anything on it.
Yeah, after having had everything swing in as well, maybe even more deadly.
Scriven getting some movement. In he goes again, bowls 2. Charlesworth beats him for the second time. Outside off stump. That one didn't do as much, and Charlesworth, perhaps slightly unsettled by the previous delivery, leant forward and was beaten on the outside edge. Wanders down and prods at the pitch. Bancroft has a quiet word, perhaps.
I feel that's the line and the length, though. I mean, you know, the previous ball was a bit further back, but there just haven't been many deliveries really put in that 4th, 5th stump channel on a full length. Been hitting the pitch, and the line has been wayward so far.
Scriven is in. That one does swing back in, and again, Charlesworth, who's quite a tall man, implies that it stayed a little bit low in the manner in which he played it, as it swung back in towards his off stump from maybe just outside.
This is sort of what Northamptonshire did as well, actually, on that first morning in the last match, where they'd won the toss, they bowled, and they just didn't really put the new ball in the right area. And you know, it did swing fairly continuously, but it's going to swing at its quickest with the new ball.
Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, and I would imagine Charlesworth fairly relieved to be able to leave that one safely outside off stump, because it's been a testing start to the over for him. 48 without loss. Scriven this season, 8 wickets at a very high average by his standards of 51. But that's partly a reflection of him taking the new ball, I suspect, and of course of it for a couple of games having been a Kookaburra. Scriven is in and bowls again on off stump. Charlesworth leans forward, slightly angled back, pushing the delivery out towards backward point. Ahmed dives away to his right, prescribing something of a parabola through the air as he did so.
There's not a lot of bowling averages that are looking magnificent around the country at the moment.
Certainly not Leicestershire's. Best is Scott Curry's at 34 at the moment, 12 wickets at 34. East Gloucestershire a few in the 20s. Scriven is in, bowls onto the legs of Charlesworth, and it's a little bit short as well, and that one's a comfortable one for Charlesworth. Disappointing from Scriven after 4 good balls to make it as easy for that Charlesworth to turn to the leg side and pick up the 2 that is needed to take Gloucestershire to the light, apparently, of the school children. To pass 50 for the first time, obviously for the first time.
There's one of the teachers
first time in the game. Perhaps Charlie Fox has made an appearance, a mascot or something. You spotted something that's going on out there. It just seemed to coincide with that 2 for Charlesworth, but it seemed to delight one party of school children.
Well, there was one of the teachers has stood up and is now sort of motioning as if to throw some stuff through the crowd. I thought he was, whoever the teacher was doing one of those kind of things that you see in the Hollies stand, where somebody starts chasing after somebody else. Curry bowls, that's down leg again, and Bancroft has not played a shot at it, and it's come off his pad, so it's going to be a dead ball. Just about everything down the leg side so far. Runs, catching, well, not really catching opportunities, but a catch at leg slip off the pad. Ones which could have been caught by a leg slip had there been one. And now with dead ball.
You wonder if the lines that they're bowling to Bancroft are sort of deliberate. Seems to be an awful lot on that side and of the body.
Curry to Bancroft, who is forward and playing a defence to mid-off. Yeah, I was almost expecting to see kind of, you know, it's something that you would see in the Hollies, isn't it? Somebody dressed as a teacher and then a load of school kids people dressed up as school kids kind of chasing after them with, you know, books as if to attack or something like that. In goes Curry, bowls to Bancroft. It's short and it's been looped up in the air and it's gone out in front of Bancroft, who was looking behind him. He thought that he was in trouble potentially with a catch at leg slip, as did I, and then I don't know how he's managed that. I have to look at the replays. It's gone out in front of him and then threatened potentially even to backspin onto the stumps. I don't think that it's come off his bat again. I think it's hit him on the hip. It's going to be crossed that he's had 2 deliveries there that he's not got bat on. So, I mean, they're deliveries that he probably should be scoring off. But that could have gone anywhere off his hip. Curry bowls. Bancroft tucks this one calmly towards mid-wicket, and that was kind of the shot that I was thinking that Bancroft might have to go to, because I think he's pulled over the top of both of them. So maybe next time you're thinking, well, instead of going for the horizontal bat pull shot, might be time to bring out the more vertical bat clip. He brought it out but didn't get any runs. Curry bowls. He's gone back to the pull shot and it's gone past leg slip down to Hull on the fine leg boundary, and they take a single. Bancroft ticks to 23.51 without loss. It is interesting though that you've got a new ball in hand and you're trying to get him caught leg slip. I mean, it's a way that you might get him out, but it's sort of a way of trying to buy a wicket, isn't it? And you kind of feel with a new one maybe you don't need to try and buy wickets. Who knows? I suppose Leicestershire would argue, well, we've come quite close to getting him a couple of times, so we're going to persist. Just the one delivery this over for Charlesworth to face off Curry, who is coming around the wicket to him. He's there now, he bowls, and Charlesworth defends into the onside again. A sort of suspicion that that was off the bottom part of Charlesworth's bat, as though he's still kind of hanging back a little bit. So, last couple of overs, a few more things happening from a Leicestershire perspective, but still Gloucestershire have yet to lose a wicket, having been put in this morning at 51 without loss. And I haven't crunched the numbers yet, but Bancroft and Charlesworth so far, I feel as though they've tended to get to at least 40 or 50 most of the times that they've batted together this season. Can they go on, having done a fair bit of the hard work in this first 50 minutes, you would think?
Scriven is in from the pavilion end down the leg side to Bancroft, who does step across and try and help it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it, but again the line suggests it's a deliberate thing on the part of Leicestershire. And I'm with you, Ed, really. I'm not entirely convinced it's the best approach. The scoreboard suggests it may not be. 51 without loss after 12, 4.2 the run rate as a consequence. Scriven, slightly angled run to Bancroft. That's a lovely outswinging delivery that simply beats the bat on the outside edge as Bancroft plays a forward defensive. So a much more conventional approach, if you like, from Scriven, and much more effective as a consequence. He's certainly getting more movement now. The ball should be at its best in that respect. The lacquer should be off it, nice and hard. Conditions still favour swing bowling. It is slightly cloudy here at the moment, but set very fair. Plenty of blue sky around, and relatively humid conditions prevailing. Scriven is in, bowls again, goes past the outsiders. Appeal for a catch behind. No, says umpire Watts. It wasn't an entirely convincing appeal. Scriven was a fraction delayed, and I suspect went up in reaction to the appeal from behind the stumps, but
I wonder if he's hit his pad, maybe.
There was a noise, clearly. First slip, Kimber went up straight away, but Cox's body language wasn't it?
No.
They weren't sure.
Nobody went up this end, so it wasn't clearly a massive noise, or if it was, then the likes of Hill thought, well, it's just obviously not an edge.
Scriven is in again, a nice outswinger this time. Bancroft gets forward far enough to more or less get to the pitch of the ball and block it out into the offside, but certainly Scriven at the moment looking by far the most dangerous of the Leicestershire bowlers.
Yeah, this is an awful lot better. I mean, so you can almost, I don't know if it's a predetermined plan that they were going to get him out caught leg slip, but you know, you can still get him out nicked off an LBW.
Scriven bowls, Bancroft working that one slightly uncertainly, a little bit twitchily, out behind point, where Rehan Ahmed is stationed, almost exactly where he's stationed. It really is a colourful sight. They almost look like little flowers walking around, those school children over there with their white sun hats with a broad red band on them. I do have the names of all the schools, but the colours wouldn't identify them to me, so to speak. I'll name some of them in due course. Scriven is in, bowls, Bancroft solidly behind that one, but a really good over from Tom Scriven. Again, asked Bancroft all sorts of questions. Now, was that the first maiden of the game?
I think that Ben Mike bowled one. Yeah, Mike had one and Hull had one.
I've
Well, I
got
must
Mike
say,
4-0-9-0 in his first spell, so... Well, we've got one there, yeah.
I don't know
fair play.
which over it was, but
Those are very misleading
I think it was
figures
his
for Ben
second
Mike,
over.
aren't
I think
they?
his second over was a maiden from Ben Mike.
It was a very mixed bag for him, and it was as well that some of the extras don't count against him.
Yes, well, I think his first over he started off with a no ball at the wide, and then his second over was the maiden, because I think through his first two overs Ahmed were on a run off the bat off him. Curry to Charlesworth, who turns it down to fine leg and will jog through for another single, so 52 without loss as Charlesworth moves on to 17. So it's a pretty deep batting lineup for Gloucestershire, he says, knowing the effect that usually has, but they're off to a pretty decent start at least. So I guess the curiosity is going to be which position is Bo Webster going to come in at. Curry bowls to Bancroft, it's full. Bancroft, I think, about maybe driving that, but ends up guiding it along the carpet to mid-on, and there's no run.
If needed.
Well, come on. You would think that Bancroft, Charlesworth, Ollie Price, Hammond, fairly set as the top four, and then it's a question of which order Bracey, Van Buren and Webster come in. As Bancroft is forward looking to manoeuvre this one into a gap on the offside and finds the hands of Rehan Ahmed at backward point, as he's done a few times. He's tried to be quite positive, actually he has slowed down quite a bit. I think he had something like 18 off 19 deliveries, but now 23 from 43. Curry bowls to him, and there's sort of a hop to get in line there. Bancroft blocks into the onside. There is no run.
I think they are bowling slightly more effectively at him now.
I mean, you've still got the leg slip in there, but it's almost there now for the bad delivery rather than exactly how they're trying to look to get him. Curry is in and bowls. All that stays down. Shout for leg before wicket. It's not given by umpire Shanmugam, and Curry looks down to the floor. I wonder if maybe was there some bat on it? It looked pretty straight, and it looked as if it didn't get up a huge amount, but it was given not out pretty quickly.
A bit high, did a bit too much.
Still a bit high, even if it stayed down. Did it jag back on him as well? Oh yeah, gosh, that has done
really
a fair
did
bit.
move. I can understand why that wasn't given.
Curry loses his run this time. In fact, he might have just... Oh, gosh, I remember that. Running into bowl and then an insect flies into your eye or something. Or into your mouth. You've got to remember to run in with your mouth closed. Which is difficult when, you know...
We didn't get them in Yorkshire. Frozen, I think.
Here comes Curry. And bowls cut shot and misses leg stump. So Bancroft gets there. A shot maybe there of somebody who was feeling as though the bowling was starting to get on top of him a little bit, wanted to maybe transfer some of the pressure back onto the bowling attack, because just from the way it came off you get the impression that that was quite close for the cut shot, or at least close. Maybe didn't also get up a huge amount, might have been better back foot driving. Anyway, he's still there, 52 without loss.
Scriven bowls to Charlesworth, swings in but on 2 leg stumps, so Charles, and it's a touch short. Charlesworth can work it down towards Swishy Patel at long leg and walk the single, but ceased to do that loss after just 3 runs as settled in the bed line, and you would suggest that Scriven and to a certain extent Curry have got a little bit more out of the Duke's ball. Scriven is in and bowls outside off stump, 2 wide, driven away in the air. He's not afraid to hit it in the air. It bounces through sort of just slightly backward of point. Patel and Ahmed between them complete the fielding. Ahmed is the one who throws, Patel having been the man who fielded, having run around from third man, and Bancroft picks up 3. They drop the right left, begun to flow again in this over from
Desperately
Scriven.
Convincing from Bancroft.
No, it was a bit of a reach for it, wasn't it?
For it, yeah.
It was in the air for a while. Stream continues to buffer as in goes Scriven bowls. That's a nice looking cover drive, but not timed by Ben Charlesworth. Steered out to shortish extra cover, where Curry is the fielder.
I think maybe also with Scriven and Curry, it seems to have been more of a case of maybe the ball stopping a little bit on these two, whereas with Mike and Hull they were looking really to bowl as quickly as possible and get it through quickly, but Bancroft was a long way out in front of himself with that drive.
Scriven bowls straight. Again, perhaps a suggestion of movement back into the left-handed Charlesworth, who plays it solidly but carefully as far as Hull at mid-on. Coming up to the top of the hour, Gloucestershire would very much, I suspect, have taken this up. Had they been offered it after the toss. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Might just squeeze it in between overs with any luck. In goes Scriven. Bowls, Charlesworth forward on off stump this time. Goes past Scriven, down the pitch on the offside. Umpire Watts steps aside and watches as the ball rolls through to Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill, who's at straightish mid-off. Sun comes on. A few white fluffy clouds around, and 1 or 2 slightly darker ones, but no rain forecast. Scriven, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls, swings in, looking to on-drive Charlesworth, and again doesn't quite time it to come out wide in fields. End over the 15th over of the Leicestershire first innings, so it's out 6 without loss. Ben Charlesworth has 18, Cameron Bancroft 26. Scott Curry will continue from the Bennett end. I'll just continue in the hope that they'll come to me for the update any second now. Rudely go ahead. They've got the leg slip in again for Curry as he comes down the slope. Bowls to Bancroft, slightly short. He gets up on his toes and steers it nicely. Third single, so 20 even.
Coming off to 7th.
Hopefully. Curry goes back round to the left-hander. Here comes the update. Well, having put Gloucestershire into bat, they'll be disappointed, Leicestershire, because they haven't picked up a wicket yet. 57 without loss, the visitors, after 15.1 overs. Cameron Bancroft has 27, Ben Charlesworth has 19. There's been a little bit of movement for the Leicestershire seamers, but they haven't bowled quite as consistently as they would have liked. As a result, Bancroft and Charlesworth have got Gloucestershire off to a good start. They're 58 now without loss. Curry goes in, bowls straight to the right-handed Bancroft on the back foot, dropped out into the offside. Ahmed is the fielder. We might see Ahmed sooner rather than later.
I wonder wonder where the Sikh Film Festival is. Might make a...
Which cinema?
Well, yeah, might make an evening's entertainment. I was planning on doing a sort of a kind of a curry festival here, because I mean you kind of got to.
Curry bowls outside off stump short, chopped away by Bancroft. Not really timed though, slightly bottom edged, and consequently Ahmed running back to the just slightly forward of point boundary. Can chase it down before it crosses the ropes there, and Bancroft has to pick up, or has to settle for a couple. Moves on to 29-60 without loss. The sound of Queen in our earphones.
Yes, I think I might just...
You can do without it if anybody's listening at BBC Radio Leicester.
Killer Queen.
Curry is in, bowls. Oh, now that one comes back in and is left by Bancroft, taken by Cox. Diving away to his left behind the stump, suggests it had moved quite a long way. Late, obviously, but no massive overreaction from Curry suggests it might not have been that close. I'll finish this over, then make the call.
Oh, was close enough. And again, it's jagged back a fair distance.
It's this movement in the pitch, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's something there.
He's
for
found
the
a spot,
Leicestershire
hasn't he?
bowlers. Curry is in to finish his over. Ooh, bounce. And Bancroft does drop his hands on that one, but indicates there was movement as well. So there's something there for the Leicestershire bowlers. And in the circumstances, 60 for loss, off 60 without loss after 16 overs. Bancroft 29 and Charlesworth 19 is pretty good on the part of Gloucestershire.
I think he just seems to have found an area there. I don't know whether it's a bit where there's just a bit more dampness than others, but he certainly found, I think, where he wants to be living. Gloucestershire, I think, will just be counting down the overs now that Scriven and Curry can stay on for and hope for a bit of respite after that. Scriven is starting his 6th over of his spell, and he's round the wicket to Charlesworth, who's beaten outside the off. The ball is to even, so he's at the
He's been the pick, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's changed things by sort of, I mean, his first couple of overs were a little bit expensive, but since then I think he has basically shown the way. Round the wicket he bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward playing a tap out into the covers in defence. There's no run.
He has a Danish father, Tom Scriven,
Does
and
he?
has been looking into, or he did contact the Danish Cricket Association to see if they were interested, but I don't think he's been over impressed with the reaction he's got, which has been sort of vaguely sort of tepid, which slightly surprises me.
It's a shame.
I have to say that.
Because most of the other European countries are trying to find talent wherever they can get them. I mean, the likes of Germany pulled in a few. Round the wicket goes Scriven driving Charlesworth, but it bounds up to mid-off and he won't get a run.
In Leicester's play, who's still playing, I think, now, although now he's not a Leicestershire.
Good old Dieter, yeah. And I think she's well, and plenty from elsewhere too.
Indeed. But yeah, no, we thought Tom would be a sort of shoe-in for Denmark, but he doesn't have a Danish passport, and having a Danish father doesn't automatically entitle
Right.
you.
Scriven in round the wicket, bowls full. Charlesworth times this drive a little better, but once again all he's doing is exercising the hands of Lewis Hill, so there is no run.
But I'm not sure you would normally, they can, aren't they, in the circumstances?
Yes.
And you would have thought that they would have snapped his hand off, really. I'm not quite sure they realise that they have a certain talent on their hands.
I'm trying to think, they used to have Amjad Khan used to play for Denmark, who played one ODI for England. This is overpitched from Scriven and driven beautifully by Charlesworth to the wide mid-off boundary for 4 runs. So just got a little bit greedy there. Scriven and Charlesworth the 20 to him. That was so feels like their first boundary for a little while.
I think the Scrivens do have a family house over there somewhere as well.
Be nice in the summer, especially. Sort of quiet countryside over there. Scriven bowls, Charlesworth drives again, and all that takes a slightly nasty bounce on Lewis Hill. And there are 34 O'Littons and probably the most fitting export. Yeah, there's been a couple over the years. Freddie Clocker played for Derbyshire.
As did Mortensen, of course.
Indeed, yeah. So I guess that was possibly the connection there. As I say, Amjad Khan, who played for Kenton. I think he was a sort of a wonder on the
again, current this innings moved 33 off 53, 68 without loss, but well, he has been fortunate at times, extremely so, and very much so on that occasion. Curry is into him again. He's tentatively forward, pushing it back up the pitch past Curry. It trickles out towards straight mid-on. Harris moves across to field. They've still got Patel in at that leg slip, but Bancroft just moves towards short leg. Doesn't really look comfortable out there. And there is movement for the Leicestershire bowlers, which again makes the scoreboard look very good as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. 68 without loss. Curry in again, bowls. Bancroft leans forward on off stump, slightly angled back. Ball runs out towards point where Ahmed is the fielder.
Played a little bit more for England than I thought, Amjad Khan, actually. I should have remembered it was a one test wonder rather than one ODI, but he also played 9 T20 internationals and had a pretty good record. 7 wickets, average of 21, economy 6.5. I suppose it was slightly different days when he'd been playing, but even so, good numbers.
Curry bowls outside off stump, left by Bancroft.
Ooh, is this the lunchtime selection? Woodley, or wild mushroom stroganoff?
What do you fancy?
Oh gosh, I think I might go for the schnitzel actually. It's okay.
I'd like us to get our order in. Curry is in, bowl straight, leaning across as ever, slightly across his side, put up board. Was the fielder.
It was at Copenhagen last March time. It's a very curious language. I don't know if Tom Scriven can speak.
He does a bit, yes, because I'll tell you why I know that in a moment. Curry bowls. Fuller this time looking to drive from outside off stump, slightly thick outside edged by Bancroft, who went for the drive, squeezed it away towards wide third man, stroke deep backward point. Scriven is the fielder down there in front of the meet. Bancroft picks up a couple, moves on to 35. Has not been a convincing innings from Cameron Bancroft, but he's still there. He's 35 not out, and once he gets established, he will take full advantage. Curry is in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump, no ball.
Back-to-back ones, that previous one was as well, but umpire Shanmugam couldn't get the scorer's attention.
So they have given away a few extras in this innings already, Leicestershire, 12 of them in fact, make that 16 of them. So they actually, yeah, the scoreboard took a moment to register that as well, didn't see that late signal. 16 now, 74 without loss. Curry is in, bowls outside off stump, Bancroft leaves. The final ball of the over. He remains on 35, Charlesworth 23. 18 overs gone, 74 now, without loss.
Yeah, I think they're sort of Norwegian, Swedish, Danish sort of understood sort of interchangeably, but the Danish language I think is the one that they sort of find a bit harder to interchange with, because they drop a lot of letters at the end of words, and also they have some, for example, the word for street is spelt G-A-D-E, so you'd think that's pretty straightforward, and I think it's pronounced something like yeah.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for that. I know thank you is tack, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because yeah, Tom was he does know how to sort of exchange the basics, I think. Adam Whitty, who interviewed him along with me for the BBC Radio Leicester Cricket Show this week, had sort of learned a few phrases just to test Tom out, but he was able to respond appropriately.
Lovely city, Copenhagen, though. In goes Mike, now replacing Scriven, and hangs one outside Charlesworth's off stump that he doesn't play a shot to. Well, I must say, I don't know exactly where they play their cricket in Denmark, but it's had quite a history, particularly on the women's side, actually. I think Denmark were certainly involved in a lot of the early international women's cricket competitions, but I just seem to have dropped off a little bit in recent times. Mike bowls wide of off stump, and Charlesworth
Well,
again lets it
Aidan
go.
on the stream says, yes, Danish is, quote, basically drunk Swedish / Norwegian.
I think the Swedes say that they speak with a potato in their throat. The
Danes, right, okay.
Which, you know, as in sort of the street.
Guy Gibson says, well, that's because the beer is half the price than Sweden and Norway. But I don't know.
Home of Carlsberg.
Indeed. Well, that's not necessarily something of which to boast, I don't think. But there you go.
Here comes Mike round the wicket. Bowles laying back to cut his Charlesworth down on, well, both knees bent there as he looked to knock the cover off the ball and misses it.
It looked fantastic, didn't it?
It did.
He even held the pose for a while. The only problem, missed the ball.
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, there is a fantastic museum, actually, which the Carlsberg family have funded by their collection, basically. In comes Mike Bowles, striking Charlesworth on the pad, and it dribbles off towards Cox, who prevents further extras. But yeah, it's a magnificent museum on the last day that I was there, but it's just a really tourable city, Copenhagen. A lot of museums, pretty scenery, the harbour side area.
Statue of the Little Mermaid, presumably.
Yes. Round the wicket goes Mike Bowles, and that's let go by Charlesworth once again. But yeah, I think there was, cricket-wise, I think those are the sort of the cricketing names that immediately come to mind. I see Amjad Khan was playing for them as recently as 2022, according to this. Still turning out for them the big Nordic derby against Finland. It looks as though Denmark won out. Freddie Clocker's still captaining that side. There you go. Last ball of the over. Mike Bowles to Charlesworth, who plays in defence up to mid-on. So a maiden over in Mike's comeback. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Gloucestershire 74 without loss. Not exactly been without alarm of late, but strangely the second hour or so looks as if it's going to be rather tougher than the first hour, which is converse to what you'd usually think in this country. How are Surrey doing? Oh, they've recovered a bit, 69 for 4. Sort of title race, which I suppose it could certainly hot up if Surrey lost this round.
I saw them likened to Manchester City the other day in one of the newspapers. Sort of grim inevitability about it. Curry continues from the Bennett end, bowls very full, and Bancroft seems startled by that one, very surprised. It's just outside off stump, puff of dust as he comes down on it a fraction late, jams it out towards Ahmed, who's at point, just backward thereof, and there's no run.
I must say though, as much as you don't like to tell them it, the Oval is a magnificent place to watch cricket.
It is.
I think
yeah.
it might be my favourite away ground, obviously, I have to say that.
Curry bowls outside off stump. Bancroft leaves on that occasion. Length delivery, too wide to persuade him to play.
If you get him in the Championship, it's just there's always a really nice buzz. They tend to get
good crowds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no
They're
matter
quite
what
welcoming
format.
as well in the pavilion as well, in fairness.
Yep. And then Gloucestershire have got I think it's a Friday night T20 at the Oval, which is possibly already sold out or close to it. Usually tend to be there.
Curry is in, bowl short and pulled away by Bancroft. Saw that one early, and that's going through square leg stroke, just in front of square leg, really, almost mid wicket by the time he gets there. But he saw it early, just didn't really get up too much from Curry, onto the hips, swiveled, pulled it away, pretty safe shot. And all Scriven can do is jog back, and it's a long way to jog back. It's gone right to the base of one of those huge floodlight pylons over there, just to one side of the manual scoreboard, in front of the limes that run inside the ground. The fence there along the Milligan Road. It is now a fence. It used to be a brick wall all the way along there, but then Wazim Khan, when he was chief executive, had it brought down. He wanted to make the club feel more sort of open, and put up green railings instead. Curry in again to Bancroft on off stump, pushed it out into the offside length delivery. Fielded there by Rishi Patel.
There's that sort of temporary fencing. It's probably a good job that is there between the shed and the area behind, because otherwise it probably could go all the way back to that.
Yeah,
fence.
no, there's been a few in the yes, as a consequence, sort of that have bounced through the bars or indeed over them, certainly on T20 nights. In goes Curry, bowls straight. Bancroft, nice high left elbows. He gets forward to that one, pushes the delivery out to mid-off, no occasion.
Yeah, when you think it's already a long enough chase even back to that temporary fence over there. If that weren't there, then you could add another several yards on top of it.
Yeah, it does feel a long way. Big outfield here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, supposedly second only to Melbourne. In goes Curry, bowls again on off stump. No, says Bancroft, having taken a couple of steps down the wicket, pushing the ball out towards wide-ish mid-off, just to keep the fielders on their toes. End of the over, 78 without loss. Bancroft now on to 39. 20 overs have been bowled, Ben Charlesworth 23, so run rate's been brought back down by Leicestershire. They'll field, at least to that extent, they've just regained a little bit of control onto the scoreboard. Curry comes running off now, so I think that is his spell done. Harry Swindles, hero of the One Day Cup final, comes jogging out to take his place, which I would guess that they might bring Josh Hull back from the top end.
County cricket's hero. In goes Mike, bowling driving is Charlesworth and not timing it, and it's fielded straight away by Swindles at cover. I can't imagine there were many people who were neutrals that were supporting Hampshire on that day.
No, especially after Leicestershire were 19 for 4 after the first 7 or 8 overs. It was a long way back from there, but back they came.
Was Curry playing for Hampshire on that day?
No.
I can't remember. Or have you just gone back to them after having been on loan, something like that? Mike bowls, swing and a miss from Charlesworth. He's practicing for the T20 there. Which that it's over late. The start has caused down a bit to agree with that. In fact, the shot has also seen Leicestershire decide to send Scriven back to, well, deep mid-wicket. Two fielders back on the onside, which means that Mike bowls way outside the off stump, and so Charlesworth does not play a shot. Yeah, Gloucestershire having lost, of course, to Leicestershire in the semis. I suppose it was sort of, you know, you want to at least say that you lost to the champions, I guess, don't you?
I beg your pardon. He did play.
Yeah.
Scott Curry.
I had a feeling it was something like that because he was playing for Leicestershire.
You're absolutely right.
Around that time, and then he went back to play
3 for 63. He took off 10 overs.
Mike runs in, bowls, drive and a miss from Charlesworth, and Mike has his hands clasped behind his head in frustration as another ball beats the edge of a Gloucestershire batter.
He was on strike in that final over, although not to the final ball.
Right.
It all it's a little bit of a blur looking
Yes,
back for
I
me.
can
I
imagine.
have to admit, apologies about that, yes.
Mike approaches. And he's there now and bowls. Charlesworth with a defensive prod. Ball goes out into the into the covers, and Harry Swindle's almost like a cartoon character there as he came skidding in from extra cover, and then the feet just went for a bit of a slip underneath him. So eager was he to get to the ball, make an impression. He's now sheepishly examining his studs, or potential lack thereof. Mike to complete the over would be another maiden, this, but he's bowled short and down the leg side. It's helped on its way by Charlesworth down towards the long leg boundary. A diving effort is successful, and they decide not to take a second run on the arm. So just the single. Good work down there from Rishi Patel, and Gloucestershire 79 without loss, 39 to Bancroft and 24 to forecast, but it is just possibly adding to the...
Shown the various things. Goes Hull, bowls straight, and Charlesworth presents a straight back. In response, back up the pitch it goes to Josh Hull. Fields in his follow through, then throws it to Scriven to do some polishing.
Mentioning the size of the playing area, Bo Webster ought to feel fairly at home if it's the MCG. He's a Tasmanian in terms of birth and shield side, but does play for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash.
Hull is in, bowls full, looking to drive, thick bottom edge, bounces down at his feet. Charlesworth spins back, not quite towards the stumps. And a few of those, haven't there?
Yeah, either off bat or pad.
Showing that there is movement.
Bancroft had that one that he thought had gone behind him, and in the end went out in front, which
we were sold a dummy by Patel, sort of flinging himself forward at leg slip for that one, weren't we?
That wasn't easy.
It looked as though it was sort of made us think, certainly made me think it was looping towards him somehow. Hull is in, bowls. Forward goes Charlesworth again, inside part of the bat, as it is defended out into the onside. Ahmed is the fielder. I'm sure we will see Ahmed. Maybe for more than the sometimes obligatory over before the interval.
Be interesting to see. I mean, we have seen Curry in particular get some seam movement from that end, so you would think there might be a chance that it might turn.
The googly might turn a bit. You never quite know. Hull is in and bowls on off stump again. Charlesworth, who likes to play off the back foot, he sort of always looks a little bit reluctant to get forward. Ben Charlesworth, to me, that's all. Waited for it and blocked it out into the offside perfectly effectively. And that was a decent over, a decent return from Hull. His fourth over of the morning, but his first of the new spell. 4 overs now, none for 15. His figure 79 without loss after 22. Gloucestershire, Bancroft 39, Charlesworth 24.
Yeah, he's definitely out of the sort of newer school of batting, which tends to value balance perhaps more so than, you know, obvious foot movement. Mike running into bowl to Bancroft, on his pads, whipped away through the leg side and for 4. That was easy pickings for Bancroft, especially with the short leg side boundary. And Bancroft moves into the 40s, 43 for him now, 83 without loss. But yeah, as you say, he tends to, if he's going to play on the front foot, it tends to be quite a short stride, Charlesworth, and then just a foot to the ball, whereas if he's playing off the back foot, it's more of a definitive, real move back. Bancroft, though, will tend to go on a wander sometimes, as he's driving this time. Pleasant push through cover point. He'll take at least 2 here. Rehan Ahmed is in furious pursuit of it. The arms pumping and sort of leaning back, but it was always going to be 3 runs. Bancroft is now on to 46. Gloucestershire 86 without loss. So just in the last little while, the borders got moving a bit again, but it's mostly been Bancroft rather than Charlesworth. He's almost doubled Charlesworth's score now, having faced just the 1 fewer delivery. Charlesworth just retaking his guard. And facing up to Mike round the wicket, in and bowls, and trying to force through the offside and not timing it at all is Charlesworth down into the ground and fielded in the covers. So, well, I mean, it does give you the handy little graphic, this. Charlesworth 8 off, well, 32 balls now in the last 10 overs, plus that delivery, so he has slowed down a fair bit. And one of the things I felt about Charlesworth moving down the order was that it sort of freed him up a bit. He scored a little bit quicker. And he has got a bit bogged down here. Mike bowls, there's one to maybe get away, but the problem is when you haven't put one away for a while, you then are likely not to time the one that you get. It was a half volley outside the off stump, and Charlesworth has driven out off the bottom part of the bat to backward point. So he's still stuck on 24. Got the 1 single to end the last Mike over, but it's about the last run that he scored in the last sort of 20 minutes or so. In goes Mike, bowls to Charlesworth, and he'll get away here as he flicks it away fine and down to the boundary for 4 runs. The boundary that you feel Charlesworth maybe just needed to get himself feeling as though his innings was moving forward again. So this over has produced 11 runs for Gloucestershire, 90 without loss. Charlesworth moving up to 28. You kind of feel in this configuration, Gloucestershire are, they need a big first innings score with their 2 quickest bowlers missing in Singdale and DeLanger, and their overseas spinner being sacrificed as Mike bowls wide of off stump. He's not pleased with that over, and Charlesworth not even considering a shot at that one. Ends over number 23 with the score still 90 without loss. But having gone with Webster, which provides you with the extra seam option, then missing the spinner, so you're sort of thinking, well, Gloucestershire are going to have to bowl last on this, which isn't always an advantage these days, with pitches not really breaking up, not always turning a huge amount on that final day. So they've kind of removed what were their main weapons through rotation and deciding to play Webster. They've kind of got rid of probably their most obvious option all the final day. So they're going to need to run and have got to start now to make sure they catch in.
Oh, works it away out into the offside, slightly crabby style. Keeps it out though. He remains on 46. 90 without loss. Well, start this, and then there's an awful long way to go, but with a start that's solid, maybe they can bat only once, and who knows if they can rack up a really decent first innings score and put Leicestershire under pressure. In goes Hull, bowls outside off stump. Did just withdraw the bat there? Indicates there was movement. Perhaps 2 burns.
To do the sort of orchestra style leave where you think he's played at the ball, so
it probably was a genuine.
He probably did play at it, but he didn't follow it a huge amount.
Yeah, it looked like he played well inside the line. Hull is in, bowls outside off stump. Allowed very clearly to go through this time by Cameron Bancroft. So now, of right, James Woodford, that is when he might be available. The silence from the club. Well, we've asked Alfonso Thomas after each game and he's been sort of hopeful there'd be some sort of resolution to whatever the issue is in the very near future, but said resolution clearly hasn't happened, James, I'm afraid. In goes Hull, bowls on off stump, leans forward, Bancroft offside field, and unsights out, and also to 50 wickets.
Yes, and often seems to save his best for Gloucestershire as well. 7-wicket haul at Bristol a couple of years back, 2021. He skittled Gloucestershire in that first innings.
Hull bowls, Bancroft foolish delivery, digs it out outside off stump. Again, it's low. He's 46 not out, and he has had a by and large. He's put it away. Sussex 91 for 4 in the sunshine down there at Hove.
Had a bit of a clunker last week against Glamorgan. If they'd only managed to eke the game out into the 4th day, they'd probably been all right, because I think it rained all day at Cardiff on day 4.
These two will be thinking in terms of getting through to lunch now, getting through the entirety of the opening session. They've got through 1 hour and 40 minutes. 93 with that loss, Bancroft 47, Charlesworth 28.
Mark Halliwell on Twitter has pointed out why Amjad Khan appeared to have played more for England than I thought he did, because those 8 of those T20 internationals were for Denmark, so he actually only played 1 T20 international. And all Naresh, a bad one. I was looking down towards the bottom to see if it was going to be somebody like Fidel Edwards who played in that game, or Lionel Baker as a name. I think he was from Montserrat. In goes Mike, and bowls for defence from Bancroft. That is a well-judged to Harris at mid-off. Yes, he was. Lionel Baker was from Montserrat. That's it. There haven't been many cricketers from that island. I don't suppose because there are a huge number of people on the island. In goes Mike round the wicket, and he bowls to Charlesworth, who stands tall and pushes this one up to mid-off.
Is it one of the French islands as well?
No, it was British. Just casually leaned across and handed. Drawn that test match that he played. Port of Spain, 5th test 2009, and the West Indies were 114 for 8 when play ended. As Charlesworth defends firmly to mid-on this time, and there is no run. Graham Swan's figures in that second innings: 21 overs, 13 maidens, 3 for 13.
Wow.
And one James Anderson, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 24. So made to look rather expensive by Graham Swan, with an economy rate of 1.5 and over. Speaking of Anderson, I've got a trivia question which we might get to this afternoon. Keep people awake while listening to me. Mike bowls a full toss, just with it almost, because it's fairly unexpected. That's like of Edwards. He's got the one he clipped up, but he's had some chances to put balls away through the offside, but it's almost as though he's either in his shell so much that he's not putting them away, or he's just really so focused on getting through to the lunch break that he's missing out on some scoring opportunities. 94 without loss.
His strike rate coming into the game was perfectly respectable. He's watching his Bancroft faces up to, he's pushing up towards me on. He does have a try at the stump, has some of his pick up and does up to his man. Pretty much made it ground. Clearer than Marcus Harris, which I'm not damning him with faint praise, but there's not much in it. Gets across though and makes the stop. Matt Salisbury, Leicestershire 12th man, moves down below us with drinks that he'd taken out. Hull is in and bowls on off stump, off and middle. Leaning forward is Charlesworth, defending back up the pitch to Hull, who feels in his follow through as it bounces up off the pitch. Umpire Shanmugam has a word with Shanmugam, what, 5'6", something like that. He's a relatively small man. Hull 6'7" or more. Turns, runs in and bowls, looking for the clips to Charles again. We've said this morning, quite in the net. Comes to the obviously, couple of cover down the leg side. Charlesworth looks as though he's beginning to get a little bit frustrated. He made a sort of gesture, having mistimed that one. Replayed the shot as it should have been, or as he wanted to play it. Hull in bowls, and again on towards the legs of Charlesworth. This time he just turns his wrists on the shot in defence, pushing it out to Ahmed again. And walks away, sort of just hits the back of his bat and just. Charlesworth, that's what Bancroft was saying. Look, you've done a job. You've done what you've needed to do. Seen off the new ball with frustrated Leicestershire. We were put in on a wicket which does have a little bit for the bowlers. Ball has moved. Yeah, lunch, just get through to lunch. You've done a good job. Keep doing it. Hull is in. Bowls. Nice length. Nice line. Charlesworth equal to it. Back down the pitch on the offside, and Hull fields in his follow through. 6 overs for Hull, 0 for 19. As yet, Scriven's coming back on for Mike, who's been a bit expensive. Again, his figures, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22, look okay, don't they, Ben Mike? But he has been a little bit wayward.
Yeah, it's just been a bit erratic, hasn't it? And there have been a few deliveries which could have been put to the boundary that would. Kids all in one. Bowling attack and doing damage. 3 wickets for Abbas. And 1 each to Barker, Abbott and Fuller. Somebody's finally managed to get Hasib Hamid out for 20. Scriven approaching passes umpire Watts, and Bowles has turned quietly into the onside by Bancroft straight to mid-wicket. There is no run.
A few sighs are all around Leicestershire whenever we hear that Bass is doing well. 2 wonderful seasons for the Foxes.
Surrey 6 for 4 against, and Lawrence has reached a 57-ball half-century from number 6. Ollie Pope 35. I mean, you just knew somebody's going to recover for them. There's no way they were getting rolled over, surely. Scriven to Bancroft, off drive, good hand from Scriven in his follow-through, because that would have been at least 1, probably 2 down the ground. At Lancashire, 98 for 1 against Durham. They've had serious batting woes this season. Luke Wells, the man, of 29, and Keaton Jennings is 50 not out. You sort of feel it's got to start from the top, really, from Lancashire's perspective. The youngsters in the middle, actually, don't seem to have done too badly. I was looking at the numbers the other day. It's just underperforming from those at the top. Scriven is in. Bancroft finds backward point once again as he looks to open the face and guide the ball away fine on the offside. Somerset 117 for 3 against Kent. 2 wickets for Bayer Swanepoel. Half-century for Tom Lammonby, who's in good touch this year. Northamptonshire 98 just lost their first wicket, actually 99 for 1 now against Derbyshire. Blair Tickner has removed Ricardo Vasconcelos for 53. Emilio Gay 42 not out. Scriven into Bancroft on his pads and turned away through the leg side. It's going to challenge Ben Mike towards the boundary. Goes into the slide, does really well to keep it in. And Bancroft, I don't think we're going to see any 3s towards that part of the ground, but it is 3, and it's also a 3 that brings up 3 consecutive 50s for Cameron Bancroft. This one's come from 83 deliveries and included 7 4s, so 53 and 130 not out at Northampton last week, and Bancroft has kept the good run going here. 98 without loss, Gloucestershire at the end of 27 overs. Glamorgan 58 for 2 against Middlesex. The openers have been removed. Byram for 26, and Labuschagne opened the batting and was out for 23, wicket apiece to Higgins and Helm, and Sussex 95 for 4 against Yorkshire.
Hull is into Bancroft on his legs, clipped away by Bancroft, not timed perfectly, but he's going to pick up at least 2 runs. It will be 2, as Curry has to run up really from wideish long leg up towards deep backward square to field in the wide open acres on the leg side when the bowling's from the Bennett end. Bancroft on 250, 400 up for Gloucestershire without the openers having been parted. That is a very good result when you've been put into bat. And the pitch has been certainly not a minefield, but keep emphasising there has been a little bit there on occasion for the bowlers. Hull is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge, but with a no ball. So extras into the 20s now, on 220 in fact, 102 without loss.
It's a lot to give away in one ball. It's been a few leg buys, but actually most of them have been, I'm afraid, the bowler's fault. With
yeah, they have.
That's 10 runs in no balls now, I think, and the wide and even the 5 buys were nothing to do with Ben Cox.
Cox has signalled for a helmet, so it may be we will get that one Ahmed over. Hull is in, bowled slightly short of a length, just outside off stump, up on his toes. Bancroft looking to sort of work it away through the offside. It was on him perhaps a fraction more quickly than he expected, and as a result steered it to backward point where Ahmed is the fielder. Looking at Ahmed though, he's not wheeling his arms or rolling his shoulders, so it may be that he isn't going to come on.
Looks like he's chatting with somebody.
He's usually chatting with somebody about
right.
something, but whether it's about bowling, Hull is in, and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Good delivery from Hull, and gets a approving Holly shout from perhaps the slips.
Yes, another one of the, we've talked about this a fair bit this season on Gloucestershire commentary anyway, but another one of the wildly imaginative nicknames.
Yeah. B examines the effects mic, examines us, and then flies out again. Plenty of time to do that. Hull's run up is a long one. In he comes, long strides and bowls straight to Bancroft. Straight and full, doesn't really swing too much. And as ever, stepping across his stumps, Bancroft works it out. Straightish on the onside, no run. Some of the school kids are in mufti, they're in their civilian clothes. You can see a few t-shirts and what have you out there. Some in uniform, some not.
You'd be looking on jealously if you're one of the ones that have been forced to wear the uniform.
Hull in, bowls, goes past the outside edge, an appeal for a catch behind. Hull's is in more in the nature of an inquiry. Cox gave it a big shout, swung back a little bit perhaps, and certainly Hull wasn't convinced, and the man most important, umpire Shui Shanmugam, certainly wasn't convinced.
It's a really good delivery from Hull. I mean, it's made as if it's going to straighten on him and then held its line.
He's bowled well in this second spell. He didn't bowl badly in his first spell, just had the 3 overs up front. Josh Hull. Fourth coming down, bowls. Good leave by Bancroft outside off stump. There was a suggestion of shape back in, but after it had gone past the stumps. But good bowling from Hull, but no breakthrough from him either yet. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. 102 without loss remains the score.
Actually, these two at the crease at the moment have a pair of slightly more imaginative nicknames. I mean, Bancroft's is, I mean, it's I suppose it's sort of one that you would expect being bangers, but It's a bit better than, you know, especially because he's a batsman. It sounds at least as if it should be a batsman's nickname, Bangers, and then Ben Charlesworth is nicknamed Neil. As round the wicket comes Scriven and bowls, and reaching for that one, Charlesworth is still somehow managing not to get nicks on these, though, at Gloucestershire, which is kind of what they did also at Northampton, and managed to get through some really quite testing spells of particularly Proctor and Sanderson, but also Siddharth Kaul, who took the 5-wicket haul in his first Northamptonshire innings. But they did seem to play and miss a lot without nicking them. Round the wicket goes Scriven, bowls down the leg side, clipped aerially by Charlesworth, but there's no fielder in at leg gully, and it is 1 run down to fine leg, 103 without loss. Charlesworth moves on to 29. I believe Ben Charlesworth is named after a character from the In-Betweeners.
Oh, okay.
Familiar with that one. It's what I gather that the Neil comes from. Keeper is up to the stumps now for Scriven. What have we got? A couple of minutes left until lunch. Gloucestershire might be able to draw this over out, so it's the last one.
Explains the Cox request for a helmet rather than Ahmed.
4 balls left. I'm not going to get another over in, I don't think. Scriven bowls wide outside the off stump. That'll eat up a fair few seconds as well. And Bancroft cuts it away towards the long boundary, and it will go. This outfield's a bit quicker actually than I thought it might be after it rained an awful lot when I got up here yesterday. But it's run away pretty nicely towards that long boundary, and Bancroft has his 8th 4 and moves on to 58, 107 without loss. Just enough width at Scriven's pace. There's more time for Bancroft to line it up as he did. Just the 1 slip in place now, a short mid-wicket. Scriven bowls to Bancroft, and that's let go. As it thuds through to the gloves of Ben Cox. It's always nice, that thudding noise when keepers standing up to the stumps to a seamer. Saw a fair bit of that last week when Tom Price was playing. I think probably knowing that his pace was going to be down a bit, the decision was made to have Bracey stand up basically all the time to Tom Price when he was bowling. Scriven bowls once again. It's left by Bancroft, and the clock has ticked over to 1 o'clock, so it will be the 29 overs in the morning session.
Not great, really, to be 3 overs short without any wickets having fallen, but...
They bowled basically an extra over in extras. In fact, they bowled exactly an extra over in wides and no balls, and then the second hour, they got 15 in the first hour, I think, didn't they? And then
yes, they were going quite well.
Just the 14. Last ball before lunch then, as Scriven bowls to Bancroft, who plays a forward defence up to mid-off, and that ends a dream morning session for Gloucestershire. They've added 107 runs at a decent lick, 3 3/4 roughly an over. They've been helped out by 20 extras, but Bancroft has continued to provide stability at the top of the order, which is exactly what you hoped he might do when he was signed. Somebody who Gloucestershire were absolutely thrilled that they were able to get for the whole season as well. And I gather he approached Gloucestershire, which is even better to have somebody that wants to play for you that much. So he's 58 not out, and Ben Charlesworth 29. Been a bit more of a struggle for him, but he has seen through the morning session, and well, he's got the chance to kick on in the afternoon, but he's done his main job, which is see off that new ball and get to lunch.
I will do a quick update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, and then hopefully you'll be back with us in around about 35, 38 minutes time after lunch, and see if Leicestershire get more joy, or any joy, in the afternoon session, or whether Gloucestershire continue to build what is already promising to be a formidable first innings.
64-6 against Hampshire. Charlton, Somerset 121 for 3 against Kent. And the overall, Surrey 93 for 4. Northampton 1 for Scotland. Montreal 2 for the winner. Sussex 103 for 4.
Yeah, not wise of choice at them because 111 asked not understandably low first because of green the wicket has bit, but they haven't made any chance. Cameron Bancroft, the Australian, is 58 not out. Ben Wadsworth more laboured 29 not out of 80 for balls, but the Foxes will need quick breakthroughs after lunch. 107 without loss.
Mascots, are we ready? You must do 5 spins around the post, 5 back taps, over the head, 3 catches, and through the finish line. On your marks, get set, go! And Charlie going ready to a quick start. Just the lines catching up. Here we go, onto the back taps. Oh, Charlie left, so just the line, over the hose. Oh, here we go, and the catches. Who's going to be close? Who are we going to have? And to the finish line! Leicester! Come on, Charlie, keep going. Come on, Watford. And in second place we have Charlie Fox, and in third place we have Watford. Children, be
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this first day of the Vitality County Championship match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire, about to get underway. Brought to you by BBC Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, I think.
That's the one.
That's the one. and of course BBC Radio Leicester, Ed Seaborn there, and myself, Richard Ray. Your commentators for the game. Gloucestershire about to resume their first innings in a very strong position. To wit, 107 without loss. Cameron Bancroft, 58 not out. Ben Charlesworth, a slightly more laboured but nonetheless valuable 29 not out. From which you may think or assume that Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill's decision to bowl first was misguided. But both Ed and I are here to attest that there has been a bit of movement for the bowlers, both through the air and off the seam, but arguably haven't been enough deliveries in the right area, and a little bit of loose bowling, particularly no balls, has resulted in 20 extras, which has helped the Gloucestershire cause no end. But no chances have been created. A few shouts, Ed, but leg befores, but all very optimistic ones.
Yeah, there have been a couple of, well, there have been a few plays and misses, and then there was that ball which looped up to leg slip but hadn't caught the glove of Bancroft. So yeah, I mean, I still get the feeling Gloucestershire would have bowled first if they'd won the toss. I think it was, I don't think it was the wrong move necessarily. I know a lot of people are going to say it is, especially because Gloucestershire are 107 without loss, but with the moisture yesterday, a bit more cloud cover I think forecast today than maybe some of the other days, I can see why they did it. Here comes Curry bowling the first ball after lunch, and it's driven straight back to him by the becalmed, at least before lunch, Ben Charlesworth, but he's still there, and every chance that he can really dig in, and well, he dug in the morning session. It was just that the runs didn't flow, but now he's got open road ahead of him this afternoon, potentially. Curry round the wicket bowling, and he's going to get off the mark after lunch with a single turned down to fine leg. Moves his total to 30, and it's 108 without loss. So in terms of sort of parallels with the last match, as I say, Northamptonshire didn't particularly use that first new ball especially well. Gloucestershire went in to lunch on 80 for 1, and a few times both this year and last, Charlesworth has got out in the last sort of 20 minutes before lunch as Curry bowls. That would have been a low full toss as Bancroft knocks it out into the onside, and it's fielded by Scriven at mid-wicket. So today he looked really kind of determined to see it out. There were a couple of times when he looked visibly frustrated with how the ball was coming off his bat, but from Gloucestershire's point of view, the important thing is that he stuck it out and is still there. Curry over the wicket to Bancroft, who's forward playing a defensive push back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Bancroft, as mentioned, when he got to that half century, 3 in a row after his match aggregate of 183 runs at Northampton last week, only dismissed the once, 130 not out as Gloucestershire set that game up. As in goes Curry. Well, that's another full toss, and it's just steered away by Bancroft, and that will go for 4. Deep third will not get round to that, and this is not really the start that Leicestershire would have been after the break. 112 without loss. Bancroft up to 62.
It is a bit humid out there because of all the rain that fell yesterday, and it's fallen all spring. The outfield is sort of damp underneath, the water table is high, and there is a little bit of swing, but not being exploited.
Last ball of the over. Curry is in dugout, slightly awkwardly by Bancroft, out into the covers, and it's fielded there by Rishi Patel, and there's no run. So 112 for no wicket remains the score. Bancroft, who in the early stages had actually faced, I think, several fewer deliveries than Charlesworth. He's now faced 11 more, but they have they've done a pretty good job, even though Charlesworth, as I say, he's not scored that quickly of late. They've not done badly in terms of rotating the strike every now and then, with a right-hand, left-hand combination helping. But here comes probably Leicestershire's most dangerous bowler in that first session, particularly in his sort of latter 5-6 overs. Tom Scriven was going past the bat on numerous occasions.
He's going to come round the wicket to BG Charlesworth. Bowls down the leg side, flicked or attempted to be flicked on its way. I don't think he got anything on that. The signal is leg by, actually. He did try to help it on its way. Ben Charlesworth flicked the pad, and Ben Cox diving away to his right may just have touched it around the corner, but wasn't able to slow it sufficiently for long leg to get round to make the stop. So 4 leg bys accrue, add to the extras. 24 of them now out of 116 without loss, and Leicestershire continue to spray it around a little bit. Scriven is in. That's a better line, and treated with respect by Charlesworth, sort of walking forward into the defensive push, pushing it out towards mid-on, where Hull is the fielder. We can bring you the news that the mascot race was won by the... Was it the Tiger won it, or was it? Did he say Leicester the Lion?
To be honest, I didn't
there was
hear.
An announcement.
As loud as it was,
the commentary was played on
Leicester. I heard.
Leicester.
So it definitely wasn't the Fox.
Yeah. No, it wasn't Charlie Fox. It was Leicester the Lion. In goes Scriven, and bowls turned nicely through mid-wicket by Charlesworth off middle and leg, and Hull has to run back towards the wide, long on boundaries. He's not within 20 yards of it when he picks up the ball, about 25 yards away, but still time for Charlesworth to pick up a couple. I feel better for that. He timed that one more nicely.
Yes, it was slightly comical as the voice, stentorian roar, came out. Can I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? And you thought, oh gosh, what's going on here? We've got to evacuate the ground or something.
Scriven is in. Again, Charlesworth is playing it off his legs, and it's squeezed somehow through Curry, who seemed to have it covered at just in front of square on the on side, and seeing it had gone 8-10 yards behind him, Charlesworth and Bancroft ran on the misfield perfectly safely as it happened. And Charlesworth moves on to 33 now, 119 without loss.
But yeah, they seem to be rather amused by it, both sets of players, because I mean, it was, we couldn't see what was going on. It was, just a radio commentary of the mascot race.
Scriven is in. That's a better line, on off stump to the right-handed Bancroft, who covers up, angled back, pushing it out to Ahmed, who's at backward point.
Josh Hull was looking particularly eager. I think he wanted to go and watch it, but nobody else was, so yeah, he was left alone inside to have to miss out on the fun.
He's used to animals, coming from a farming background. Josh? He's watching from mid-off as Scriven goes in, and Bancroft is squared up a little bit by that one, suggesting there is still a little bit of away movement off middle towards leg. But he played it solidly enough out into the offside. Big ooh from behind the stumps. Sounded like Ben Cox to me. As I say, he kept it out comfortably enough. In the end, over 8 -1, so 3 overs short at the interval. Once Ahmed comes on, he gets through his overs pretty quickly, and hopefully Leicestershire will catch up a bit.
Yeah, because he does, I mean, he have a huge amount of a run-up, does he? Just sort of bustles in and lets it go. Curry bowling to Charlesworth, and there's another inside edge, which hasn't gone quite as close, I don't think, to leg stump as some in the morning session, but if Leicestershire looked like taking a wicket one way, it probably was via the inside edge. 120 without loss with a single down to fine leg. Charlesworth on to 34. Bancroft had a cut shot that just... In fact, they get 2 cut shots that just missed. Charlesworth at least one as well. Curry bowls, Bancroft drives. Pleasant enough shot, but was never beating mid-off. So it's right along the floor and straight to the fielder. Yeah, I mean, I want to put the mockers on Bancroft, but the last 3 innings now have shown, and I think in fact in previous innings shown as well, what real value it is to have somebody at the top of the order who, as Curry bowls and forward Bancroft, as the ball runs out to extra cover, there's no run. Somebody at the top of the order who, at the very least, you feel, even if Bancroft doesn't score a great deal of runs, he's quite likely to stick around for a bit. I mean, I think even like his lowest scores this year, 8, 5 and 12, but even those, I reckon, just from memory, would have eaten up a good 20, 25 deliveries, which can be valuable. Curry bowls down the leg side. Bancroft tries to flick it away and looks angry that he's not done so. There's a sort of almost toddler-like stamp of the back foot from Bancroft after that. And he's gone for one of his usual wanders off towards square leg. He has missed out on a few down that leg side, has Bancroft, although some of the time there was that leg slip in place for him, which would have meant he was a little more hesitant. And perhaps he might be to just have a go at it. Curry bowls to Bancroft. It's a no ball, and a quiet push to mid-off won't get Bancroft any runs off the bat, but it's 2 more onto the extras column, which now sits at 26 in, I mean, it's almost an extra and over.
It is.
26 in 31.4 overs. It's quite a rate. 12 runs in no balls. Curry in and bowls, and off the thigh pad of Bancroft, and they will scramble through for a leg bye. So it's going to add another one to the extras column. Not that that one was so much the fault of the bowler, but still. It does tend to be the case that leg byes come from, well, deliveries on the legs. 1, 2, 3. For none. Curry will probably complete his over here, and he bowls to Charlesworth, comes back in towards him with the angle at least, and maybe a bit of movement as well, but Charlesworth doesn't play. So the end of the 32nd over with Bancroft 62, Charlesworth 34. And so far, Gloucestershire would be pleased with where they are, and also I think to a certain extent, when you are 123 without a loss and you see the odd bit of movement out there, I mean, as you said throughout the morning, they'll be pleased from their batting point of view that they didn't lose a wicket in that morning session, but also you kind of want to see a little bit in it for your own bowlers.
Scriven into Bancroft. It's a line and length delivery that Bancroft plays back firmly down the pitch in defence on the onside. Yeah, agreed. Keeping the 2 slips in, but it is becoming a matter of some urgency for Leicestershire to pick up a couple of quick wickets now. They have yet to bowl a side out twice in the competition. They would have bowled Derbyshire out twice had they not been frustrated by the weather on the final day. In goes Scriven and bowls. Again straight, fullish, and Bancroft sort of thinking about driving and rehearses a drive. In fact, bunted it firmly only as far as mid-off, where Josh Holt fields and then polishes the ball first on his trousers and on the bottom of his shirt.
Eerily familiar, that, the 20 wickets business. Because when Gloucestershire beat Northamptonshire last week, that was the first time they had even taken 20 wickets in a losing cause since their last win at the end of the 2022 season.
Scriven is in, bowls and beats the bat. At least Bancroft looked to spar away outside off stump. It was well outside off stump, and arguably it was there to be steered away. Tried to do so, rehearses a sort of more conventional cut. In fact, it was, I suppose, not too surprising that when he rehearses a shot, he looks quite correct, Bancroft, but he doesn't often play the correct shot, does he? And and then he rehearses what he should have done. He's just, as I say, very effective at what he does. Scriven is in to him, and he's leaning forward perfectly conventionally into that one and steering it, but without any real aggressive intent, into the offside. Curry is the fielder in the covers.
It's probably where he looks at his most conventional when he's playing those front foot drives through the offside. He's quite a classical cover driver of the ball and off driver, but most other things Bancroft tends to be in slightly different positions for.
Cox standing up to the stumps for Bancroft as he faces Scriven down the leg side. Nicely turned away and beautifully timed by Bancroft on that occasion. Got right on top of the ball. It didn't swing on that occasion. Timed it nicely out to that shorter boundary out there. All Marcus Harris can do is a jog round from in front of the electronic scoreboard, a good 20 yards or so, and pick up the ball. It is a short boundary on that side, but it certainly would have crossed a much more distant boundary as well. Nice piece of timing from Bancroft, who moves on to the 66. Scriven turns, runs in, bowls a little bit short. Up on his toes is Bancroft, dropping it out into the offside and then realising it might take a while to get to Hull at mid-off, then took a couple of steps down the wicket, but quickly also realised that there was no way he was going to get a single out of it without considerable risk, so didn't bother trying to run. End of the over, the 33rd of the Gloucestershire first innings, and they are sitting very prettily on 127 without loss.
Talking about the relief perhaps on both sides with various names missing. Mentioned Chris Wright in the morning session and Marchand de Lange. Round the wicket goes Curry, and guided by Charlesworth, but was looking to get it a bit finer than he did, and it's fielded at backward point by Rishi Patel. There's no run. Fionn Mulder as well, 4 for 30 and 4 for 61 last year, and 3 for 38 in that semi-final where Leicestershire obliterated Gloucestershire's batting line-up. Was not much of a contest here in the end, as round the wicket is Curry and driving Charlesworth as far as mid-off, and there's no run. More towards the middle of Charlesworth's bat, but it's still feel that he's itching to get one right out of the middle. He's had a couple of clips down to fine leg and got that one away for a couple of runs through mid-on, but I feel maybe he just wants one boundary in front of square. Curry bowls, Charlesworth drives, but he won't get it there as Scriven fields an extra cover off the bat. And in terms of the shot, it's purity, you felt that might be it, but not that time. Yeah, certainly some characters who've had some serious success against both parties on the bowling side. Missing from this one, as driving again Charlesworth, this time much more unconvincingly. I think he drove it up into his arm or something like that as it ends up rolling back up the pitch. Actually, Cameron Bancroft was at the crease the last time Gloucestershire won here, which was back in the 2017 season. It's been a little while since they've had success here, although not as long as the drought at Northampton was. Curry bowls and playing a defence to mid-on Charlesworth. There's no run. They hadn't won there since 2010. And then the year before that, when they won at Northampton in 2009, was the time when they broke their longest championship losing drought in terms of days, with the 593rd day without a win this year, and then the longest being that one in 2009. Curry bowls to Charlesworth, and that is left alone. So 127 without loss at the end of that over. And was that a maiden? It's taking it as having a consider the scoreboard, but I think it was, which means it was Curry's first.
Yeah. Hill standing, hands on hips, looking somewhat disgruntled. Has he shown the ball to the umpires? Yes, he has. In fact, we are going to get a ball change. So I think we had 3 last week at Lord's. May even have been 4, but it's certainly 3. And after 34 overs, Leicestershire will not be too upset to see the back of this particular Duke's ball. So it has done a little bit, but
we had 3 with the second new ball at Northampton last week, and Gloucestershire were, Graham Van Buren actually in his post-match interview talked about how they sort of tried to persevere with this ball that they felt was a bit of a duff one, but in the end relinquished and changed it. And actually the second time it was changed, that was what brought about one of those key wickets through the middle order. I think it was not long after that they got Proctor out, which was one of the key wickets last week, to that extraordinary sort of moon ball from Tom Price, which dipped and swung and had him caught and bowled off a big loopy full toss. But yeah, they obviously got a better one for their second new ball down at Northampton, because that was when it really did cascade in terms of the wickets. It sort of looked as if it was still going to be drawn out quite a long way even when they got rid of Proctor, but in the end those last 5 wickets falling in quick succession.
Scriven with the new old ball is in and bowls to Bancroft. There's outswing, but started a touch wide, went wider. Bancroft let it go through to Cox. They'll be hoping Leicestershire that they get a little bit more from this one, or perhaps just that it's a slightly luckier ball. Who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting again. I mean, they didn't even bring out the gauge, did they? They must have been so out of shape that they didn't even need to pass it through the gauge, or at least I didn't see it. That's exactly what happened at Northampton as well. Yeah. They just took a look at it and went, yeah, that's so obviously out of shape, we'll change it.
Scriven in, bowls, thick inside edge as Bancroft came forward to that one, played slightly down the wrong line. And Scriven's hands started to go into the air. It flew off into the leg side, along the ground, down towards deep backward square. Harris came into field. Bancroft picks up 1, moves on to 67.
He will do that a lot, will Bancroft. He got a fair few runs that way at Northampton as well. It's just something that he does. Seems to be very good at squeezing the ball off the inside edge with a vertical bat.
Scriven stays over the wicket to the left-handed. Charlesworth comes in, bowls outside off stump, and an airy sort of wave of the bat from Charlesworth trying to play the drive. It was sort of floated up outside off stump by Scriven. Foolish delivery. Again, Charlesworth just really struggling to play with any degree of fluency at the moment. 34 off 100 balls. He did a very good job this morning, and he's still there.
And he just needs to look at the run rate. 3.7 is absolutely fine.
Indeed, and he's putting overs into the bowler's legs. Scriven in short of a length and up on his toes, much more comfortable is Charlesworth defending back down the pitch.
But you can see from this innings why Gloucestershire were surprised, and not just supporters but also fans and even playing staff. I think when Charlesworth went on to, in his 3rd innings for Gloucestershire in the T20 format, break the record for the fastest 50 for the county in T20 cricket.
He waits with back raised, knees bent slightly. Scriven is in to him. On off stump, he leans forward and plays a very solid forward defensive out to Hill at mid-off. School children haven't exactly deserted the family stand. I think that they're operating to a fairly strict timetable that I've seen, so they're moving between the various attractions, but it does entail at certain times I'm trying to watch the cricket, but from their point of view it's more interesting what's coming up next, I suggest. There go the red caps as Scriven is in bowl, slightly shorter of a length, but no great bounce or movement, and a little bit of shape arguably back into the left-hander who can adjust and block it back down the pitch. Scriven fields in his follow-through. End of his 11th over, none for 37 for Scriven. 1-2-8 without loss. Rishi Patel had briefly been off the field. A fact I hadn't registered. Harry Swindells had come on, and he's now running off again.
Certainly getting his steps in today. Is Swindle is something that everybody mentions now because it seems they have it constantly mentioned to them. You know, if you've got any current player or even recently former player on with you, they'll mention it. Curry into Bancroft, who plays a pleasing looking on drive that finds the hands of the fielder at mid-on, Harris, and there is no run. Because I'm sure you never used to see this. Maybe you did, I don't know. Perhaps I just didn't register it, but at lunch or tea, there's nearly always somebody out there in the middle doing laps of the ground, just lap after lap after lap. Curry to Bancroft, who plays a defence, which is stopped by Curry in his follow-through again.
That ball looks very dull to me.
I need to get my sunglasses off because I stuck them on rather hopefully, and we haven't had any sun at all in the afternoon session yet.
No,
but
it's kind of forecast to be cloudy for the rest of the day, and actually all tomorrow as well. Not rain though.
Just sort of noticed myself squinting in the morning session. Curry bowls to Bancroft, who steers the ball in defence to cover, and there is no run. Just sort of, you know, you feel yourself squinting, and at the end of the day, I feel like me, there's a danger that you end up with a bit of a headache. So I thought I'd don the sunglasses, but the problem is then that sometimes you're peering after the ball when it's in this sort of light.
Yes.
You can't win, as usual. Curry in bowls on the pads, whipped away by Bancroft dismissively down towards long leg. Hull might just get their slides. Ooh. Well, he's going to save one run for that effort. In the end, they come back for 3. The rope was certainly moved, but whether he was in contact with the ball, he's going to say
he's got very long legs, hasn't he? They were very close to it, but he did stop the ball sort of quite a long way in front of the rope, but whether his legs had extended over the...
Oh gosh, they're invading the commentary box.
They've had it now. No, they're going to be shown the pavilion perhaps.
Yeah. Bancroft has 70 with those 3. Round the wicket goes Curry to Charlesworth, who defends back to the bowler and tosses it rather annoyed fashion back towards the keeper, but Hanscom fancies a touch of the ball. He's not really had one yet at second slip.
Perhaps they've spotted the cakes in the Friends of Grace Road shop down there at the bottom of the meet.
I was going to ask where those were, right.
Yeah. Where it says hot drinks and cakes there on the ground floor of the meet alongside the medical centre.
Handy. Here comes Curry and bowls to Charlesworth, who's quietly prodding to mid-on. 131 without loss at the end of that 36th over. Yeah, I mean the lunch was very nice, as you'd expect, and quite filling, so I tried to get a lap of the ground in, but my progress wasn't exactly quick, so I thought I'd better make it a half lap in the end. But the medical centre might be useful for later on.
The Leicestershire bowlers that might need one if this keeps going. 131 without loss, 36 overs now. 2 with the replacement ball. Josh Hull beginning to do some stretching, so Lewis Hill looks like he's going to bowl his bowlers in fairly short bursts, but we can't be far from Ahmed. In goes Scriven, bowls to Bancroft, who looks 2 on drive. As we've said more than once in commentary, not quite timed. Runs fairly slowly to Hill at mid-on, and of course there's no run.
Yeah, just since they've brought on particularly Scriven and also Curry to some extent, there's just been more of those mistimed shots, hasn't there? We haven't seen, I can't remember a single really full-blooded straight drive to the boundary, so that kind of gives you an indication as well. Most of the runs scored square of the wicket.
Scriven bustles in, bowls slightly short, comes off something of a leading edge. Bancroft went back, looked to play it into the onside, might just have stopped on him a fraction, and it rather loops in the air out towards mid-wicket, drops miles short of any of the fielders, but certainly something of a false shot from Cameron Bancroft. He remains on 70.
That's exactly the sort of shot and dismissal that you might expect if it is just getting a little slower on them out there, and whether Leicestershire decide to employ more of the umbrella field at some point possibly.
Scriven bowls, leg stump, and that one is nicely worked away. It was a much fuller delivery. Bancroft likes it there and worked it away between mid-wicket and mid-on. Lewis Hill went running back towards the long gone boundary, picks it up around 5 yards inside the rope, sees that Bancroft had jogged to really and wasn't interested in the third, so doesn't throw it in back in too hard, relays it underarm. Bancroft on to 72 now, 133 without loss, more than double Charlesworth's score. Scriven is in, inside edgy from a bit inside part of the bat from Bancroft as he defends that one, leaning forward but not putting in any sort of stride. Runs it out to mid-wicket without necessarily having meant to. The clock, a couple of clock on top of the manual scoreboard has been out of action for the last couple of games. It hasn't changed, which is disappointing.
Yes, we have started
been
early.
Renovated.
36.4 overs in at 10:15.
And that would be too good to be true. Scriven in, bowls fuller this time, but Bancroft again kind of reluctant to put in any big stride. Pushes it out towards extra cover, wide-ish extra cover. I hope it's repairable. The clock. It's actually, when you get up to it, it's a 5-foot clock. It's a really big thing.
So can you access it from within that scoreboard?
I don't know. Scriven in, bowls. There's a shout for leg before, but again, Scriven's appeal was a little bit delayed. Cox, who's limping back down the wicket, sort of went up straight away, but looked to me to be hitting outside the line. We'll have a look at the replay as and when we get one. For some reason, the stream is just a sort of ball or two behind what's going on out there, but it isn't buffering, famous last words. So whatever Leicestershire's TV chaps did during the interval, whisper it, may have worked. 133 without loss.
I don't know whether I heard a suspicion of two noises there. It sounded as if it might have been sort of squeezed by Bancroft, either onto his pad or the other way around. Anyway, not out was the decision, and Josh Hull is going to replace Scott Curry. So Curry 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 35, and Hull comes back for his 8th over, 7 overs for 23 so far with a couple of maidens. And Hull is in left arm over, bowling to Charlesworth, tries the Yorker, and Charlesworth is equal to it as he jams down on top of it.
Let's have a look at the replay. Outside the line.
Yeah,
there may have been
possibly.
two noises, a bit of an inside edge.
There's
been nothing so far that you've thought, oh, that must be close,
Yeah.
when there's been an appeal.
Yeah, a couple of caught behind appeals, but none of them were, you know, Leicestershire didn't look as though they felt they were out. So the umpire certainly isn't going to. Hull into Charlesworth, who knocks that one to cover. And again, there's no runs, rehearsing a more forcing shot through the offside. He's still battling with himself as Charlesworth. He's scored 5 runs since lunch in just over half an hour now. Continues just, I think he's almost in two minds about if I try and time it, it's not really going anywhere, and then if I try and put something into it, then there's every chance I might get myself out. So what to do? Hull in, Bowles, and a straight drive from Charlesworth. That'll be at least a couple of runs. It's going over the matting there, which you often feel makes the ball run away a little bit quicker, but it's still not got enough pace on it to go to the boundary. And they take 2.36 to Charlesworth, 135 without loss. Zafar Gohar has emerged from the pavilion down below us. Looks as if he's heading off to the nets for a bit of batting practice. Not sure whether he'll be involved against Derbyshire next week then, given that Webster is clearly available. Depends what sort of pitch they're trying to prepare, I guess. Hull Bowles punched off the back foot by Charlesworth towards mid-off. Again, the body language sort of suggests that he wishes he'd managed to get some runs for it, but not this time. Some members of Gloucestershire's coaching staff down below us as well. Tom Smith, who's now very much a player coach, but you'd expect him to play a decent amount in the T20 Blast and possibly the One Day Cup as well, but already has had a lot of good reviews about his coaching. Hull in, Bowles cut away by Charlesworth, and he's timed that one pretty well. I'm not sure it's quite going to go to the boundary. It's going to really run these up. They'll take 3 as the fielder goes into the slide. Bit of relay fielding from Patel to Mike. I think Rishi Patel availing himself of the stronger arm of Ben Mike there, perhaps. 3 runs to Charlesworth, so he is on to 39. And Gloucestershire up to 138 without loss. Also down there, Mike Yardy, Gloucestershire's batting coach, again somebody who has had a lot of good reviews for his coaching career so far, and imagine somebody with a lot of wisdom to impart, not just about batting but potentially for the slower bowlers as well, as Bancroft hops into line, holds the pose with that high front elbow as he defends back to the bowler. So 5 runs from the over. Charlesworth has got his score moving.
Mike is in, Bowles drifting towards mid and leg, but again only worked as far as mid-wicket by Charlesworth. But he looked kind of more, having got his 4 in that over early on, he looked more relaxed in the way he played throughout the rest of it, much more comfortable as a consequence. 142 without loss, off 39 now.
So that, I think, would have been Mark Alane's last year in his previous coaching stint.
All right.
At Gloucestershire 2007, the year they lost the Blast final to Kent, with Steve-O winning it for the Spitfires.
Of course.
Late. Here comes Hull. Rolls now to Bancroft down the leg side, and once again Bancroft has not got bat on it as it goes through to the now sun-hatted Ben Cox behind there. That's my sort of image of Ben Cox, more with the sun hat than with the usual cap. The cap which Bo Webster was presented with this morning quite early, told us that he was making his Gloucestershire debut. Gloucestershire being one of those counties that offers the county cap on debut rather than as something later in the career. As flicked away by Bancroft, this next delivery off the hip down to Curry. Fine leg. And they will take another single. Bancroft to 73, and it's 143 without loss. I always try and remember, because I bring it up all the time and then I forget exactly which other counties it is. I think it's Durham and Worcestershire are the other 2 counties that do it the way that Gloucestershire do. And it hasn't always been the case that Gloucestershire have done it that way. Something they moved to. Hull into Charlesworth, short, and targeting the short boundary is Charlesworth, and that has gone out towards the trees for 6. That was probably the ball that he was really looking for. Really giving himself the opportunity to free his arms, target that short side. And he was not holding back there. First 6 of the innings moves Charlesworth to 49. I'm sure that will also just get him feeling as though things are moving in the right direction. Way over square leg it went. Hull bowls driving Charlesworth on a couple of bounces. He beats extra cover in the end. That will be his 50. Just a question of how many they run here, as the ball will just be pulled in before the boundary. It will come through for 3 runs. It brings up Gloucestershire's 150 as well. But it is another half century this season for Ben Charlesworth. It's his 3rd half century, but he also made a 49 last week at Northampton and a 43 not out and another 43 this year, so he's been really consistent. Can this be the innings that he goes on? But he's done well there as Charlesworth, because there was a point when you felt, is he going to give this away? And he hasn't. 152 without loss. Hull into Bancroft, who watches that one through to Cox.
He's reaping the benefit of that patience. His 50 came off 118 balls, so he's really picked it up in the last sort of 8-10 overs. He hit 4 fours and of course that 6 over mid wicket of Josh Hall.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, it wasn't so long ago I was saying he'd only scored 4 runs since lunch. It was only about, well, it was less than 10 minutes ago I think when I said that, and now he's at 50. Just shows you benefits of staying there. You can't score runs in the pavilion. Something like that anyway. In goes Hull, bowls on the pads of Bancroft, whipped away through square leg. Again, it's not going to go though. They'll probably have to run up another 3 here, with Charlesworth turning for that 3rd. Scriven launches the throw in from way out in the distance as Cox looks at it, and it is indeed 3 more. So that over has gone for 13, I think, and it is 155 without loss, so Bancroft will keep the strike on 76, and Charlesworth has 52, and the applause for the details of Charlesworth's 50 going around.
And I can now confirm that the Friends of Grace Road are open, and there's a large queue of Leicestershire members, I suspect, getting ready to comfort eat as they line up for their selection of fresh homemade cake.
Oh, we had blondies here last year. It was a blondie with a jammy dodger impaled in the top of it. That was the most extraordinary, delightful creation.
Ben Mike is in and bowling to Cameron Bancroft, who blocks the delivery out off the stumps, out into the on side, where Scriven is the fielder, and then Bancroft again says there was a little bit of movement.
How can we make a blondie better? Let's smack a jammy dodger on top of it.
Yes.
You sort of wonder what other cakes could be, you know, like a Black Forest gatter with a bourbon biscuit stuck on the top of it.
It's curious, just actually thinking about it, there's usually one cake upon which some biscuit has been appended.
Right.
In goes Mike and bowls onto the legs, thumps into the pad. Might have been inside edge onto the pad, sounded like 2 noises. Trickles out to square leg, 1 run is taken, no signal from umpire what, so it was inside edge onto pad. Bancroft on to 77, 156 without loss. So there's obviously one of the bakers who goes down that road. Each baking session. But there's a goodly queue. Yeah. I don't know if there'll be any left by the time we get a chance to go down there. Round the wicket goes Mike, and bowls, goes past the outside edge, and I thought because Charlesworth looked behind him he might have edged it, but he got that one to straighten Ben Mike. Charlesworth had a little feel for it, didn't get anything on it.
I noticed Bancroft did that a couple of times as well, because normally when you say and watches it through to the gloves of the keeper, it's more of a sort of a throwaway kind of comment, but actually Bancroft does tend to look behind almost every ball. I don't know whether it's a sort of a habit that he's got into or just something that he does naturally.
Mike is in, good line outside off stump, but not quite close enough to persuade Charlesworth, who will no doubt be just telling himself to Just readjust, dig back in, start again. Gone past your 50. See if you can make it a really big score. You've got in, make the most of it. Take the whole cake, as
and the biscuit.
Thomas and the biscuit. Yeah. When you've got a chance to do so. Mike is in. Charlesworth very solidly forward, defending out towards extra cover where Scriven is the fielder. It's been one of Leicestershire's, given the strength of their batting lineup, problems this season. Many batsmen have gone past 50. Relatively few have gone to 100. In fact, only the two Aussies, Peter Hanscom at Lord's last week, and I mentioned earlier Marcus Harris's double 100 at Headingley against Yorkshire in the first game of the season. Mike is in, bowls full toss, and that is edged away past second slip by Charlesworth, who sort of flung his hands at it, really. It was a wide full toss from Mike, not the first he's bowled. Really got that one horribly wrong, and it was a reasonably safe shot, actually, from Ben Charlesworth. Again, it was a very ugly piece of cricket one way or another, but it was wide enough for him to throw the bat at it. It would have been an absolute miracle if that had somehow gone to Curry at second slip.
Very close to a waist-high no ball. I mean, if he'd been out to it, I mean, it did fall really just short of where a third slip would have been anyway, but still, he could have got out to it. And then you wonder, actually, because it wasn't out, whether the umpires then went, well, OK, we'll give him the benefit, or whether if he'd been out, then what might have happened. Anyway, Hull bowling to Bancroft, who leans forward and defends to mid-off. It was enough for Mike to offer an apology to Charlesworth when he was walking back towards his mark, but anyway, I don't think that Gloucestershire will be particularly bothered about the 2 runs at this stage. Famous last words, if this proves to be one of those extraordinary matches which is decided by 2 runs. And let's hope it is, because I've never done one that close before. Probably not even close to in terms of runs. In goes Hull, bowls. Bancroft has tried to pull, and not for the first time. He's no idea where that ball has gone, and it has ballooned past his off stump in the end. Absolute pinball machine when Bancroft tries to play that pull shot, and that's twice now where it's gone in completely the opposite direction from where he thought it had. Was that Scott Curry just throwing a water bottle down and it smashing into the dugout down there? Certainly made quite a loud crash. 160 without loss. As Hull goes in and bowls to Bancroft, who holds the pose on his immaculate forward defence as it goes up to mid-off.
Just to sort of labour the point really about conversions, Leicester, 12 batters have gone past 50, or 12 times batters have gone past 50, only those 2 centuries. The figures for Gloucestershire are not entirely dissimilar, actually.
And a lot of half centuries. I mean, some of them have been, like last week, for example. 14
half centuries.
Yeah.
3 centuries.
I can point to a few examples which, as Hull bowls let go by Bancroft, you think of, for example, Hammond's first innings against Middlesex, where he sort of ran out a little bit, and just looking at some of the others, well, Zaffer's 50 in the second innings at Sussex, Van Buren's 67 last week when he was just basically swinging for the declaration. But yeah, in general there have been a few that would think perhaps they could have gone on. Bancroft, of course, has with his ton last week. Hull bowls to him, and leading forward to block that one out into the covers is Bancroft, and there's no run. And I suppose it goes back to the point with Charlesworth, really, on 56, long way away, but his career best is 87, and in fact he has fallen in the 90s a couple of times. Well, I say fallen in the 90s. He fell in the 90s once in the One Day Cup in 2022, but the year before that, annoyingly for him, he ended 99 not out against Hampshire, having hit the winning runs with a 4. In comes Hull, and Bancroft pokes this one down towards mid-off and takes a couple of steps down the pitch, and it's a good job that Charlesworth didn't really commit at the non-striker's end, because there was never a single there. The score is 160 for no wicketers. I think that was a maiden from Hull, so he's rebounded from his over, which went for 13 runs before that, and Charlesworth hit him for 6 over square leg. But you know, thinking back even to that 100 that could have been against Hampshire just a couple of years back, I mean, Charlesworth, in those days, you sort of wondered, actually, does Charlesworth actually have the power to clear the boundary rope? Well, there's certainly no doubt about that now after what he's done in his first year of T20 cricket. I mentioned the fastest half century, but he also became the first Gloucestershire batter to score 2 50s in his first 3 innings in that format, and a strike rate of 152.5.
42 overs have been bowled. The 43rd will be bowled by Rehan Ahmed.
Looking forward to this.
So see if there is anything there for the young leggy. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. Might be a footmark or 2. Hull's appearance in the side or return to the side might help Ahmed a little bit as well. In he goes and bowls a little bit short, so Charlesworth can just go back and work it comfortably away behind square. On the onside, Curry comes into field. Charlesworth takes his single, and we'll watch with interest to see how Cameron Bancroft deals with Rehan Ahmed. Just the one slip. That's the only close catcher, obviously, other than Cox. So Hanscom there. Otherwise, a single saving field, although mid-wicket and cover are quite close. Again, a touch short. Bancroft goes back and cuts it out to the sweeper. Curry on the offside boundary, about 10-15 yards inside the rope out there. The school children beginning to drift towards the car park. I think they've had a nice sunny day. They haven't seen a single wicket fall. In goes Ahmed and bowls. That's a better length, and Charles with a little uncertain length forward. Thick inside edge. The ball squeezed behind square on the onside, where Hull is the fielder.
It's better than what usually happens with these school days, which is it either tips down with rain or there's bad light or something.
Ahmed is in quicker delivery. Charlesworth stays on the back foot, works it off leg stump, I beg your pardon, out towards mid-wicket. Kimber is there. Louis Kimber, that is. Ahmed is in. Again, quick and too short. Comfortable for Charlesworth to go back, work it out past Kimber. Curry, who could get through a lot of work if that's the length Ahmed is going to bowl. Comes in and underarms the ball back to Kimber. Another single. Charlesworth on to 58. Begin to catch Bancroft now. In goes Ahmed. That's a better line and indeed length. A bit more air to it as well on off stump. Brings Bancroft forward. Pushes it out into the offside. Kimber fields, and there is no run. So just took a while to find his line and length in that over. Rehan, can't be easy coming straight on and hitting it, but I suspect he might get quite a long bowl now.
Yeah, I mean, he's, as you say, somebody who can at least get through the overs quickly. Not that we're clock watching at all. It's just the last thing you want to be doing if you're Leicestershire is, if you're any side, is losing points due to the over rate. I haven't seen a side do that yet this year, but it was certainly a problem a couple of years back for Gloucestershire. Hull bowls wide of off stump, and he's had a bit of a uncertain reach at that as Charlesworth, not for the first time.
No, he does it from time to time, doesn't it? It's an odd twitch almost at the ball.
Yeah, it is. It is sort of an impulse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Has a sort of reach for it, and then thinks, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that, and just ends up kind of dangling the bat at it and missing it.
It just doesn't look great, does it, when he does it? It doesn't get him out as such. But
it's funny, isn't it? I mean, it's sort of almost like a wide Yorker. If it were, I bet if it were a T20 game, he wouldn't think twice about playing a certain shot to it. Hull is in and guided by Charlesworth with much more robustness out into the covers. And there's no run. You know, he probably would just lay the bat to it like they all do with those wide Yorkers and try and just use the pace and find some runs off it, but just doesn't really quite know seemingly whether to stick or twist with these full wide deliveries, and there've been quite a lot of them as well, almost as though they were practicing their wide Yorkers, but I'm sure that's not the case. Hull bounds in, bowled him off a no ball.
Oh.
Can you believe it? Middle stump uprooted, absolutely castled him, Josh Hull. But umpire Shanmugam had his arm out to his side, and that is a huge let-off for Charlesworth and for Gloucestershire. And you know what? I've just remembered in Charlesworth's previous career best of 87 at Derby, I am fairly certain that he was also bowled off a no ball in that innings.
Yeah, it was full. Went through Ben Charlesworth's rather indeterminate shot. Middle stump out of the ground. Hands on Leicestershire heads all round the outfield, including those of young Hull. He gets a consoling word from Lewis Hill, but has only himself to blame.
Hull into Charlesworth. A short delivery. It's come off the shoulder of the bat of Charlesworth, and there'll be 4 runs over the keeper's head. Well, that was a ball of some ferocity from Hull. He'd have been angry about what happened the previous ball, but unfortunately that's only going to add to his anger as the ball gets big on Charlesworth. He can't go through with his pull shot. It's quick and it's right at his head, and he's just taken his eye off it, and the bat happens to have struck the ball and it's gone over the keeper, and to add insult to injury, it's 4 runs. Yeah,
could absolutely have gone anywhere. It was a super bouncer. It was an angry bouncer.
Let me see a delivery like that from a young left arm seamer, and you go, oh.
Well, you can see why there's a sort of certain amount of interest in his progression. Yeah. Hull, he has got something,
definitely,
but he has plenty to learn too. But he's certainly got something.
I mean, I'm amazed actually looking at it again that went as far as it did. It went way over Cox's head in the end, but given the fact that he just put the bat there, he kind of felt it should just have gone straight up in the air. Very lucky. Hull bowls to Charlesworth, full delivery dug out by Charlesworth, well kept out. What an eventful couple of balls that was for Charlesworth, bowled off the no ball, and you wonder maybe also whether he was just thinking a bit himself about that, as sharp as the bouncer was, and it certainly was, whether Charlesworth himself was just thinking about what happened the previous ball, and just, you know, must break your concentration as well as a batter just looking behind you and seeing the stump just go for a walk.
Hill has sent Ahmed back to the square leg boundary.
It's the shorter side, but it's still big enough that you could conceivably miscue a catch there. Hull bowls, and it's full and on the pads of Charlesworth and turned through the onside. The sweeper will be brought into play. In fact, they're not even going to take a second run. He's done very well there. Is that Rehan Ahmed who's kept that to a single? I didn't think that was going to be the case. Potentially, Charlesworth also just thinking, just get me up the non-striker's end. I'm quite happy for you to have this next delivery, old bangers.
Those 2 deliveries, if you're the batter, you're thinking, right, this is my day now.
Yeah, well, he's got to be. He's moved on to 63 with that single and that fortuitous top edge. 170 for no wicket. Hull into Bancroft, who's tried to flick that ball away. Can He's looking behind him and it's in front of him, but this time the ball has just stopped dead. And again, to be honest, that's a ball that Bancroft will be thinking, well, I mean, it's short enough that actually we should have got some bat on it, but for one moment I thought it had lodged in his pad flap, and then he thought, is that going to go backwards? But it's just stayed right there. The luck is certainly running with Gloucestershire. They've made their own to a certain extent as well, but they are fortunate still to be unbroken. 170 for no wicket.
He worked up a bit of aggression in that over, didn't he? And good to see him do that. Josh Holt. Rehan Ahmed. Different sort of aggression from the pavilion end. Goes in and bowls to Charlesworth, who goes back to a delivery that stayed a fraction low as it span back in towards his pads. He managed to get something on it, work it out to mid-wicket where Kimber is the fielder. Sounds like a lawnmower has started below us, as dropping short this time is Ahmed, back Charlesworth, but it's on to him quite quickly, and again all he can do is work it to mid-wicket. Ahmed is in, gives that one some air, he waits for it, Charlesworth, and has to dig it out in the end, doesn't step out and try and drive it away, but mixing it up, Rehan at the moment. Bounces in, bowls, too short, down the leg side. Charlesworth makes as though to play at it, doesn't get anything on it. Cox doesn't take it cleanly, but not having played a shot, there's no run to be taken. Don't think it came off his pad, but didn't come off very far off Cox's gloves. Ahmed gives it some air, driven down into the ground, bounces up towards Ben Mike, who takes it almost on the half volley, the second bounce that is. No run. I don't think he's bowled the same delivery consecutively yet. Rehan Ahmed is in, bowls, gives it some air, hit up into the air for six, a straight six from Charlesworth. Put it in the slot there, Ahmed. Didn't turn, and Charlesworth, well, showing something of what he can do in white ball cricket. Showed it in red ball cricket as well. It wasn't a big swing. It was a decent backswing. It wasn't a massive follow through, but it was a really sweet piece of timing, and high over straight long on for six. Flew the ball. Charlesworth on to 69 now, 176 without loss, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, that is also what is hallmark, as you say, it has been in T20 cricket. It's just, you know, you kind of watch him play pretty much the same shots that he would play in red ball cricket, just amped up a bit. Doesn't slog it at all. He's still quite a correct looking player. It's just that the ball goes a long way. I mean, he's a tall man. It always helps when you've got the kind of the leverage. I think it means that you can have a quicker bat, as they like to say now. You have a longer swing, so you can get more speed of the bat to the ball. Deep square leg's gone out. Hull has Bancroft in his sights as he runs in and bowls, and Bancroft allows that to pass through to the keeper, standing noticeably further back.
Yeah, it's good pace, and taking it quite high as well. It's the quickest he's bowled so far, Hull.
You can definitely tell he's really bending his back now and getting so much more carry than we've seen of late. Really good to watch. So there are not, I've been talking about it a lot with Singh Dale this year, that there's not many bowlers bowling that quickly at that age in this country, but Hull is another. Hull in, bowls, that's a very wayward short wide delivery. They decide not to come through for any sort of a bite, but that might have cost Ben Cox a fingernail or something. I think he's all right, but
again, it was quick and
you wouldn't want to try and stop that. You wouldn't want to be the slip cord.
Had Cox not got there, it sort of would have pinned Louis Kimber at first slip around about the forehead, wouldn't it?
Well, they were just running out of the way.
Yeah.
if Cox hadn't got anything on that was going straight through everyone. It really took off. Hull running in, bowls to Bancroft. Bancroft stands tall, turns into the onside. And there's a lot of room out there for him to take a single with. Only mid-on, saving a 177 without loss. Bancroft onto 79.
Just realised what has been started up. One of the many interesting businesses on Milligan Road, in those little warehouses, is a surfacing company, and he's just started up one of his surfacing machines. He's just checking it.
Just
out,
doing a bit of surfacing out there in front of us, as you're sort of peddling your wares to the passers-by.
I love some of the names there. Just Easy Bargains.
Yes. Hull in on the pads down the leg side, and a good sprawling take from Cox saves himself more buys. Yes, you sort of feel like, I mean, you would say that you can get easy bargains elsewhere, of course, but we don't know what sort of bargains they're delivering.
One day
so
I'll have to go in there,
you know,
just to see what's what. New stock every day, it advertises.
We can't say other whatevers are available. I suppose other bargain stores are available, but
Indeed.
But easy ones, just easy ones as well, not just easy bargains, just easy bargains.
Nothing else but easy bargains.
Here comes Hull over the wicket to Charlesworth. Short delivery, and Cox has managed to get some sort of a glove on that, but I don't think he's going to save himself 4 buys. He isn't. It goes, in fact, it's going to be 6 because it's been given as a no ball, presumably for height. Yeah, no ball by 4. So, in fact, I have to keep checking myself because they changed this again. So it does go down as 4 buys, but it's 2 no balls. It used to be 6 no balls, but now they've changed it again. Anyway, whatever happens, it's 6 more onto the extras column, and it's 183 without loss.
Extras 35 now.
He just couldn't quite stand back far enough. Cox. Hull really does have his pace up. 2 deliveries left this over. Hull runs in, bowls to Charlesworth, who's leaning forward, defends on the bounce back to the bowler. This is what it's all about. I mean, we had so much of this last week, with particularly when De Lange was tearing into Karen Nair, and to be honest, at times he did make Karen Nair look like certainly a lower order player, somebody who's got a test 100, and ended up just, I mean, it was fairly similar actually to the ball that Hull bowled Charlesworth, where he just kind of put his bat up there almost in self-defence, and the ball looped up to mid-wicket instead of going over the keeper's head. And De Lange got him out, but I mean, it was proper test quality stuff from De Lange. Hull in, driven by Charlesworth, well knocked down by Hull, and perhaps he was hoping for the stumps at the non-striker's end as well, but missed them, and Bancroft was back anyway. 183 without loss. Don't know how many overs that is in Hull's spell. Is that the 3rd over? Anyway, you sort of feel as though he's going to be kept on a fairly tight leash. So, how many more overs he can bowl at this pace, I'm not sure. In fact, he had another one before that, so I think this is, in fact, no, it's more than that. It was his 5th consecutive over, so we'll see.
Ahmed over the wicket to Bancroft, a little bit short, goes back, pulls it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Good diving effort to stop it out there by Rishi Patel. He couldn't quite get there, couldn't manage to make the stop. It bounces over the ropes, then over the advertising hoardings and down, almost down the side of the meet. 4 to Bancroft, moves on to 83 runs, beginning to flow. Not always quite where the Gloucestershire batsmen want them, but flow nonetheless, and that certainly went where Bancroft wanted it. In goes Ahmed, bowls, beats him with a leg spinner and beats everything, and it goes to the boundary for 4 buys. Beats Cox as well. Cox looks askance at the stumps, it missed everything. Things are happening out there. Yeah. And no breakthrough is coming. Whoa, that turned.
That's nicely bowled, isn't it? I mean, it's beautifully flighted actually, as well. It's the flight that has got Bancroft to lunge forward, and actually, I mean, he was right to come forward, but he was there so early and was made to look a little foolish.
In goes Ahmed, drops a little bit short and wide on that occasion. Bancroft goes back, cuts it out to the sweeper Curry, takes one.
Still just the odd delivery which is staying down a fraction. It'd be interesting to see how it plays out over the 4 days, whether that just goes or whether we really do start to see some deliveries shoot along the floor.
Ahmed goes round to Charlesworth, who drives firmly, pleasantly, cover drives, but Ben Mike's a very good fielder in the covers, and an extra cover gets across to his left to field as well. Ahmed is in. Bowles, drops too short. Charlesworth can go back and work it through the vacant leg side out to Curry. And take one. Coming up to the end of the 47th over, so almost halfway through the day. The surfacing machine is still under maintenance out there. It's amazing what the microphone does pick up. It's a long way away. Ahmed beautifully bowled. Oh, dropped. Dropped at first slip. Hanscom should have taken that catch. Low to his left. I'm pretty sure it carried. We'll have a look at the replay, but beautifully flighted leg spinner again. Found the outside edge of Bancroft's bat. Let's have a look. I think that carried. I think it clearly carried. And Hanscom should have hung on low to his left. Got two hands to it. Couldn't hang on. Bancroft picks up one. So first, well, not first if you count the being bowled off a no ball, but first genuine chance that Leicestershire have missed.
Yeah, I mean, it
did carry.
It's when it definitely did, and when you're moving to your left as the first slip fielder, it is always harder because the weight's sort of almost on the right foot. He's thinking about pushing off, and then the nick has gone finer than that, and he's not really in much of a position to then go back across his body and against his weight to take it low down to his left-hand side. So, well, it has been a pretty entertaining last sort of half an hour or so, with runs, potential wickets and near misses, but
there's turn there for Ahmed though, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's something there.
A couple of gorgeous deliveries in that over. Ben Mike replacing Josh Hull and beating Bancroft with his first delivery that he bowls. Ball that possibly moved away from the right-hander, as we'll have a look again, but he says we'll have a look again. He's looking at a dark replay screen with his sunglasses on, so I didn't see it, but did it move away?
It did, a little bit of swing.
Yeah, so again, it's still, I mean, it's a bit like last week actually, where it just kept on swinging. This ball that has been changed, still doing something. Mike to Bancroft, who plays slightly around that delivery, but gets enough bat on it that it rolls up to mid-off at a gentle pace. Nothing much more than that, and there is no run. Again, you sort of feel that shot there in the sort of category of shots that Bancroft plays in a way that perhaps others wouldn't. And he's on 85. Slip in a gully. Mike to Bancroft, and this is a fairly firm off drive, but mid-off cuts it off. And still not very many runs down the ground. I can remember a couple of runs that Charlesworth hit. Otherwise it's been, well, there was the 6 straight off the spinner, but that's a bit different really. In terms of out-and-out straight drives, I can't remember a huge amount that mid-off and mid-on haven't had a chance to get to. Halfway through this 48th over. In goes Mike. Bowls tucked away by Bancroft. He's timed that really well. I thought that was only going to be maybe a couple out to deep mid-wicket. It's a long boundary, so it still won't be 4, but it will be another very comfortable 3 as Hull gets the throw in. So 197 without loss. Bancroft on 88.
Well, that record now within one blow.
Kadir Ali and Craig Spearman. Of course, they've got a long way to go to break Craig Spearman's main record for the county, which is the highest individual score, 341 Mike in down the leg side and missed by Charlesworth as he tries a quite flamboyant flick through the leg side. That misses. In all the... Oh, he was a terrific player to watch, was Craig Spearman. But, you know, you think of sort of Hammonds, Graces, Miltons, Graveneys, all these greats of Gloucestershire batting of yesteryear, and Craig Spearman has the record for the highest individual score. Round the wicket goes Mike, bowling full, driving. Charlesworth bounds its way up to mid-off, and there's no run as Hull scoops it up. So the end of that over, so that is 48 overs gone and 48 overs still to be bowled. So we're going to be having tea, fancy, around about 4 o'clock, although Rehan Ahmed is bowling, so I just mean that it is the right side of 4 o'clock, as it were. 197 for none.
No change to the field, although Ahmed is getting something. Bowls a loosener to Kimber. And extra cover to the right-handed Bancroft. Ahmed is in and bowls. Bancroft is studiously forward, thick inside part of the bat. Ball squirts out to mid-wicket. Slightly darker clouds overhead at the moment. Again, no rain. Emphasise is suggested. In goes Ahmed, bowls, goes back. Bancroft there, and it hurries through, stays a fraction low, and well, you would have heard a loudish shout for leg before had he not got bat onto that one. He did, pushed it out into the offside. Ahmed in, bowls, gives it some air, pleasant delivery, forward goes Bancroft, defending out to Kimber again. Bounces in, bowls, back goes Bancroft, fiddles it out into the offside, but realises that Kimber has a bit of ground to make up to his left. He calls Charlesworth through for the quickish but perfectly safe single. 198 without loss.
You do feel as though, you know, he has already made plenty happen as Rehan Ahmed. He's been probably one of the most, in terms of the overs that he's bowled, he's been the most consistent threat. Others have had spells, certainly, Scriven and Hull, but in terms of over-by-over threat, I'd have to say Rehan Ahmed probably so far.
Stays over to the left-handed Charlesworth. That bounces a little bit as it comes back in. It was slightly short of a length, and Charlesworth perfectly within his rights to stay back, but it both spun back in and bounced a bit. Charlesworth kept it out. Goes Ahmed, bowls, nice air to that one, draws Charlesworth forward on off stump. He's got into a good rhythm now, Rehan Ahmed, and should have had the breakthrough, but remember, Bancroft on 84, dropped by his countryman Hanscom at first slip off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed. That was 5 runs ago, score now 198 without loss.
It's 35 runs now since Ben Charlesworth was bowled off that no ball as well, so both Gloucestershire openers could be back in the hutch by now, but are not. Several near misses as well, although it has to be said there have been periods of half an hour, 40 minutes also where they've looked untroubled, so it's, you know, it's been, it has kind of gone in spurts, and it's mostly been in spurts when Leicestershire have got their lines and lengths right. Here comes Ben Mike to Bancroft, who has carved that off the back foot out to deep backward point. Oh, it's almost a little fumble there from, well, there was a little fumble, but it wasn't a costly one from Rishi Patel at deep backward point, and a single is taken. Bancroft is on to 90. 199 for no wicket. Looking forward to the T20 when even people on the home side get the as the ball's coming towards them. You kind of think sometimes, come on, help your own side out here. Good fun. Round the wicket, Mike doesn't let go of the ball, perhaps realising that it might have been another no ball had he let go of it. It was kind of a
39 now.
deliberate land, and then, oh, hang on, this isn't right.
Extras have been about a fifth of the score throughout, haven't they?
Yeah. And it's meant that potentially the fact that Charlesworth at times wasn't scoring a huge amount, it mattered far less because the scoring rate was being kept up by the extras at the other end, whilst Bancroft has been batting at the tempo that he tends to bat at. Mike round the wicket bowls, Charlesworth drives and gets it off a bottom chunk of the bat down into the ground and ends up stopping dead long before backward point, so that shows you the extent to which he didn't time it. Still the fielders out at deep square and fine leg. Two hopeful slips who've had not really even the semblance of a chance off the seamers. In goes Mike, bowls to Charlesworth, who guides towards cover, and there is no run. Not sure whether that was a stare towards the striker or towards the slip cordon from Ben Mike, but perhaps trying to fire himself up like Josh Hull managed to do so and spark something for Leicestershire here. I mean, if you could know as Gloucestershire that you could edge one and have it be dropped and be bowled off a no ball, then you do those things because it just adds even to the frustration in the field. Mike bowls wide outside the off stump, and Charlesworth has nothing to do with that one. He doesn't have to play with the scoreboard being as it is. I suppose the only danger is with this, Ollie Price has been sitting there with his pads on for now 50 overs wondering when he's going to get in, and a couple of times he probably thought he was in. But it's a position you'd rather be in. Coming out second ball or something. Mike bowls, Charlesworth inside part of the bat as he looks to whip this one through the onside, but it is a single down to fine leg that brings up the 200 and therefore the 200-run opening partnership between Bancroft and Charlesworth. If we had a statistician, I would ask the last time that Gloucestershire had a 200-run opening partnership, but we don't, so that's going to take longer to look up than I'm afraid I think I'm going to manage whilst attempting to keep an eye on the action. But if anyone would like to oblige that's listening, then please do let us know. Mike runs in, bowls to Bancroft, who stands tall and blocks this one back towards the bowler. Another over is at an end.
All I can tell you is that there was one against Leicestershire in 2007.
Yes.
Between Kadir Ali and Craig Spearman. Well, Charles was getting a towel off and deserves one. Bancroft sort of looks on, slightly askance. It's, you know, sort of thing, yeah, just crack on, come on. He's spraying a bit of something on his hands and getting a drink, and Bancroft looks as though he could bat forever, essentially, and is ready to do so.
I think it was that, potentially, in that run fest against Surrey at Bristol a couple of years back with Dent and the man standing at mid-on, Marcus Harris, who both made hundreds. Dent went on to make a double ton and pass 10,000 runs in his first-class career in that match.
He's sporting an amazing hairstyle and beard at the moment, Chris Dent.
He's very well coiffed, is Chris Dent.
Very short at the sides and back, longish on the top, and a straggly beard. Round the wicket goes Ahmed and bowls, and it's smacked back over his head, and that is a record. What a way to go to that record as well. Charlesworth strikes England's Rahan Ahmed back over his head for another 6, takes the score onto 206, and that is a record opening partnership for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. Well batted, Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth. Ahmed is in. Charlesworth again is hitting him straight back over his head for a 1 bounce 4. So 10 off the first 2 balls of the Ahmed over. He's decided, Ben Charlesworth, and perhaps with good reason, that there's no point hanging around against Ahmed if there is a little bit of turn to be had, and there is. Let's see if we can hit him out of the attack.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good way of doing it.
And you felt as that ball went up there as well, you just thought, well, if he wants to go again, you had enough time even to think it, because it was quite a loopy delivery.
Ahmed is in, played firmly off the back foot, but only as far as Scriven had extra cover. Hill hasn't reacted to these big straight hits. He hasn't posted a long off and offered Charlesworth one instead. Ahmed goes in, drags down a little bit short on leg stump, worked to backward square. No run because Curry is there, but Leicestershire looking a little bit ragged at the moment. 210 without loss. In goes Ahmed, gives it some air, smacked our way for another huge six. Actually was our way, but bounced well short, just over the picket fence. And that is, well, 16 off the first 5 balls of the over.
And just like that, Charlesworth has equalled his previous first-class career best, which came last year at Derby.
He doesn't have 100.
Nope.
Ah. Potentially a big moment. In goes Ahmed, drops short, stays low. An appeal for leg before, but not from Ahmed. It did too much. Stayed very, very low. Hurried through onto Charlesworth as he tried to work it away, and it was going to miss leg stump. Well, an eventful over. Rahan Ahmed taking some punishment in it. 5 overs, none for 33 now. He's looked very likely, but Hill's reaction and a pat on the back for Ahmed suggests he's going to take him off. So Charlesworth, job done.
Well, if he has managed to do that, then yeah, that is very much job done, because until that over, he was looking really threatening, particularly bowling to Bancroft more so than Charlesworth, but Charlesworth has clouted him for a couple of sixes and a couple of fours. Mike to continue to Bancroft, and Charlesworth has raced up to be almost level with him now as Mike bowls to Bancroft, clipped through the onside, past mid-wicket, should be a couple of runs. In fact, I think they can probably jog that second because it's a comfortable couple. 92 to Bancroft, and it's 218 without loss. Yeah, I suppose we've... Of course, it was handy that they passed the sort of all-ground record for Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire, so that's that ticked off now, and there's a long way to go before it's any other kind of record. As Bancroft, oh, he's timed that. He played one of those shots at Northampton last week that I couldn't quite understand how he managed to time it that well. It's only a little forward push, and it has absolutely sped to the cover point boundary for 4 more. So Bancroft is on to 96, and it's double Nelson without loss. You kind of feel that, I mean, already perhaps Gloucestershire are thinking, well, you know, partly it's taking what's on offer, but it's also we're in such a strong position now that actually it's time to really step the foot on the gas and think about the batting that's to come. Mike bowls short down the leg side and taken by Cox away to his left. On 96, Bancroft is not fancying having a hook to what is a 85-metre boundary possibly for his 100. Not particularly interested in bringing it up in that sort of style. He's just interested in bringing it up. Miles Hammond went to his ton last week with a 6 over square leg, but to the shorter boundary. Mike runs in, bowls to Bancroft. He takes his hand off the bat there anyway. It didn't fully go through with the attempted drive, and it's fielded at mid-off.
Well, they've got a bit of work to do to break the highest partnership for the first wicket against Leicestershire, but it's not ludicrously out of reach. Very famous, very, very famous names made it back in 1937.
Okay. Mike in, bowls, in behind that is Bancroft, and playing back towards the bowler. Somebody enjoyed that defensive shot anyway.
Yeah, they're within 100 of it. It was 315 made by Herbert Sutcliffe. and Len Hutton.
Wow.
At the Circle in Hull.
Okay.
In 1937. No. As they say in Hull. No. Or not, as the case may be on that
Clearly
occasion.
the circle wasn't big enough. Last ball of the over. Mike into Bancroft. Short. He does take it on this time, and well, it would have been a catch for Chris Watts at square leg, but annoyingly for Leicestershire, he's not taken it. A single is added, which will mean Bancroft will keep the strike on 97, with Charlesworth on 87. The score 223 for no wicket, and indeed Rehan Ahmed has been asked to take a breather. I almost wondered whether just having Bancroft on strike might make Leicestershire think, well, we actually come really close to getting him out with Rehan Ahmed, at least maybe try and trap Bancroft on strike with him being on 97 as well, but nope, they've changed the bowling.
Given he's on 97. To continue.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right.
Here comes Scott Curry then. Bowls to Bancroft, who watches that one through to Cox behind the stumps, not interested in a waft outside the off stump. So he scored an unbeaten double hundred in his last innings for Gloucestershire before this stint. Did Bancroft made a rather tortuous 70 in his first innings back with the club against Yorkshire. Curry bowls to Bancroft, who tries to cut away. Oh, he thought that was it. It's a shot that Bancroft likes, that cut. Would have been a way, I'm sure, that he would have brought up some of his centuries in the past, but not this time. Mistimed it to cover. And a couple of lean matches after that, but you know, you never really worry too much. Somebody with the weight of runs behind him that Bancroft has, 53 and 139 in the last match. Curry bowls to Bancroft. It's down the leg side, flicked away, but it's off the pad down to fine leg for 4 runs. The extras column moves into the 40s, 43 it has, and it's 227 without loss, but down the leg side, another ball which Bancroft might feel that he's missed out on. Well, there's probably no might about it.
Just to say, Sussex 150 all out against Yorkshire.
And that's down at Hove. Here comes Curry to Bancroft, who's again tries to flick down the leg side, and a one-handed half stop by Cox behind the stumps, and that's not hit anything at all. That's going to be another bye. I mean, you'd look at the numbers at the end of the day and think, oh, Ben Cox has had a rare bad day behind the stumps, but it's not been that at all. It's another 3 that he's saved. I mean, think how many byes he could have. 228 without loss. Now, do I hand back to you or complete the over? It's difficult to know what to do in this
I'll just
situation.
Back and let you crack on. I'll give your voice a quick break and nip in. Curry's going to go round the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, who isn't that far away from 3 figures himself. He just works that one off middle and leg out to Ben Mike, who's just in front of square on the leg side. But he's heading into new territory, Ben Charlesworth. 87 he's on at the moment. This is his find out what innings,
37th
how many innings he's played.
Match.
37. There we go. As Curry is in to him, he defends this time on off stump out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, so Bancroft will be facing Ben Mike within 1 blow of 3 figures. He has gone past 3 figures a fair few times, Cameron Bancroft, in his career.
I'm trying to remember what the one last week was. Was it 27? Yeah.
Yes.
27.
27 first class hundreds, 4 list A hundreds.
Yeah, but whilst, as we say, Charlesworth, this is his 60th first class innings. That overall best of 99 not out in that successful chase in the One Day Cup against Hampshire in 2021. What a chance this is for him. 2 catches in close on the onside for Bancroft, just the 1 slip and 2 short mid-wickets. As Mike is in bowls to Bancroft. This has hit the pad. Mike is the only one, I think, on the ground who thinks that might be out. But once again, it's a ball which could have been glanced away. It's kind of hard to be critical of a man who's 3 runs shy of hitting back-to-back tons, but I'm sure Bancroft will be thinking, oh, just got a bit of bat on a couple of those. And he's probably, batters of that level still, I'm sure, think that. They're not, just content with runs. Mike bowls. That looks closer, LBW-wise, but not out, says umpire Shan Mugam. Maybe just a bit high, but that one certainly looked...
Let's shout for
possibly,
a while.
Yeah, possibly the best
Outside
in terms of the
line.
LBW shouts. That's the first one.
Ooh, just outside the line. He leant forward after it had hit him as well. Really did. Made sure it was looked outside the line, but that wasn't far away. That wasn't far away.
I mean, you do wonder maybe about height as well, but I'm not sure. Mike into Bancroft, short, pulled away, but this won't be the 100. It will just be a single to deep forward square leg. Bancroft takes his score to 98, 229 without loss. I'm not sure about that LBW shout now. I mean, it
very quickly leant forward, didn't it? But after it,
unless he's
it hit the pad,
but
it looked very close to being in line. But
yeah.
I think he was given out on basis of being outside the line. But I think his movement was, well,
you
very
definitely
canny to get
made the old
forward.
T signal with that one, I think, especially given the situation. Mike round the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth, who stands tall in defence. It's played to mid-on, and there's no run. It's quite heavy cloud, as you say. It doesn't look as if it's going to bring rain at this point. It's just sort of on the edge where some days it seems to find the energy to turn itself into some really quite nasty downpours, but today, hopefully, it's just not quite going to get there. But they do have rather dark and dismal looking lower sides to them, these clouds. As leading forward, blocking this one pretty firmly to Tom Scriven, extra cover, and there is no run. 288s in this game with Scriven and Hammond. I'm not going to make any further comment. 88. Do you sort of wonder what I mean, there must be a reason why they've chosen these numbers. I think I've ever asked Hammond why he chose 88 or Scriven. It's an interesting number to choose. In comes Mike bowls. He's tried to drive that one as Charlesworth, and it's flashed away down to quite a fine deep third position, but that is the single. That means that Charlesworth has moved to a new career best score in first class cricket, 88 to him, 230 without loss. I would imagine the nerves are going to be going a bit for Charlesworth, especially because, as I say, he's had these sort of, I mean, that innings at Derby last year, you felt he probably should have gone on. I think he ended up playing a pull shot, hitting one up in the air, which is quite similar to when he had the chance against Middlesex at Radlett the year before in the One Day Cup. He's had a couple of near misses, and you sort of feel, you know, the longer that's gone on, almost the tougher it might be these next 12 runs, but we'll see.
Curry into Charlesworth round the wicket, defends solidly out towards mid-on. I wasn't sure if Bancroft was going to be on strike there, but no, tis Charlesworth. He's got a bit of work to do yet. 88 off 164. Bancroft 98 off 169. The fact that Ahmed has been hit out of the attack will extend the day as well. Curry is in bowls, driving in the air for a few feet. is Charlesworth again with that slightly lackadaisical air from sometimes plays outside off stump when it's slightly wide. It's careless would be the wrong word, but there's something slightly loose about it. Sometimes he squats down and well, he hasn't batted for. I'd be interested to see how many balls, highest number of balls he's faced in an innings. He's probably beaten that as well. 165 at the moment. Curry's in to him, shorter ball. He gets up on his toes and drops it down at his feet on the on side. It rolls out to Hull.
No, he certainly batted for a long time in that innings at Derby last year. But yeah, this has tended to be the sort of way that he's played in first-class cricket, but more recently he's added that ability to really try and go after the spinners.
Curry in, bowls, leave from Charlesworth, and it probably wasn't so very far away from his off stump because it was taken by Cox on the run to his right, and Curry sort of wheeled away as though that was very, very close indeed.
87 from 211 that innings. I had a feeling it was over 200 balls, but yeah, that was sort of before he'd really. I mean, the T20 I think showed him what he could do in terms of trying to take bowlers down.
Curry in, bowls slightly short, goes for the short arm pull, doesn't time it, comes off a thick bottom edge and rolls fairly gently towards Ben Mike at that sort of slightly squarish mid wicket.
Although I suspect Derbyshire bowled a huge amount of spin.
230 for none without either batsman having passed 100. Extras 44. Curry in, bowls. Good line, good length. Charlesworth equal to it. Walks forward, plays it out towards mid-on. And again, he wants something, I think, from the pavilion. Bancroft wanders down to have a word with him. And out comes the bearded Dent with a change of gloves. He's quite high maintenance,
he does
isn't he?
Seem to like,
Ben Charlesworth compared to Cameron Bancroft.
He does seem to have had a constant battle throughout the day in terms of those gloves. Dent, fortunately, is probably still the quickest in terms of the dash, probably of everybody in the Gloucestershire setup. He's a fantastically talented all-round sportsman, is Chris Dent. He's one of these people that sort of, you know, they were playing their darts, took the dartboard around when it was raining seemingly non-stop at the end of last year, and Dent was apparently the best at that, and then he's the best footballer as well. It doesn't annoy you when people can be the best at so many different things. Even just one thing would be nice. Tom Scriven is bowling to Bancroft, and Bancroft is playing a sort of attempted manipulated defence into a gap on the offside, but there's not really enough pace on the ball for him to find runs out there. It's fielded at cover by I think that's Swindle's on the field again.
It is, yeah. Ben Mike came off looking at his right hand, so
possibly another
running repairs.
Just a little break for somebody. In comes Scriven, bowls, and they're up behind the stumps, but Scriven again has nothing to do with the appeal, so it'd be a brave umpire to give somebody out caught behind when
Cox and Hanscom were absolutely convinced, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They went up sort of straight away, but again it was more
his bat
Hanscom,
hit the back of his pads.
Yeah, I think he's done that 3 times now.
So there was a clear noise, but he sort of hit the back of his calf almost with the bat.
I think 2 of the previous shouts were exactly that. Scriven into Bancroft on 98, and he will remain on 98 as he guides the ball to backward point. And Rehan Ahmed gets across. So, you know, there's milestones potentially on the minds of both these two. It's allowed Leicestershire just to have another little period where they've dragged things back, and you start to feel that maybe a wicket might just come from a Gloucestershire point of view, with Bancroft 2 shy of 100 and Charlesworth on 88, having beaten his first class best, this would be a bad time to lose one. In comes Scriven bowls, and an on push from Bancroft beats short mid wicket but does not beat mid on, so once again there is no run. It's not going to be the most popular man, is Suri Shanmugam, after having given the no ball and then that shout to Cameron Bancroft, but you know, them's the decisions, and he's actually somebody who's got a lot of connections. He's come right through the ranks as Shanmugam. As Bancroft clips away through the onside, we'll pick up a single to deep mid wicket and move on to 99, 231 without loss. But yeah, he's not somebody who's taken the sort of the short route from being a former professional or anything like that. He's very much done his time down through the leagues, and somebody who I know is, well, a couple of indirect connections with him, somebody who's very popular, and he does seem to get on well with the players out on field, so good luck to him. Round the wicket goes Scriven, bowls to Charlesworth, who drives, and Scriven gets a hand on it and saves what might have been a boundary. Mid-on had some work to do, so the end of another cheap over with just that single coming from it. 231 without loss, so that's only 3 runs off the last 3 overs now. Leicestershire have just dried things up a bit, but again, it's nothing to be at all concerned about for Gloucestershire. They've just got to keep going the way they've been going, knowing that it's quite likely that Leicestershire will offer them something up by way of scoring chances. Not too distant future. 231 for no wicket. There are still 8 overs left until the tea break. Bancroft facing up to Curry on 99. Curry just making him wait a touch as he shines the ball and then makes sure his field is in the exact right position. In comes Curry, bowls to Bancroft, who's going to go for a single. There's hesitation, but the fielder can't field it cleanly, and Bancroft is there to hundreds in back-to-back innings. 130 not out at Northampton last week, and he is 100 not out at Grace Road. And a warm embrace from Ben Charlesworth, who's jogged down from the other end to congratulate his partner. These two have proved to be the perfect foil for each other. 175 balls for that 100 for Bancroft, and 12 fours included.
Well batted, Cameron Bancroft, who does now wave to the pavilion and ask for a drink to be brought out at the end of the over.
These Aussies, high maintenance, eh?
Round the wicket goes Curry, bowls to Charlesworth, who is slightly squared up. He was looking to push that one onto the leg side, came off a thick outside edge and ran out towards extra cover.
175 balls, and they want some of our drinks.
Well, he and Ben Charlesworth are putting Gloucestershire in a wonderful position here. They have to be targeting over 500 now, really, and batting only once in the match. In goes Curry, bowls, and Charlesworth is very correct in defence off stump into the offside. Down the pitch it goes. Curry fields in his follow through, then tosses the ball to Kimber to do a spot of polishing. Crowd getting livelier as the last of the school children head away.
It's not a bad crowd down there, actually. There's quite a lot of people sitting down to
front.
our right.
We don't tend to see them. You're right. In goes Curry, bowls down the leg side into the pads of Charlesworth. I think that will add to the extras as it runs down to long leg. Umpire Watts waits for the ball to be fielded, then turns, raises his left knee and brings extras up to 45 now. Out of
the scoreboard got like
a
graphic for sort of raising its bat, I wonder.
For extras, you mean?
The scorer just sort of raises their coloured pens or something.
Graphic fireworks or something. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump to Bancroft, who lets that one go. Yeah, the members' seats are sort of on either side of us, underneath the sort of semi-permanent umbrellas, so to speak. green seats. They've had their concrete repainted as well. Lucky them.
Yes.
Adds to the luxury, but
Luxurious grey concrete.
yeah, between the meet and the pavilion are sort of as a members only area. In goes Curry, bowls full, driven by Bancroft. Didn't sound as though he came out of the middle. He's going to pick up at least 2. He's running the second quickly. He's going to turn for the third. Kimber picks up, throws back to Ben Cox, but 3 it is. And Bancroft asks politely for permission for Dent to come on and bring him a drink, which Dent does, it being the end of the over. 236 without loss after 57 overs, so they've kept the run rate above 4s in this session. Remember, took lunch on 107 without loss off 29. Now 236 without loss off 57.
They've mostly taken what was on offer, but Charlesworth going after Rehan Ahmed really propelled his score along. And the fact they were able to hit him out of the attack, you feel, has really benefited Bancroft especially. He's facing up now to Scriven, who's there and bowls full. Bancroft drives flowingly through cover point for 4. And that was too tempting for a man who's now reached his milestone and is thinking about maybe even expanding things a touch.
Do you think he was wrong? I think that one expensive over was enough to drive Ahmed out of the attack.
Yeah, I think particularly, as I say, because Bancroft was on strike for the next over and he looked in some difficulty. I mean, he edged that catch, which probably should have been taken at first slip.
They didn't have much to lose, another over at least, just
Yeah.
to...
Or you could keep him on and give him some protection if you're worried about the runs being given away.
Exactly that, yeah.
I liked the fact that Hill kept the fielders up, but you could have given him protection. Scriven bowls to Bancroft, who defends into the onside. There is no run. 240 without loss. I have to go back and have a look at what that opening partnership was in the game between Gloucestershire and Surrey. One of the few sides, Gloucestershire, that didn't lose to Surrey in that 2022 season, although they did get relegated, so I'm not sure they'd be really holding that up as too much of a badge of honour. 603 played, 443 for 2. Scriven runs in now, he bowls to Bancroft, he flicks that one away behind square on the side. They will take 2 runs to the left hand side of Hull. Bancroft moves to 109. 242 for no wicket. 296 it was in that game, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Some just saying, a lot of Leicestershire fans saying, why on earth aren't we batting first? After winning the toss, it being Leicester, and the side's makeup being what it is, i.e. strong batting, inexperienced bowling.
I mean, you get off to the start like this if you're Gloucestershire, and you do give yourself the chance to boss the game.
Completely.
In comes Scriven bowls, and Bancroft has played a slightly more unconvincing defence to that. The ball was on a roundabout off stump, and the bat came down as though initially he was looking to play through the onside, but and just about manipulated it into the covers. There's no run. Yeah, 296 between Harris and Dent at Bristol in 2022. I fancy that must be the last double ton opening partnership for Gloucestershire. Scriven in bowls, Bancroft plays towards mid-wicket for no run.
Mark from Madrid
Aha.
has been in touch.
Mark from Madrid.
You read that one out.
Ah, yes. This is extraordinary. What a change from the side that was beaten by Sussex. Keep it up. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you look at that Sussex game and really it was that sort of mad 45 minutes where they lost, you know, 5-6 wickets in no time at all. And actually they felt, I think quite rightly, that they'd had a good first day down there. They got to 319 for 8 against Robinson and Seals. The ball was doing a fair bit. Scriven bowls, Bancroft guides down to deep third for a single, and he's pinched the strike on 110, 243 without loss. But even, you know, second day, 267 for 5 as Gloucestershire got themselves up above 350, and you felt they were a couple of early wickets because they had the second new ball coming that morning as well. You kind of felt, well, if they just grab a couple with that second new ball, they could have a sizable first innings lead. But as it is, despite the run out of Pujara, Sussex's lower order just kept on going and going. And they ended day 3 on 81 for 6, but still drew that game out with a scoreless, sorry, wicketless, scoreless, wicketless first session, and then Zafar Gohar took his 5-wicket haul to give Gloucestershire some sort of a sniff.
Curry is in, bowls short-ish to Bancroft, who cuts him away, but only as far as point, just backward of point. Harry Swindles is out there. Ben Mike, has he gone back out as yet? Can't quite see him out there.
Is that him down at fine leg? No, it's not.
It's Rahan down there. I think sometimes it's Marcus Harris, but in goes Curry, bowls onto the legs of Bancroft, clipped away as far as Ahmed, with that characteristic little hop and a step before he actually throws. When he's got a long way to throw, he sort of does a little hop. He's at deep square. Bancroft, Nelson, 111. 244 without loss. Still 32, best part of 38 overs left to be bowled today. Curry round the wicket to Charlesworth, who is leaning forward. He's gone slightly back into his shell. It was, I guess, a calculated risk which came off against Ahmed, but boy, did it come off.
Yeah, and he almost moved so quickly through the 70s and the 80s and had too much time to think about his career best. But now the seamers have come back. He's got time to think, yeah, well, I can't give this away. Come on, let's summon up another burst of determination to see myself through.
Curry bowls, good line, good length. Charlesworth has to defend, does very competently. Louis Kimber's rolling his arms over, very occasional off spinner. Louis, does have potential, but he's not sort of Colin Ackerman's standard as occasional off spinner, if that makes sense. Ackerman got through a lot of overs for Leicestershire, picked up a lot of wickets. Curry is in, bowls a slightly slower, fuller delivery, and leaning forward, Charlesworth does edge it along the ground all the way down to third man, where Harris is standing in front of the electronic scoreboard, underarms it back to Ben Cox. Charlesworth picks up 1, moves on to 89.
Took some wickets, did Kimber, in that one-day cup game in 22 down at Bristol. Quite a good all-round game there.
Curry back over the wicket, bowls a bouncer, decent bouncer, but just a little bit too short, and Bancroft sort of saw it earlier, went down on one knee, and the ball shot over his head, taken high above his head by Ben Cox. 245 without loss after 59.
Leicestershire have been something of a nemesis for Gloucestershire so far in the one-day cup, with that semi-final defeat and then that loss the year before, which was effectively the loss that you'd point to and say, well, that was when Leicestershire took control of the chance to make the knockout stages, and Gloucestershire came into the final round with, I think, needing about 3 results to go their way, and they won, but the other results didn't go their way. Tom Scriven continuing, and bowling to Charlesworth, who's reaching for that one and is beaten on the inside edge by the looks of things there, as Cox has to go running away to his right to take the ball, suggesting that that has come back on Charlesworth. A chance to see it again, mostly on the angle, but then it has just taken off and moved in even further, and it has beaten Charlesworth on the inside edge. Nervous times. Scriven bowls to him, and this time he's in very studied, almost exaggerated fashion forward to defend that one. Off for another wonder. He does have that temperament, Charlesworth, that usually you sort of feel he's not somebody to be hurried, but then he's never been 89 not out in a first-class game before. And again, you do sort of hope that one might bring several more. If he could get there. Scriven bowls and an on push from Charlesworth towards mid-on. A couple of Gloucestershire's support staff are in the box, a couple to our left. So I don't know whether they feel that they can't move from there now with Charlesworth on 89, but they don't look exactly altogether comfortable. I think there's sort of some tapping going on and some slightly nervous watching. Scriven in bowls, Charlesworth defends once again. Game of cat and mouse at the moment. Who's going to blink first? It was Charlesworth earlier on in the over. He feels Scriven, if he can just settle in on that, then he's got a chance here.
The ball that beat him did an awful lot, and this is what people might not realise, either tuning in for the first time or just looking at the scores on the screen. Think, oh, shirt front. It isn't a shirt front. There is a little bit there occasionally.
Scriven runs in, bowls to Charlesworth, who drives dismissively straight of mid-off and for 4 runs. Mentioning a few times, we haven't seen too many shots down there, but that was that wasn't just a sort of a usual Charlesworth, very much vertical bat drive. That was a biff from Charlesworth. He was not going to miss out on that one. It moves on to 93, 249 without loss. So Gloucestershire 1 run away from opening the scoring as far as bonus points. Again, it was a shot more akin to a T20 match than first class match. He'd had enough with that one. Scriven runs in, bowls, Charlesworth lets that go, and Cox has not managed to take that on the half volley, and that will go down for 4 more byes as the extras column hits 49 and Gloucestershire reach 253 without loss. So their first batting bonus point brought up without the loss of a wicket.
Well, the day really could not have gone any better as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Maybe it was a very good toss to lose.
Could be 2 in a row.
You're convinced that Van Buren would have bowled?
I suspect so.
We'll ask him. Well, we'll ask afterwards.
We'll ask, yes. We'll definitely ask somebody as to what Gloucestershire would have done. But I mean, you looked at the pitch and you tend to feel, yes, I know you can get carried away with the green, but at the same time you feel the first day so often is the day where it's going to do its most, whether it be in terms of carry or even just the fact that it was quite damp yesterday. So what moisture there is going to exist on day one. I think now that you look back on it, you think probably another good toss to lose for sure, because the score's 253 without loss. But I kind of felt it. I must say, up front, I didn't feel it would be a bad toss to win and bowl.
A little bit of a delay while Louis Kimber bowls a few looseners. Lewis Hill sets his field. Tall, young right arm off spin, goes in and bowls on the leg stump of Bancroft, who goes back and turns the ball out to the sweeper on the leg side. Jogs 1. Well, Charlesworth can't get there off to his 100 off this next delivery, so I'll keep going for the time being. But after his dismissal of Ahmed, he might be inclined to do the same, or attempt to do the same to Louis Kimber and try and keep the seamers bowling, because Leicestershire would have hoped for a lot more overs from Ahmed, I am sure. Round the wicket goes Kimber and bowls to Charlesworth, who does indeed drive expansively for 4 to the offside boundary, just wide of mid-off, down to the long off boundary for 4. And now he is very much within 1 shot of a maiden first class 100, and we'll see if Ed Seaborn can see him over the line.
He did kind of feel this was probably going to be too tempting for Charlesworth. On 97, Kimber bowls, Charlesworth goes big again, down the ground, and it's gone for 6. He reaches his first class 100, his first professional 100, with a 6 over long off. And this has been coming from Ben Charlesworth, who raises his arms aloft and his helmet to the dressing room. He's a young man with so much talent, Ben Charlesworth, but he hadn't got to 3 figures yet. And in his 60th first-class innings, he has reached 100 with a majestic strike down the ground. And what a partnership this has been. 264 without loss.
184 balls, 9 fours and 5 sixes. A lot of dots in there then, given that many in boundaries. Well played, Ben Charlesworth. Kimber is in to him, bowls, drops short, bounces a bit. He goes back, cuts pleasantly, but only as far as backward point. Scriven fields, 264 without loss. Oh, that famous 300 opening partnership made by those two very famous Yorkshiremen, very much in danger now. In goes Kimber, bowls outside off some. It does turn, but kind of deliberately, if that makes any sort of sense, and very much straightforward read for Charlesworth. He lets it go through outside off stump. Kimber is in, bowls, that's a better loop, and again there's a little bit of turn, but again it was wide and Charlesworth could and did leave. He's played those 2 spinners, Ahmed and now Kimber, extremely effectively. 264 without loss. Bancroft 112, Charlesworth 103.
9
4s, 5 6s round the ground. As I say, you got the feeling that it was coming this summer. He was being talked up a lot by his teammates in the pre-season at Media Day. He was somebody that Gloucestershire's skipper Van Buren said, watch out for Ben Charlesworth this year. So clearly they felt that he had a really good winter and that he was batting well. He got his eye in really nicely with that, as I say, 95-run match aggregate in the first game when he wasn't dismissed in either innings and ran out of partners. Rehan Ahmed is bowling, and he's bowling to Bancroft, who runs the ball towards backward point, and there won't be a run there. But you still sort of felt, you know, until he's there, when's it coming? The answer was today. Huge life on 58 when he was bowled off a no ball by Josh Hull. As on the back foot, Bancroft tries to steer it through the gap between backward point and cover, but doesn't get enough bat on it, so there's no run. Yeah, he is taking full advantage. I said at the time, I had a feeling in his 87 at Derby he was bowled off a no ball, but it would take some serious going back to check. Bancroft's going for a quick single here towards backward point. The view's going to dive at the non-striker's end, but he doesn't really need to bother because the field has not picked the ball up.
Yeah, Curry. There's a little bit of a devil in him, Curry. He didn't pick it up cleanly, but he still put in the throwing action, and Bancroft dived into the dust. Just didn't need to do it.
It looked good for any snappers that might have been present, with Bancroft diving full length into his ground. He's on 113. Rehan Ahmed doesn't bowl because long on was still moving. I think it was actually Ben Cox rather than Ben Charlesworth who told Rehan Ahmed to abort there. Long on just not quite wide enough for his liking. Rehan Ahmed bowls and turned quietly into the onside to mid-wicket by Charlesworth. So new territory. Having got to 100, what does Charlesworth do now? If you're the coaching staff, you'd be saying, well, you know, it's not just enough to get to your 100, etc., etc. I'm sure it's a lot easier said than done when the adrenaline's pumping and you're feeling great about yourself, having achieved something that few get to achieve. 100 in first-class cricket. Last delivery was played to mid-wicket for no run. Certainly a day to savour for Ben Charlesworth. Rehan Ahmed in and cut by Ben Charlesworth, but it will not bring him runs as Hull fields at backward point. So a tidy comeback over from the opposite end from Rehan Ahmed, just the one run from it, 265 without loss. And it wasn't really as if he was bowling, you know, wasn't bowling ranked long hops that were getting hit for 6. They were just in that slot that batters like to line up nowadays. In the old days, you said not bad delivery, maybe a bit overpitched, but times has changed.
158 runs in the session. Still 2 overs to go. Ben Mike is now coming back on. Harry Swindle's familiar sort of... there's not much of Harry. Familiar sort of scurrying run. Short legs working away. Kimber over the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft is in. Toss stop. He waits for it though. Bancroft plays it off Midland leg back down the pitch. In defence, no run. The surfacing machine has been switched on again, and it's got its bonnet open if that's what it is. Its cover open. In goes Kimber, looking to pull. It wasn't that short. Stayed a bit low as well. He got enough on it in the end, Bancroft, to pull it out to the sweeper on the onside, but could have snuck under his pull. Didn't.
Is it going to go and surface that van over there? Give it a nice finish. White paintwork.
I suspect it's got a job to go on, but they're not very happy with it. Round the wicket goes Kimber, down the wicket goes Charlesworth, but then defends back down the pitch to Kimber. We are only an over and a half away from tea now, so should have half an eye on that. You would have thought. Kimber into Charlesworth, goes back, plays it very pleasantly out to the sweeper on the point boundary on this occasion, takes one. Yeah, I expect it will do Ben Charlesworth an awful lot of good, this maiden first-class century. The knowledge that he can do it now. All right, he had a biggish slice of luck once. In goes Kimber, pushed by Bancroft to mid-off. But you need that,
yeah.
You know, when you're an opener, usually. And he took full advantage. Kimber is in, clipped neatly by Bancroft out to the sweeper on the onside, and one is taken. Well, 2 overs for Kimber, 2 overs, none for 14, but he turned a couple to Charlesworth, but from outside off stump, turning away, and in his first over. In his second, it looked like both batsmen pretty much had the measure of him. 268 without loss.
I don't think it was a bad move by Leicestershire to put the fielders back for that over as well, because if Charlesworth really wants to take a risk this close to tea, then you probably want the fielders back on the boundary to Kimber. But they are up for Rehan Ahmed to Bancroft, who leans forward and guides the ball, almost bisecting the 2 sides of the pitch as it's fielded by Rehan Ahmed. He's not going to waste too much time. He wants his tee, but he bowls a full toss to Bancroft, but this has been whipped straight to mid-on, so there is no run. 4 balls to go until the break, and Gloucestershire finish off another dream session. Rehan Ahmed bowls on the back foot, turned away by Bancroft, but straight to Hull at backward square. So again, there is no run, and if this over is a maiden, then so be it. I think really from a Gloucestershire perspective. It goes Rehan Ahmed bowls full. Bancroft just quietly drives this one to short extra cover. And there's no run. Leicestershire have been tempted in the last over before the tea break to stick another man in close. In goes Rehan. This is turned firmly, but straight to short mid-wicket, so there's no run. Ben Charlesworth can probably rest easily at the non-striker's end, knowing he won't have to face until after tea, barring some more extras, which sit at 49. And here is the last ball before tea. Rehan Ahmed bowls on the back foot, Bancroft turning to mid-wicket, and that is the end of a session which has seen Gloucestershire score 161 runs without losing a wicket. Bancroft and Charlesworth both on unbeaten tons, with Charlesworth scoring his maiden first-class ton. There are a few people down there, I assume Gloucestershire supporters, who are looking for some nice photos of Charlesworth and Bancroft as they walk off. 268 run opening partnership, and it's still not done yet.
We will be back with you after a much needed cup of tea in around about 18 minutes time. Hopefully you can join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road.
Somerset 265.4 against Kent. And the overall Surrey all out 213 against Worcestershire. Worcestershire yesterday. Division 2 at Derby, Northamptonshire 135.4 against Derbyshire. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 155.8 against Middlesex. And at home, Sussex all out 150, Henry Bryan, Yorkshire 37.2.
Bed. Are they not the bed? What? I'll find you.
Best food on the sea, so get that over Bristol. Bristol? Oh, it's good this year, yeah. You're going to sit here the rest of the night? Well, go at the other end of the ground. I want this one extra, this one extra. 200. No longer these two the tallest of the sides. Luke, you like that, don't you? Is that here today? Oh, right. Yeah, it's 1150. 87. 87 at Derby last year. 1150.
It's got very long, hasn't it?
Right, Rach, what are you doing? You got a bit of Mexican food there or what? Feel any better? Feel any better?
Okay.
Cheers, Bob.
So it could be history then.
We want this one extra, more important reward. Okay. So the biggest cheer of the day.
I'm going to watch out for it then.
This biggest
stopped in the covers, 269 for no wicket. So Bancroft immediately gets to face his first ball after the break. He's faced 200 in his innings prior to this, as Hull comes in, left arm over to bowl to Bancroft, and this is turned away through mid-wicket. It's a short boundary though, so it's, you know, it is going to be 2 in the end. Rehan Ahmed running round. It's 271 without loss. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray with you on the BBC Sport website and app via BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol and Gloucestershire. And for Leicestershire, well, I guess we have to hope that the change of session and another regroup has provided them with the boost to go out there and change things, but not from that delivery. That is down the leg side and flicked fine by Bancroft for another boundary. So he moves into the 120s. Gloucestershire already up to 275 without loss.
Yorkshire already 3 wickets down. It's definitely going to be a 3-day game, if not 2-day game at Sussex, it would appear. A sporty wicket.
Well, other sides potentially getting results shakes up the table somewhat. Hull in bowls, let go by Bancroft. Good carry through to the gloves of Cox. But yeah, you can't just necessarily sit on a draw, and I'm not saying that, well, Gloucestershire are 275 without loss, but you know, they're not going to be thinking anything about the result. They're just going to be thinking about batting another session and then another one after that, and then probably another one after that before they really think about anything too much in that regard, if they can get that far. But yeah, I guess both these sides potentially know that they can't just draw this match and be exactly where they were pretty much at the start of the round, as pushing forward is Bancroft. Play this one to mid-on, there's no run. Not only that game, but also the game between Glamorgan and Middlesex, which has really moved on at a pace, with Glamorgan 162 for 8 in a rematch of the game where Sam North East broke the record for the highest first-class score at Lord's. Rather different this time, 162 for 8.
Again, as nothing to what he did here at Leicestershire.
Yes.
Go over 400.
Here comes Hull. Bowls short and ducked by Bancroft to complete the over. So runs being gathered in the first half of the over, with 7 being taken from the first 3 deliveries and then 3 dot deliveries to finish with 275 for naught.
Will they go with spin? It would appear so. Rehan Ahmed is tossed the ball to continue his work from the Bennett end. And for 34 from 7, just that one over when Charlesworth hit him for 2 sixes and a 4. That was his 5th over. The only one in which he took punishment, and he has had Bancroft dropped. Over the wicket he goes to the left-handed Charlesworth, who does drive, and drive very pleasantly for 4 actually. It was over-pitched by Rehan Ahmed, but there was nothing of a risk about that shot really from Ben Charlesworth when he struck Ahmed for his not consecutive, but 2 sixes in the over. Well, that wasn't. It was a half volley, and it just very nicely driven straight back past him on the offside, between the batter, the non-striking batter, and the stumps for 4. Nothing at all that mid-off could do about it. In goes Ahmed, bowls again. Oh, I thought that one had snuck through. It stayed a bit low. Charlesworth went back, it stayed low, got an inside edge, and it ran down through leg, slipped down towards the fine leg boundary. Scriven chased down, picked it up, and Charlesworth picks up 3, moves on to 110. But as I say, that one did look as though it sort of scuttled through a little bit.
Yeah, the bottom corner of the bat that he's got on that.
Ahmed is in to Bancroft, who is forward studiously. Got there a bit too soon actually and popped it up for a foot or two, perfectly safely, down the pitch on the onside. Ahmed in, gives it some air and clipped very nicely, got to it on the full that time. Bancroft got it away past mid-wicket, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So these two continuing, and probably rightly, with the policy of attacking the spinners. That said, Ahmed has not hit his length in this over and has been punished, as you would expect to be punished, by two batsmen who've gone past 100. 284 without loss. One way up to 4.3, and scoring at this rate, Ed, you know, they're really putting themselves in complete control, really. They can decide what to do, they can press, you know. It really does give the captain every possible option. Forward goes Bancroft to that delivery from Ahmed. No comes the call as he pushes it out towards point. Scriven comes into field, and there is no run. Ahmed is in, Bancroft's forward and beaten. Did he play deliberately inside the line? Did it turn past the outside edge? Cox took the ball and then whipped off the bails for form's sake. Bancroft's back foot having gone nowhere, but again, just that moment, and there have only been moments as far as Leicestershire are concerned, created by Ahmed.
Yeah, he's sort of gone feeling for that one a bit. I don't know that it's turned a huge amount, but I think I don't know whether there's maybe a bit of drift or something. He's certainly been drawn into the shot a long way away from his body.
Yeah,
just
he didn't
enough.
need to play it. It turned a fraction, but he'd have been cross if he'd edged that one, because as you say, he was pulled into playing it.
Hull bowls down the leg side to Charlesworth. It's got to be quite short, really, to properly trouble him. Not that hasn't happened in his innings. The ball after he was bowled off the no ball was fended over the keeper's head for 4. Charlesworth takes a single there quite comfortably off the back of a length delivery from Hull to backward square leg. Charlesworth moves on to 111. I did manage to make it in my lap round the ground after tea, trying to get a bit of exercise in, and spoke to a very proud dad of Ben Charlesworth as Hull bowls very short, and Bancroft has let that one go, and it's a no ball. So that brings up the 50, and there are some sarcastic cheers around the ground for the 50th and 51st extra of this innings, and we are not 67 overs into it. 287 without loss. Hull is coming round the wicket to Bancroft. I think this is the first time that he's done this in the innings so far, trying to change the angle up. Hull in, bowls. Bancroft taps this one firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm sure Mr. Charlesworth won't mind me relaying this, but he saw that Ben was not out at lunch and has hot-footed it up from the parks in Oxford, where it was this afternoon, and it's proven to be a fruitful, if by the looks of things rather nervous, time of it for him, watching his son reach the milestone. As round the wicket goes Hull, bowls to Bancroft, who's forward defending out into the covers.
What was he doing at the parks? Are one of the other brothers playing there? Or?
No, I suspect there was a coaching session or something going on there. He's a coach within the Oxfordshire setup.
Those 50 extras were made up of 18 byes, 15 leg byes, 16 in no balls, and 1 wide.
Hull's long run takes him at least 2/3 of the way towards a fairly sizable straight boundary. Runs in now, bowls short again to Bancroft, and a tumbling take down the leg side from Cox. I don't think it was too badly directed, just went further away from Cox as it went through. But yeah, I think it's fair to say he looked as though he'd had a fairly nervous wait for the time that he was here. I mean, it's especially because he's had those sort of near misses that I was describing, especially in the One Day Cup as well. I think it sort of, it must feel even more like relief that he's there. Oh, he's gone for the pull shot here, Bancroft. It's looped up in the air and he's caught it cover by the fielder, but it was not off the bat. It made a sound like it had come straight off the helmet, and indeed it has. Bancroft is going to have that replaced. So there's another feather, I guess, in the cap for Josh Hull. He's hit the helmet of a man who is used to playing his cricket on probably the bounciest surfaces in the world, playing his home games in Perth, and he's hit him on the helmet. So hopefully, I mean, he seems to be all right, Bancroft, but you know, you just always have a little bit of heart in mouth with these knocks. He does seem to be just running his hand through his hair a bit. Anyway, he's getting the concussion check from Chris Powell, who's out there, and I think mostly just a matter of going through whatever set procedure it is that they have with Bancroft. I know with some people it's things like reciting the months of the year backwards, other such things.
One immediately tries to do that.
Yes, I know exactly what I did this with. I can't remember who I was with. I think it was potentially Kevin Hand, who did pretty well actually.
Okay.
But yeah, you immediately think, now how quickly could I do it? But it's not about actually how quickly you do it. It's, well, I shouldn't say that. It's not necessarily about the sort of flat out performance aspect. It's how you do relative to a kind of a benchmark. So, you know, they'll have timed him before the start of the season, that sort of thing.
It adds to the time, of course, as the check goes on. We're at 66.5 overs, so still 29 overs and a delivery to be bowled tonight. It's going to be around about a 6:30, maybe 20 to 7 finish, as ever. Often seems to be the way.
Some drinks out for the Leicestershire fielders as well, and Chris Powell is making his way off, having been satisfied that Cameron Bancroft can continue on 125. So we'll see whether that affects things at all. I suspect he's probably been hit a few times in his career, but it's always something that you're far more on edge about than you used to be. Hull bowls follow-up delivery is a full delivery, which is dug out by Bancroft with a minimum of fuss into the covers. So that completes the over 287 without loss.
Where is this wicket going to? Where is a breakthrough going to come from for Leicestershire? The moment you feel a little bit that it might be batsman. Well, obviously it's going to be batsman's error, but you know what I mean. Rather than a really good delivery that forces the breakthrough, it might be a little bit of sort of loss of concentration on the part of either Bancroft or Charlesworth. 287. Comfortably now a record for Gloucestershire's opening partnership against Leicestershire. Ahmed is in over the wicket. He goes to Charlesworth. Doesn't really turn, and it's a little bit short. Charlesworth just stays on the back foot and works it wristily out through the completely vacant square leg out to Marcus Harris, who's, I've seen him sort of enjoying catching up with former teammates. Had a chat there to Zafar Gohar when he came on. Forward goes Bancroft to this one from Ahmed. Realises that Hill has a bit of ground to make up to the ball from extra cover to cover. Takes the quick single. So aware, Bancroft, of the value still of the quick single to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Best part of 30 overs still to be bowled. In goes Ahmed. Cut by Charlesworth, but only as far as Hill at backward point.
Yeah, he's a lovely man, Marcus Harris, and as you would imagine, very, very popular at Bristol, as As Cameron Bancroft is as well, both of them really, really nice people.
Ahmed tosses it up and it's hit over mid-wicket for another huge 6 by Charlesworth. Yep, he waited for the confirmation it had crossed the ropes, but it had crossed the ropes. It is the shortish boundary out to the deep mid-wicket area. And Charlesworth adds to his haul of maximums, his 6th 6.
The first one that's more out towards mid-wicket as well. The others have all been really quite straight. I was just trying to describe his innings to Mr. Charlesworth.
Ahmed is in, drags his length back, and so Charlesworth can just go back and work it out to the sweeper on the leg side and take 1.
Of course, he'd missed the 6s off Rehan Ahmed, but he'd also missed Charlesworth being bowled off that no ball, so I didn't know about that.
Ahmed over the wicket to Bancroft, who goes back, turns the delivery out towards deep mid-wicket. Ben Mike comes in to field. 1 is taken, and again another hugely productive over for Gloucestershire. The 300 is now very much within sight. 297 without loss. Bancroft 127, Charlesworth 119, and I think really we ought to give the extras score each time we say the batters scores now. Extras 51.
Yeah, has been, with the exception of those 2 moments really, and yes, there has been a bit of playing and missing along the way. You'd expect there to be in a day of 68 overs, but it has been dominant otherwise, and Gloucestershire are in a position now where, you know, they're not exactly worried about getting bowled out for some sort of a total that they can't do something with. Hull bowls to Bancroft, clipped away to deep square for a single. 298 without loss. You know, I mean, they packed their side with batting, as you mentioned. Both sides have got a lot of batting in their side. They've got potentially either somebody like Van Buren or Webster coming in down at number 7. By Webster making his debut for Gloucestershire today would not, I don't think, have been thinking that even the number 3 wouldn't have got out, never mind him by 25 to 5. But even Ed Middleton down at number 8 has scored good runs for the seconds this year. Josh Shaw got his equal career best score of 44 last match. Matt Taylor, Luke Charlesworth certainly can hold a bat. Round the wicket comes Hull to Ben Charlesworth, who sways out of the way of that one, and through it goes behind the stumps. So back-to-back years with big moments for the Charlesworth family at Grace Road. Ben's first 100 this year, and last year Luke Charlesworth's maiden first-class wicket, so she'll have to come back again. Change of field. There's now only 4 on the offside. Deep third, backward point, extra cover mid-off. And a field has been moved in close at mid-wicket. Hull bowls to Charlesworth, who isn't really too troubled by that, as it doesn't get up too much, and it's worked to Hanscom, who is that fielder at short mid-wicket, but it does at least save a run. Backward square and mid-wicket in fairly close, and then the mid-on, a deep square and a pretty fine leg, who is, well, as a pretty fine leg, not a pretty fine leg. But anyway, for the top edge potentially. Hull, his long approach ends now with another short ball, and Charlesworth gets into the fetal position, almost ducking underneath that one.
It's sometimes worth a try for an over or 2, isn't it? A series of short balls, but you know, you've got to be a little bit careful with Hull as well, body-wise, and he has had an injury at the start of the season, and he's still young.
His 15th over of the day. It's not as if he's had no work at all, and then you'd probably want him to have at least some sort of a burst with the new ball. If he didn't take it, then first change, you'd want him to have probably one more burst today. Hull, round the wicket, bowls full to Charlesworth. He's clipped that one away firmly, but Hanscom is in play once again at short mid-wicket, so at least in terms of saving runs, that field change has been a good one from Lewis Hill. And when he has got it right today, you see the potential of Josh Hull immediately when he does get it right, and it will take time for him to be more consistent in terms of getting it right, but you know, on a day when for long periods other bowlers haven't looked like taking wickets, he's caused problems now for both Bancroft and Charlesworth. Hull bowls really banged that one in. That was a more of a ballooning bumper to complete the over. 298 without loss. Chris Powell is coming back out, so I think sometimes
they have to do a sort of second check.
Yeah, exactly.
They
sort of make sure that everything's all right. Now, I mean, Bancroft sort of looked at him and went, "Yeah, you're all right," but I don't think this is going to be something that's going to last too long.
No. Check complete. Ahmed will continue 9 overs, none for 53 after getting rather spanked around in his previous over. Still 11 overs until that new ball is available. Ahmed in bowls, nice flight to it, but nicely worked away by Bancroft as well. Through mid-wicket, or at least past the mid-wicket, who's Louis Kimber. Ben Maiku sweeping out there. In the now quiet, empty open spaces in front of the Building Society family stand. So those poor school children, 500 of them, never saw a Leicestershire take a wicket. Who knows? In goes Ahmed, bowls to Charlesworth, who plays it off the pitch rather, just waited there, no minimal foot movement, and trusted that it wasn't really going to turn. It didn't, so he was able just to push it out into the offside, but not entirely convincing. In goes Ahmed again, forward goes Charlesworth, working it back down the pitch to Ahmed. Bounces in and bowls, and rather slogged out, excuse me, to mid-wicket by Charlesworth, and that brings up the Gloucestershire 300 for none. Well, now very much within sight of what would be the record opening partnership against Leicestershire. 315, Herbert Sutcliffe and Len Hutton. Forward goes Bancroft to Ahmed, down the pitch on the onside goes the ball. A record that has stood for, well, 1937 to 2024.
87 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think yeah. Right. And goes up, yeah. I might have to do a quick check on that. I'm sure you're right. Yes, 13 difference, so 87. 300 for none after 70 overs. Run rate 4.3. What a day this has been for Gloucestershire so far.
Yeah, I mean, I was posted at lunch. You couldn't have dreamt of a scoreboard looking like that. It's a sort of a scoreboard of the, you know, the video game is on a level too easy for you sort of thing. But it hasn't been, you know, it hasn't been quite like that, because they have had chances, Leicestershire, to break this partnership, and it's not as though the ball's been doing nothing at all. But there we go. Bancroft and Charlesworth have got to where they've got to, and Scott Curry is replacing Josh Hull. Curry to Charlesworth, who leans forward into a textbook forward defence.
If we don't count the being bowled off the no ball, which we shouldn't, not as a chance, then there's only been the one, and the good leg before shout against Bancroft on 97.
Yes.
That looked decent, but that's it, really.
Yeah. It's not been much in 70 overs, I guess. One slip. Curry in, bowls full on, driven by Charlesworth, but it was more of a dig than a full-blooded whack. And it's fielded by Harris up at mid-on, so that's gone past that 296 run opening stand that he shared with Chris Dent in 2022. Moving very much up into the higher echelons of Gloucestershire opening partnerships. Curry is in, and Charlesworth defends up towards mid-on. The latest count I have from a helpful friend is that this is the 4th highest opening partnership for Gloucestershire.
Right. What is the highest?
The highest is 395 by Martin Young and Ron Nichols against Oxford University at, presumably, the Parks, where Ben Charlesworth's dad has just come from. So yeah, so then Curry in, full, wide, and he's played that a few times as Charlesworth, that sort of attempted drive off a very full delivery, and very few times has it gone where he expected it to. That one has gone down to the deep third boundary for a single, 301 without loss. Ben Charlesworth to 121. So
the 395.
Oh, here we go. Well, this is the problem you've seen. So just this second, Adrian Thomas is on the ground today, has just posted a question as to what the other three were.
Okay. Well,
Bancroft defends towards mid-on, there's no run. Anyways, well, I suppose if you're listening, then everybody can answer Adrian Thomas's question immediately, but all right, let's wait, because there's the next milestone is not too far away,
right.
So we can wait at least until that one is reached or not. Curry in and bowls to complete the over, and Bancroft nudges quietly to mid-on. Now that is Curry's 15th over complete, none for 42. 71 overs gone, so 9 overs left until a second new ball would become available. And Gloucestershire a dizzying 301 without loss.
Just on the subject of record partnerships against Leicestershire, Gloucestershire do hold one of them already, the 4th wicket, and that was 321. It was made at the Wagon Works ground in Gloucester, also curiously in 1937. 1937 was not a good year for Leicestershire, it would appear. You can guess one of the batters who was involved. Ahmed is in and bowls, drops short, cut away by Charlesworth, out to the sweeper. Ben Mike takes 1. Probably you can guess one of the batsmen, I'm sure.
Well, yeah. In 1937, yes.
Yeah. It was W.R. Hammond. I wonder if you can get his partner.
Gosh.
That's a difficult, 1937, that's a big ask. In goes Ahmed bowls, Bancroft leans forward, pushes it out to mid-on. W.L. Neal.
Oh, Billy Neal.
Billy Neal, 1937, they put on 321 at that aforementioned Wagon Works ground. Ahmed is in, back goes Bancroft, but there's really nothing there for Ahmed now, and the ball being almost 72 overs old, or approximately. Remember, it was changed on 34 overs. Ahmed bowls, gives it some air. Bancroft uses his feet, looks to on drive, doesn't really get it, and it skews out to Hull, who's deepish at mid-on, as is mid-off. Ahmed drops short, so back Bancroft can go and work it out to mid-wicket. And it looks very comfortable, one has to say, out there at the moment for these two. 303 without loss. A little bit of sunshine breaks through the cloud. It has been pretty much broken cloud. There's a lot of cloud around. In goes Ahmed bowls. Charlesworth goes back and pleasantly strokes the ball in defence back down the pitch to the young England leg spinner. End of his 11th over, none for 57. His figures, I said sort of semi-jokingly before the start to you, 340 for
yes,
2
you did,
or
didn't
3,
you?
didn't I? Well, they're going to do better than that, I would suggest now.
They're certainly going to score more runs than that. We'll see whether they do that well in terms of wickets. Yeah, you know, Billy Neal was an absolute stalwart of the Gloucestershire side during that time, but I don't think I've got any sort of immediate fun facts about him springing to my mind. Curry bowls, clipped away slightly uppishly by Bancroft, but the fielder is a very straight short mid-wicket, so it has gone between that fielder and deep square and to the short side for another boundary. So 307 without loss as Bancroft moves on to 134. You sort of feel you should actually, I mean, I've been saying without loss all the time, sort of feel you should vary it, you know,
you can assume
for no wicket, for naught.
Variations.
Yeah, you sort of feel like I've done without loss to death today. Here comes Curry, bowls and knocked into the onside. Charlesworth thought about a single, but Bancroft wasn't interested, and rightly so, as it's fielded smartly by Scriven at mid-wicket.
There'll be some tired Leicestershire bodies in the dressing room at the end of the day, young and fit though they are.
I mean, when you're not taking any wickets at all, you haven't had any of that sort of shot of adrenaline that at least a wicket would bring you to try and see you through the next sort of little period. Curry in bowls and straying onto leg stump. Bancroft tucks him for a single to deep square. 308 without loss. Bancroft to 135.
There's no reason really why, at the moment, there's no reason. New ball perhaps will be the reason, but you never know. Can sometimes come more quickly, but they should pass 400 tonight.
Curry bowls. So we're taking a bit of pace off that, I think, is Curry, and it did me, but it didn't do Charlesworth at all. He just waited for it and played the most nonchalant forward defence you could wish for.
Well, he bowled one of those to David Lloyd at Derby, but it came out wrong, and it sort of floated very high like Franklin Stevenson. I don't know if you remember seeing some of those. Lloyd completely misread it, fell over thinking it was going to be a beamer.
Curry in. Charlesworth has cut at that one. He's missed it. I don't think there was a nick on it. It wouldn't have mattered anyway because Cox hasn't taken it cleanly.
And it sort of dropped onto the stumps, onto his off stump, and he was bowled, but he ended up lying on his back with his head pointing down the wicket at the bowler, David Lloyd. It was an extraordinary sight.
All ends up.
Indeed.
Here comes Curry, bowls. Charlesworth leans forward and defends to a very straight sort of, short extra come wide mid-off. 308 without loss at the end of that over. Andre Adams used to bowl some of those sort of moon-type slower balls as well. I can remember back in his Nottinghamshire days.
So it's worth searching out. It's probably on X somewhere or YouTube or something like that. But it's just the way that poor Di Lloyd finished. And as the Derbyshire captain acknowledged afterwards, he fairly did me there. Bless him. It was very funny. So, Ahmed to continue in really pleasant conditions. Not that the Leicestershire bowlers are enjoying those conditions. In he goes and bowls. Bancroft forward, dropping it out towards point. Semi-interested in the possibility of a quick single, but Scriven was in sufficiently quickly to prevent that possibility. 7 runs, or 8 runs to be precise, will beat that very famous partnership. In goes Ahmed. It's clipped by Bancroft just past his right hand as he reaches across the crease out towards straight mid-on. Hull moves across the field, but Bancroft, ever alert for the possibility of a single to keep the scoreboard moving, takes one. He moves on to 136, 309 without loss. Ahmed tosses the ball somewhat wearily from hand to hand. His bounce is not quite what it was, drops very short, but it doesn't really get up, and Charlesworth went back, ready to chop it away through the offside, and sort of shoveled it rather back off the bottom part of the bat towards Ahmed, who is in and bowls that one, stayed low onto the leg stump this time. Charlesworth again was able to get some bat on it. The pitch isn't looking great really now, is it? In terms of response. In goes Ahmed, bowls, and that one behaves itself, dropped out into the offside.
Yeah, you do kind of feel as it's more likely almost to come from Rehan keeping one low like that, because he's a skiddy enough bowler as it is, but if he's just going to get one that bounces ever so slightly, he'll skid one through maybe. Ahmed
is in, drops short, cut away, out towards deep extra cover by Charlesworth, takes one. Maidstone Fox on the stream. Positives, he says. 1, Scriven has bowled nicely. 2, the weather, and good to see some younger fans there. 3, doesn't write that's it, but just a few question marks.
No, it is a good crowd. today, actually. They've, probably most of them haven't enjoyed what they've seen, but there are some
It's nice
yellow
to be out
shirts
there
about.
in the weather, isn't it, for at last?
Yeah.
But as you say, it's been sobering viewing from Leicestershire point of view, and yeah, great that Gloucestershire can continue the sort of momentum taken from last week.
Curry to Charlesworth, who is forward blocking this one back up the pitch. Yeah, I mean, it had been a start to the season with a couple of draws, and both of them, Gloucestershire had certainly had their high points, bowling Yorkshire out well in the first innings of the season. Zaman Akhtar with his maiden 5-wicket haul, then Middlesex game, which Gloucestershire had controlled until that massive Higgins-Holden partnership just killed it for them. Curry bowls, driving Charlesworth on the bounce to short extra, and there's no run. But you know, until you get that win, you're still having to shoulder the burden of how long it's been since you won last, and a lot of players in Gloucestershire's side last week, those 2 games at the end of 2022 would be the only games that they've won in their careers. You know, somebody like Ajit Singh Dale. Curry is in and bowls, and leaning forward Charlesworth to play a defence to mid-off. And you almost wonder a little bit in terms of, well, you must feel such a sense of accomplishment to win any 4-day game, because, you know, and it's why the players still say they value the format so much, because it tests them, and that's what they want. They want to have their abilities tested, and then when it works, they want to have the rewards. So to go that long for a lot of players, as Curry bangs one in short, it's pulled in the air. He's not timed that, but he has at least, in the end, placed it between mid-wicket and mid-on. Harris runs back to field, and 2 runs are taken. It looked as if that might be going straight to mid-wicket for a moment. 312 without loss. Charlesworth on to 125.
Yeah, completely clothed it. Could easily have dropped to one of those fielders, dropped right between them.
But yeah, you just sort of forget how good it feels, and the motivation to get the next one. Another slower delivery from Curry is worked round the corner for a single. Bancroft is not interested in a second. Oh, hello, nearly some buzzers. But it's stopped at cover.
At the second attempt, by the last of the backer-uppers, so to speak.
Yeah. 3-1-3 for none. But you know, you sort of remind yourself, I guess, as how good it feels, apart from just the sheer relief of it. You want to feel that feeling again, and it's still going to be hard work for Gloucestershire, even from this position, as this is tucked away off the hip by Bancroft. They'll take a single, that's all, with Rehan Ahmed getting around. So 3-14 without loss. 5 overs left until the second new ball. Bancroft will keep the strike on 137, and Charlesworth 126.
2 runs to equal the record opening partnership against Leicestershire.
Aha, so that will also then be the same as Gloucestershire's 3rd highest first-class opening partnership.
It is already record-breaking. It is a record for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. But it could be much more than that. Ahmed is into Bancroft, who is forward carefully on off stump. There's a little bit of turn there, and he just, with an angle back, deflects it with the turn down towards backward point. Very slow off the pitch. And time to adjust. Ahmed in, bowls, back goes Bancroft. Wristily working it out towards mid-wicket, Kimber fields. I find it hard to pick his googly. He's certainly out of the hand. I can't really. In he goes and bowls. Bancroft forward, dropping it out into the offside. Hill had extra cover. It's quickly onto it.
Got me trying now. I mean, I read that as a leg break, but then equally, it you know.
So it's well disguised In he goes and bowls. That one skids on a little bit to Bancroft, who plays it off the back foot again with a lot of bottom hand as far as Kimber at mid-wicket. Ahmed is in. Bancroft's pushing out towards Hull at mid-on. And that is the record opening partnership by any county against Leicestershire equalled. The record is now jointly held by Herbert Sutcliffe and Len Hutton in 1937, and now Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth in 2024. Ahmed is in to Charlesworth, who defends back down the pitch on the offside end of the over. Well, that is pretty stellar company of two really of the most famous names in cricket, aren't they?
Yep.
Sort of Sutcliffe and Hutton.
And
1937.
A couple more famous Gloucestershire names who they've levelled for the third highest partnership, which in first class cricket that is. And I also think that that then means this is the joint highest partnership by Gloucestershire in the county championship away from home. So we can put that onto it as well. Sorry, Tommy, I'm just going to reveal it because the time has come. David Green and Arthur Milton versus Sussex at Hove in 1968.
Are you going to see them over the line? They are level with it now.
I think is it my
your,
over anyway? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kimber bowls to Bancroft, cut away, and that does make it the third highest opening stand of all time for Gloucestershire. I guess we can say in first class cricket, but I'm pretty sure that it will just be for Gloucestershire anyway. 316 without loss. Bancroft to 139. There's a bit of way to go before the next record. Round the wicket goes Kimber, down the pitch, Charlesworth hitting this one in the air. Long off running in and takes the catch. It's been caught by Marcus Harris from long off, who sprawled away to his right. And after 76.2 overs and 316 runs, Gloucestershire have lost their first wicket. Charlesworth has been dismissed by Louis Kimber, who's come on and been the golden arm. And that ends what has been a fantastic maiden ton from Ben Charlesworth. He got there with a six in that part of the ground off Louis Kimber. They're trying to repeat the dose with long off back. He's not quite got enough on it, but he can walk off feeling immensely proud with that achievement. A maiden ton, 126 from 228 deliveries. He's had to battle, I'm sure, battle himself at times as well as just the Leicestershire attack. But I feel certain that that is the first of many tons in the career of Ben Charlesworth. And he can walk off, have a nice cold shower and put his feet up for the rest of the day as Ollie Price walks out to the middle rather later than he would have expected.
.228 balls, 10 fours and 6 sixes in that innings. And he has written, in company with Cameron Bancroft, of course, Herbert Sutcliffe and Len Hutton out of the Leicestershire record books. So, well played, Ben Charlesworth, and yes, that buying the round of drinks for beating your first class best, I think you would accept that in the circumstances.
Yeah, a day that he will remember for the rest of his life, I'm sure, with what he's achieved with Cameron Bancroft as well as what he has achieved personally. So for Ollie Price, I don't really envy him this after sitting there all day with his pads on. He's finally getting to go out to the middle. I guess the only positive is at least he's not doing it against the second new ball. Kimber bowls to Price, who drives. Nice looking shot, but he won't get runs. There's plenty of protection in the ring on the offside. Mike Fields from cover.
Yeah, there are probably worse situations to play yourself in.
Yes.
Against an old ball, against a part-time off spinner.
Kimber bowls, sweep shot comes out from Price, and he's got it over the head of backward square leg quite comfortably and away to the boundary. It's a shot that he likes, Ollie Price, clearly feeling that with the scoreboard being the way it is, and especially with the second new ball round the corner, might as well try and make the most of a scoring opportunity whilst it's there, and he helped it away to get off the mark with a boundary, 320 for 1.
Yeah, good attitude really, and good attitude. If it's not just come from Price, but from Van Buren saying, yeah, go on, keep scoring at this sort of 4 plus and over, gives us so many more options.
Kimber to Price, who goes back and plays back up the surface. Leicestershire clearly feeling that Price could have been forward to that delivery. He does love a sweep, does Ollie Price. I'm sure we'll see more and more of that coming out with white ball cricket around the corner now. Kimber bowls, sweep shot, but this time it is straight to backward square, so no run, but Price has got underway, and Gloucestershire 320 for 1. It's a good job that Charlesworth didn't come charging down the pitch a couple of runs before. I think it's safe to say that he wouldn't have known the record that it just broken, or to be honest, probably particularly care, but at least from our point of view, it's nice to be able to say that you saw a pretty formidable record, has to be said as well, and you know those partnership records for opening wickets, you know, the opening few wickets are so often so long standing. Witness a record by Hutton and Sutcliffe broken.
Ahmed is in and again drops a fraction short. Bancroft goes back, cuts it out to Marcus Harris, who, experience notwithstanding, will have been very relieved to have held that catch, I suspect. And he made something of a meal of it. He ended up sort of sprawling over the... It was more or less straight to him. He had to come in a few yards at long off. It was in the air for quite a long time, though. Why is Price not got his gloves on, holding things up? Come on.
Take guard now as well.
Yeah.
This is the Jonathan Trott school of starting your innings.
Ahmed is in to him. He bends at the knees, goes forward, leans forward. It's not a big stride, dropping the ball out towards point. No, he says. As Harris comes on to the ball. Ahmed is in. That one stays a fraction low again. And Price on the back foot had to dig it out. That was Rishi Patel with a big O at mid-off as he saw it rather scuttling through. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Much fuller delivery, and getting to the pitch of it, Price drops it out into the offside. 3 Leicestershire fielders converge on it. Ahmed is in again, nice flight, but Price leans forward, blocks it back up the pitch to Rahan Ahmed. Who is bouncing in and bowling. Back goes Price, cuts and cuts it through for 4 as well. Thought backward point was going to get there, and Tom Scriven dived across, picks himself up somewhat gingerly. He wasn't able to get there, almost dived over the ball, and it runs to the fence at backward point for 4. So Price, second boundary, he's on to 8 off 9 balls, 3-2-5 for 1. Gloucestershire.
I was looking up at the scoreboard and thinking, why isn't that Price OJ, or OJ Price, having been PG Charlesworth? But of course, Tom's not playing, so there's only one Price.
Yeah.
1 Price, 1 Taylor, but 2 Charlesworths. Gloucestershire do like their brothers. Kimber in, clipped away towards backward square leg. Both batters scream no at each other. I said it first. No, I think Bancroft did get there first before Price, but a wise decision not to take on the fielder. Bancroft on 140 as he waits for Kimber and goes back and blocks. Bancroft certainly looks as though he's at least for the moment, content to take on the responsibility to be there to see off that second new ball, which feels as though it's the only obstacle really between Gloucestershire and potentially maximum batting points. Kimber in and clipped away down the ground towards long on. They want 2 here. Bancroft is looking to try and take on his mate Marcus Harris, but they decide to settle just for the single. 326 for 1.
Looks like Scriven is going to take the new ball, judging by his warming up.
Kimber to Price, down the pitch he comes, but then just tries to tickle it away fine on the onside, but not able to get it fine enough. There is no fielder behind just backward of square leg. So plenty of scoring opportunities there, because it is not the longest boundary towards that part of the ground. Using his feet, Price slamming the ball in the air, down the ground, and for 6 runs, comfortably clearing the straight boundary. So Ollie Price clearly being sent in with thoughts of nothing to lose here. Might as well take advantage of these few overs of spin before the second new ball, and that was a clean hit. A lot of bottom hand there, plenty of power to get it over straight long off. And it's 332 for 1. Last ball of this over, Kimber to Price, turned towards mid-wicket for no run this time. So score remains 332 for 1. A tweet from Phil O'Rourke comparing one of the most famous decisions to bowl first. Nasser Hussein's at the Gabba in 2002, that decision that he will never live down. Thought I'd better remind myself of the score after day 1 there. 364 for 2, that from 90 overs though, rather than the 96 that we'll have here. Matthew Hayden 186 not out, and Ricky Ponting having made 123.
Was it Hayden and Marsh who batted all day in England once? In goes Ahmed, bowls, worked by Bancroft to backward point, no run. Seem to remember, have it in my mind, that they batted all day without being parted. In goes Ahmed, bowls, but I think they won the toss, and it's worked again by Bancroft to backward point.
Sort of didn't tend to matter too much in those days, really, did it? Arguably in Australia it still doesn't.
Ahmed is in. Bancroft's got that one out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Harris in the shade of the trees, I would imagine tolerably welcome shade at the moment for him. The sun having been out for some time now. Beautiful, beautiful conditions down here. Free entry, of course, post tee.
So
the
still,
Uptonsteel
isn't
County
it?
ground. It is. Not a breath of wind as Ahmed goes in, and forward goes Price out to Harris, who's come in from the offside boundary now for the new batsman. Although Price has already whacked a couple of impressive blows. Ahmed goes in to him, he goes back to a foolish delivery. Plays it off the pitch, doesn't really turn though. It has only got 2, maybe 1 ball left in its active life. Before becoming net fodder, perhaps. In goes Ahmed, bowls it, and it's driven by Price only as far as hill at extra cover, and that is the end of the 80th over. 3, 3, 3, 4, 1. Those 80 overs have, I think, reasonably conclusively belonged to Gloucestershire.
Well, can Leicestershire grab a couple of wickets at the end of the day with a second new ball, at least to give themselves something to leave the day with, feeling that, okay, we might not have been anywhere near our best today, but at least we finished on a high note. The ball has immediately been thrown off, the old one that is, so Tom Scriven doesn't need a loosener.
Well, those overs of spin, 10, 12 of them, have really improved the over rate. It's now level. 16 overs left to be bowled. Yeah, we might get done by past.
I actually think it's probably on the good side of level now, with quite a lot of stoppages. I mean, Bancroft was struck on the helmet. That took several minutes. Other, I guess, things like the ball going a mile beyond the boundary off towards the Milligan Road. Scriven stalking at the end of his mark with his blonde quiff pointing menacingly at the batter. Bancroft on 142. Just the 2 slips. Scriven is in, bowls to Bancroft, and possibly some away shape there, but it started very wide and Bancroft doesn't play a shot at it. I mean, thinking about that Australian Test side, I mean, the Test side now must be almost as fun to play in as that side of the late 90s and early noughties, so kind of underlying the reason why Bancroft is particularly desperate, as I'm sure Marcus Harris is likewise, to get back into that side and experience some more terrific Australian wins. Scriven to Bancroft, who plays in defence back up the surface, and that's certainly towards the forefront of Bancroft's mind when he came to Gloucestershire. Wanted to play the full season, be available across all formats, and seemingly Gloucestershire were the county that he wanted to do that for, after having had a stint before 7 years ago. Scriven in and guided through a gap on the offside by Bancroft. He's running the first one hard and should be able to turn back for a second. Does so pretty comfortably with Curry going into the slide at cover. Moves the score off triple Nelson to 335 for 1. So Bancroft to 144. And he's certainly still a fair way shy of his highest score for Gloucestershire, because he got that double ton back in 2017. Scriven runs in, bowls to Bancroft, who's looking for a gap down through the gully, but there's not really enough pace either in the surface or from Scriven to be able to do that, so backward point is there to field. He is just 3 runs shy of the highest score of the season so far, which belongs to the man who's currently doing some shadow batting at the non-strikers end, Ollie Price, having made that snooker maximum, 147 against Yorkshire in the second innings to help save that game. As in goes Scriven, bowls, driven pleasantly by Bancroft off the back foot, but backward point puts his body on the line and stops it. Going back before that, Marcus Harris's 148 in the second innings of Gloucestershire's first match of 2023 was the highest score before that, 148, and then you've got to go back to Harris's 159 for Gloucestershire's last 150 score at the back end of the 2022 season. Oh dear, that's not going to go down well. As a member of the Leicestershire support staff has caused play to be held up there. Scriven bowls to Bancroft, who pushes this one on the onside up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I don't know who that is.
It's a bit of a miscalculation from whoever it was. Anyway, no harm, no foul. 335 for 1 as the first over, with the second new ball is seen off.
Well, the first over. Leicestershire will be hoping it eventually does a little bit more. In goes Hull. Well, it is going to be Hull, I should say. That was just a practice run from the...
You did me there.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. That was going to say that would have been very quick, wouldn't it? But 15 overs, none for 62. Young Hull, he's acquitted himself as well as any of the Leicestershire seamers for me, and has looked as more threatening than a couple.
Yeah.
And he's kept it there or thereabouts. In fairness, he's done what he's been asked to do, including an over of bouncers, and he can consider himself a touch unfortunate not to have at least 1 wicket to his name. Can he pick up one this evening as the shadows lengthen of the floodlights across the ground? In he goes and bowls to Price, who thick inside edges one as he looks to work it on the leg side. It runs down towards fine leg, where Ben Mike, shirt out of trousers, is in the sunshine. Exchanging pleasantries with Ben Cox at the moment about the throw. And now chatting away to Harry Swindles on the boundary edge down there. Was it Salisbury? The ears suggest Swindles. In goes Hull and bowls, and Mike's going to have work to do. Has to move to his right to make the stop. He does. And this time his throw is approved of by Cox. Single taken, Bancroft onto 145, 337 for one. Still a murmur from the crowd below us, and those in the popular seats have stuck it out, hoping for a late flurry of wickets perhaps. No signs at the moment. A third batting bonus point very much within reach for Gloucestershire, and they might pick up a fourth tonight as well, as Hull is in. Bowls down the leg side. It's appeal for a catch behind it. Flicked the pads of Price. It sounded very paddy. Hull didn't appeal. Cox exercised his vocal cords to some effect.
And did a dunk shot towards slip as well. Sort of. Yeah. Got to keep yourself amused. He is almost off towards the boundary from that far end. Is Hull. I mean, I suppose it's probably more ground over there than it looks, but it feels like it takes him about 10 seconds to reach the crease.
Hull is in. Bowls full. Again, rather squirted out off a thick inside edge by Price, but he's got it away to square leg. There is no square leg. That is a long run for Ben Mike. Picks up and turns and throws almost in the same action, and does so sufficiently quickly to prevent, well, what could have been a fourth, really. They picked up 3. Moved the score on to 340 for one. Price on to 18 now.
Got to make sure you have a fielder with a good arm out there.
It's a long old way, isn't it? You can imagine your shoulder.
Yeah, gosh.
Straight away.
You need your fast bowler's arm.
I'd be bowling it in, I think, from there. It's just not worth it.
Underarm P-roller back to the keeper.
Those days are gone, I'm afraid. Hull in. Bowls. Bancroft does more than dig it out. He plays a beautiful off drive in the end. No great follow through, but he timed it so well. It looked as though Hill was going to get across from mid-off to cut it off, but again, that's sort of all timing really from Bancroft. That was a super shot. It really was.
It's one of very few shots against the seamers straight down the ground, and I'd suggest from memory anyway that's probably the first that was really a classic straight drive, so it might have taken the extra hardness and pace of Hull, hardness of the new ball and the extra pace of Hull to create that opportunity to drive straight down the ground. Charlesworth hit one, but that was really just more of a whack than a classic vertical bat drive.
To finish the over, Hull is in and bowls on off stump. Bancroft forward. Bancroft on 149 now, so coming up to another landmark, but I rather get the feeling, as I did with Harris at Headingley, that he's got his eyes on really big things here.
Yeah, and it's what you've got to do, as you mentioned with Charlesworth, in terms of needing that little bit of luck. Well, more than a little bit of luck when he was cleaned up by Hull on 58. But there's going to be plenty of times you walk out there with the ball doing all sorts and you just feel, what chance have I got, really? You just sort of, try and see off the new ball, you stick in as long as you can, but just don't really feel that you're in a great position to score a huge number of runs. Price is going to be particularly endearing himself to Leicestershire because it's the second time that he's been adjusting his gloves whilst Scriven is ready to start the over, and then takes his guard again. Scriven in and bowls to Price, who's edging this one, but along the floor down to Hull at deep third. 1 run is taken, 3.45 for 1. So Ollie Price has come in and scored a run a ball. 19 from as many. A couple of 4s and a 6. So Gloucestershire actually, in terms of reaching bonus points, don't have to worry very much about the run rate in order to score the 105 that they need for the final batting point. Short, wide from Scriven and clattered away towards quite a wide-ish third position in the end for 4, and Bancroft's raising his bat again. Third time today, this time for a score of 150 from 256 deliveries. Brought it up with one of his favourite shots, that slicing cut shot. It's his 18th 4, and as you say, you just get this sense of a man who has realised the situation he's in now towards the end of a day, tiring attack in an absolutely dominant position on the scoreboard, and just wants to keep things going. Scriven bowls down the leg side, clipped down to long leg by Bancroft, and that brings up the 350 for Gloucestershire. So their third batting point comes up at just before 25 past 5 on an opening day where they were stuck in by Leicestershire. So even better than when Northamptonshire put them in last week. Ollie Price on strike with Scriven past umpire. Watts there, bowls full, and it's tucked into the onside. Sprawling effort from Rishi Patel at mid-wicket, and he saves what would have been at least a couple of runs out towards that short side. I realise it's been a while since I've looked at what's happening around the country. Warwickshire have made a considerable recovery against Essex, 265 for 6 now, with Ed Barnard 89 and Michael Burgess 90, so they've got a hefty partnership of their own going. Scriven in, and Price once again is running this off a thick outside edge just backward of point. Curry did get a hand on it at backward point, but yeah, I don't think they were too fussed about having to charge through for that run. 351 for 1. So Barnard and Burgess for Warwickshire, recovering the situation from 104 for 6 now to 265 for 6 against Essex at Chelmsford. Lancashire 281 for 5 against Durham, a ton for Keaton Jennings, 115. Tom Bruce 46 not out. As driving is Bancroft, finding the gap between extra cover and mid-off. That's a really classy shot. It's not going to bring him 4, but it will be yet another 3. We've seen an awful lot of those today. Ben Mike's just got to worry that he doesn't run directly in front of Marcus Harris as he's throwing that ball. And so 3 runs moves Bancroft to 157, 354 for 1 at the end of that over. Ben Stokes, 15.5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 65 with the ball. Nottinghamshire 163 for 7 against Hampshire, so that's another recovery with Lyndon James 63 not out. More runs for Ollie Stone, who's 19 not out. So they've recovered from 50 for 6 and 119 for 7 to 163 for 7. Somerset piling on the runs against Kent with tons for Tom Banton, and James Rue are 383 for 5.
Hull from the Bennett end in to Bancroft, who's looking to turn off the hip down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Cox, of course, behind the stumps.
Worcestershire have done the opposite today, I'm afraid. They had Surrey 15 for 4, but they then went on to make 213, and Worcestershire in their reply are 58 for 5, with 3 wickets for former Gloucestershire man Dan Worrell, including former Gloucestershire man Gareth Roderick. So they're up against it. Worcestershire. Northamptonshire in Div 2, 254 for 5 against Derbyshire.
And goes Hull. Fuller looking to drive, might just have swung back into him a bit, Bancroft there, and he looks down at the bottom of the bat, having not timed it at all. Plays it out towards mid-off in the end. Hill picks up.
Half centuries for Vasconcelos, for Bartlett, and for the returning Rob Keogh. They certainly seem to miss him with the bat last week, did Northamptonshire, so he's 56 not out. Ross Whiteley's playing that game for Derbyshire. He's on a sort of a white ball plus, but he's got a wicket, that of Bartlett, for 76.
Hull is in. Bowls, nicely timed off his legs by Bancroft, but only as far as Harry Swindles, who's at mid-wicket.
It's been a good day for Middlesex, bowling Glamorgan out for 183, with 4 wickets for Tom Helm, 4 for 44, couple each for Ethan Bamber and Luke Holman.
Yeah, they missed him last week, Helm.
Yeah, yes, he was Middlesex's standout in that game that they played Gloucestershire on the hybrid. In reply, Middlesex are 23 without loss, with Sam Robson back at the top of Middlesex's order alongside Mark Stoneman. And Yorkshire 95 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 150. Joe Root 27 not out.
Hull in. Bowl straight, but again nicely off-driven by Bancroft. Off stump, punched really, then driven almost, timed well, but getting across from mid-on. Harris is able to make the stop that Hill isn't from mid-off. Bancroft onto 158, 355 for 1. Coming towards the end of the 84th over, so still 12 to go today. Every possibility of that 400 being reached. 3 batting bonus points already for Gloucestershire. Hull in. Bowls might just have held that one back. No, possibly not. Price is solid on off stump anyway. Out to Hill it goes. Hill is slightly wider at mid-off, trying to cover both mid-off and extra cover. There are the 2 slips. Backward point, a huge bumblebee alights on the... it's a big fella, isn't he?
Yeah, that doesn't want to be there, because if it's got a bit of cobweb stuck to it as well.
Cleaning itself off, bless it. There are a few cobwebs around up here. I'll be found one day enveloped in cobwebs up here.
Oh dear.
Did nobody tell Richard it was the end of the season? Hull down the slope, in, bowls, full, driven hard down into the ground, and Hull has to sort of take semi-evasive action as it bounces up towards his head, puts up 2 hands, deflects it towards Harris at mid on. The end of Hull's 17th over of the day, none for 72. He does look a touch weary now, the youngster. Has bowled overs for the second team, but he's impressed me today one way or another. He's kept running in. Harry Swindles, his friend from the second team, runs out to pat him on the back. He's given his best in difficult circumstances.
Yes, and he's caused, particularly Bancroft, as many problems as anyone has today. And to be honest, I was almost a little bit surprised. Not that, I mean, you would want him to have the new ball probably, but I was a little bit surprised given the fact that he'd not had a huge amount of a break from his previous spell that he took it. Here's Scriven bowling to Bancroft, who turns this one away past square leg, not quite. Diving effort from Rehan Ahmed, and saves another run at least, but 1 run is taken. Bancroft to 159, 356 for 1. He still just looks exactly the same Bancroft as when he was on naught, just same manner, same mannerisms. Although, having said that, it looks as if he's trying to scratch something on his back, which it's the first time he's really done anything at all differently today. Steady accumulation. And if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, you'll have loved watching those runs be accumulated. Scriven to Ollie Price. He takes a step down the pitch, is struck on the pad, but it's much too high, especially considering he was down the pitch as well, and Leicestershire don't even really bother to warm up their lungs. So yeah, I mean, it really in one way or another, all the games in Division 2 have moved on pretty decently. Northamptonshire's 256 for 5, sort of somewhere in the middle, but still moved on okay for an opening day. Glamorgan, Middlesex and Sussex, Yorkshire, more obviously so, with 14 wickets down at Hove and 10 at Cardiff. Scriven in and bowls, and Price, strong bottom hand, tucks it to mid-on. There's no run. I suppose you'd also say from a Gloucestershire perspective, it's moved on very well for them here as well, because they've scored at 4.2 and over for the day, so they've done a lot of the work they might have needed to do tomorrow. Today, bought themselves some time. You figure there's every chance it will take them quite a long time if they are to get 20 wickets on this surface. Scriven in bowls, Price forward defends to mid-off. So, you know, from this sort of position, it's a luxury to have the likes of Miles Hammond, who is by nature a very attacking player. James Bracey can be positive. Graham Van Buren whacked an innings over a runner ball in the game at Northampton, and Bo Webster can hit the ball out of cities, so they can come in and attack if the situation dictates. Still trying to see off this second new ball, as the first objective though is Ollie Price, and he will play out another delivery on the onside up to mid-on and strolls away to square leg. He didn't quite get to grips at any point with the surface at Wantage Road, and having been basically Mr. Consistent last season and started off the season with that 100, it was a leaner match than we're used to. He spoiled us in his young career so far as Ollie Price. Scriven in, bowls to him, takes a step down the pitch and clips towards square leg. It's an impressive throw across his body from Rehan Ahmed. Unfortunately, it was never going to effect a run out. So Price keeps the strike on 21, 357 for 1. But he just never looked particularly comfortable in either innings. So already with this positive start in this innings, despite sitting with his pads on for the best part of 6 hours, he's off to a pleasing start. 21 from 28, I'm sure, from his point of view. Certainly not looking as if he's kind of fighting himself like he was at Northampton.
Well, they're asking a lot of Holt. He's going to continue.
Wow.
And for the first time this season, it's not the first time we've heard the ice cream van, but the first time it's been justified. You would have thought he might have some business. Well, he's had to switch the freezers on anyway. Hull is in, bowls full to Price, who's looking to drive, doesn't time it. It trickles out to Harris at mid-on. Ben Mike's going to have a word with Josh Hull. Price 21 off 28.
Yeah, I wonder whether, I suppose they'd be wishing they knew about the school kids being in earlier. What a roaring trade they've missed out on.
A very, very good point, actually. But they don't, I don't know, did primary school kids carry change?
Probably not.
Possibly not. As you say, in goes Hull and bowls. Price is forward on off stump, pushing it out into the covers, asking Bancroft to complete the quick single. He does. The throw from Patel hits Bancroft. I think low on the pad as he completes the run and goes down towards long off, but Bancroft was sort of almost following it down there, and there was no chance of him turning around, and well, it hit him anyway, so he wouldn't have got to.
Would have had the old Ben Stokes moment.
I think Stokes has bowled a bit today, hasn't
For
he?
history, yeah, I did mention
understand.
his figures, but
Oh, I beg your pardon.
but I don't know. He might have taken another one because Lancashire have lost another wicket.
Do apologise. In goes Hull. Bowls outside off stump, up on his toes is Bancroft, cutting it down towards wide third man.
Yep.
Scriven's there in front of the meet. Just the one is therefore taken. Bancroft's on to 160.
Sorry, Richard. It is for Ben Stokes, the wicket of Bruce, who's from New Zealand, annoyingly. 46. Bruce is out for Stokes. 2 for 70 from 17 overs now. likes of Stokes and Root playing in the Championship.
Hull hair flopping is in. Bowles hurries Price a touch, although he's perfectly equal to the defensive shot that is required. He plays it off the stumps, off middle leg out towards Ahmed at mid-wicket.
I'm sure some will say they'd like to see more of them, but we must make the most, I guess, of the chances to see them. And of course, if you want more Championship cricket in the middle of the season, then it's going to make it harder for the likes of Stokes, Root, etc. to play in it.
Hull turns in. Bowles short, pulled up into the air. Is the long leg going to get there? No, it's going to drop short once again. Hull is unlucky again. Price was hurried there, went for the pulled stroke hook, got up on him, got big on him, top edge, flew down towards Harry Swindles at long leg, but Swindles had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and he was probably still around 10 yards short when it fell to earth. Price on to 23, but I said he'd been hurried, and he has been a couple of times by Hull, who's really putting everything in at the moment. Down the slope he comes. Bowles to Bancroft, Fuller this time. Bancroft leans forward on off stump and plays it back past Hull out towards mid-off. End of the over. Mike is doing some interesting calisthenics involving stretching his side, suggesting he might be on to replace Hull, who is having a chat to Lewis Hill, the two presenting a slightly comical sight, Hill being one of the smallest members of the Leicestershire side, Hull being very much the tallest.
Yes.
60 for one after 86.
It's like whenever Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett walk out to open the innings for England, always make sure that those two are standing next to each other in the national anthem line. And South Africa even more so, because they can put Temba Bavuma next to Marco Jansen, sort of 6'11" next to what, 5'5" or something probably for Bavuma. Scriven starting his 19th over, and it's Price on strike. Scriven bowls to him, and he comes forward and defends towards mid-on. Goes for a wander in the manner of Ben Charlesworth, the man who will be loving life down on the balcony or somewhere in its vicinity down to our right-hand side. 126 for Ben Charlesworth, his first class 100. There'll be people who tuning in towards the end of the working day and wondering how we've got to this point. Well, with Leicestershire having put Gloucestershire in, they then saw the highest opening partnership by any county against them. Leicestershire 316, third highest opening partnership for Gloucestershire in first class cricket, but the second in Championship cricket. Scriven bowls to Price, who defends onto the onside. But a maiden ton for Charlesworth, and I must say I'm quite looking forward to speaking to him at the end of the day and hearing what he made of it and what his emotions were. It's probably not very often that somebody scores 160 and isn't the interviewee of choice at the end of the day, but especially as Bancroft is hoping that he's able to see out the remaining 9.4 overs in the day's play and be back tomorrow. Scriven runs in, bowls, and Price off the hip turns it into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket for no run. 316 run opening stand in 76.2 overs. The two big moments of the day that Leicestershire will be regretting the most. Ben Charlesworth, when the score was on 163, so it's not as though it would have been a small opening partnership, but Charlesworth had his middle stump uprooted by Josh Hull, only to look up and see umpire Shanmugam with his arm out for a no ball. He was on 58 at the time. Scriven bowls to Price, who calmly blocks this to cover point. And the only other clear-cut chance that Leicestershire had that didn't involve a close LBW shout was Bancroft on 84, edging Rehan Ahmed to first slip. Hanscom with his weight going the other way and couldn't reach back to his left-hand side to take a low catch at first slip. And those two have been the clearest opportunities. Bancroft had a very close shout and he was on 97 turned down. Scriven runs in, bowls to Price, who stands tall and guides the ball into the onside for no run. Not a man in a great deal of a hurry here is Price now. I guess he knows that Scriven is coming towards the end of his spell. Another spell. His 19th over of the day. It's not quite what Siddharth Kaul did for Northamptonshire, playing his first-class game since February, and Kaul, I think, got through 23 overs on the opening day. Scriven won't quite get that far, as this is softly poked by Price towards backward point, but second slip intercepts, so a maiden over. Just the second maiden over for Scriven. It feels as though he should have bowled more than that, but anyway. 0 for 65 from 19 overs the output, and Gloucestershire are 360 for 1, so they need 90 runs from 23 overs if they are to secure maximum batting points. So what's that? That's still under 4 and over, so still under the innings run rate, which is at 4.1.
And with all those wickets in hand, it should most definitely be achieved. Change of bowling. Hull, his work for the day is done. He'll be a tired boy. Mike, BWM, Benjamin Whitworth Munro Mike, is going to replace him from the Bennett end. 2 slips behind Cameron Bancroft, who's on 160, as Mike, casting a long shadow now, is in and bowls down the leg side. Appeal for a catch behind. There must have been a noise, but although Mike, not quite a celebration appeal, it was a genuine appeal. He did turn, but he gave it everything, dancing down the wicket. But it was turned down. There's no great shake of the head from...
No, I was going to say, it looks so nonplussed, doesn't he?
Sorry, Shanmugam. He just looks kind of surprised. Maybe his eyebrows raise a bit. Maybe there's a little tilt of the head to one side. Some umpires are more demonstrative than others, shall we say.
Nick Cook would have,
well, I
would
was
have
just
definitely
thinking
shown us.
In goes Mike. Bolden in his bold Cameron Bancroft, who was looking to cut the delivery short, slightly wide, away through the offside, got the bottom edge. He's had 1 or 2 of those today that haven't gone onto the stumps. This time, one has gone onto the stumps.
Yeah, just a little bit tight, and then also possibly just not quite bouncing. Misjudgment from Bancroft, but hard to level any criticism at a man who has been dismissed for 160. He still looks more than a little aggrieved as he's walking off down below us, but he will raise his bat to the crowd. And it's been another exhibition of what Cameron Bancroft is about with the bat. Provides not just that solidity at the top of the order, the ability to just bat for long periods of time, but also to score runs at a fairly steady rate, really. I mean, it's sort of strike rate of 60 odd. It's pretty similar to what he scored last week when he had his 130 not out against Northamptonshire. You just know he's going to find a way to accumulate runs. It won't always be the prettiest, but so valuable to have somebody at the top of your order who can play those types of innings, not just the types of innings that go on to reach the heights of 160, but somebody who's got that ability to grit things out, grind it out. And I think he's been a great influence for some of Gloucestershire's top order. I think particularly Ben Charlesworth, I think you have to say he seems to have really enjoyed batting with Bancroft at the top of the order. Sure, really enjoyed picking his brains and that sort of thing as well. And not a bad time for Hammond really to walk out to the middle, which is not often what he'd say with about 8.4 overs left. I don't imagine that Hammond was offered a night watchman, but you know, you wouldn't mind walking out at this stage. I think Hammond has probably, you know, you'd imagine Hammond's probably been told, well, don't have to worry too much about overs remaining or that sort of thing. Just go out and bat as if you've come out at 11 o'clock in the morning.
So the left-handed Hammond faces up to Ben. Mike, leg slip in there as well as Mike looks for the leg side Yorker. Doesn't get it right. It flies down the leg side off the pad, flicked the pad of Hammond. No chance at all for Cox to get across there behind the stumps. Mr. Extras. First score for a while. He's been a bit quiet of late, but he's moved on to 55, not out.
Stuck in the early 50s. He brought up his 50 and thought that's it. Done my job now.
Went into his shell a bit there, Extras, but he's off and running again now with that 4 down to fine leg. 4 leg buys, that is. So, some excuse, I suppose, on that occasion. Mike, with his tail up, trying to make something happen here, goes charging down the hill, round the wicket. Bowls outside off stump. I think Hammond curtain railed the bat back in. Well, I'm not sure actually, because does he normally lift the bat over the line of the ball?
Yep.
Does he bring it? Okay, well he rehearsed the leave there, which suggests that's not the leave he played. He sort of
had a poke at it.
Having had that poke, he brought the bat back, curtain railed the bat back inside the line, but then he rehearsed the leave by lifting the bat over the line of the ball, which suggests that he was definitely beaten there. Mike is in again. To him, he's beaten again to the wide by that one. That one really did straighten on him. And Hammond must be wondering, what am I on here?
Batting on the same pitch.
What was going on?
Change the ball on me.
But it is the new ball, but it is putting the efforts of Messrs. Charlesworth and Bancroft into some sort of context that there's still a little bit in this pitch. There's something there for the bowlers. And the Gloucestershire seamers will be encouraged. In goes Mike and bowls. Big leave from Hammond. Stepped right out and left it. Very much lifted his bat over the line of the ball. So decent over from Ben Mike, encouraged by that wicket. 1 for 45 from 15 for him. I don't think necessarily he's been the pick of the seamers, but he's got a knack of picking up wickets. Ben, he will always go for 1 or 2, give a few away, but how many wickets has he got now this season? Well, that's 12, which puts him joint top of the Leicestershire wicket-taking charts.
8 overs left. Doesn't, at the moment, look as though Gloucestershire are going to go charging off into the sunset, so they might have to do a bit of acceleration yet tomorrow. We'll see what they can do from the final 8 overs of the day. Scriven to bowl the first of those to Price, who is playing softly late in defence to backward point. And Price certainly, after being, well, he was 19 off 19, I remember that, so it's definitely at least 4 off his last 19, but I seem to remember he got potentially another run or 2 quite recently after that, so runs have dried up for him, and he's got Cox for company, for close company. He's come up to the stumps again. Scriven bowls to Price, who leans forward and defends back towards the bowler. Short mid-wicket in place, as well as 2 slips, so those are the 3 obvious catching positions. Nobody between mid-off and backward point though, so they're quite happy for Price to go flashing after a drive if he so chooses. Scriven's bowling pretty tight to off stump though, which is why he's got those close catches on the onside. Scriven bowls to him, and this is nudged down to fine leg by Price, who will jog through for a single. 3, 6, 5 for 2. Price on to 24. A run for every day of the year. Although, not a leap year. Hammond carving out his mark. So he's normally somebody who, at the start of his innings, would look to go out and be on the attack, but whilst he was feeling for the ball off Ben Mike, that didn't seem to be the case. Still a pile of sawdust out there. I don't think that's going to be needed for a while. Scriven bowls, Hammond drives and misses. One of these times, one of those is going to be nicked. But not this time. Saw it from Charlesworth a fair bit outside the off stump. Every now and again he would have a flash, particularly to a full delivery. That one was not a half volley, and Hammond was looking to get off the mark in grand fashion with a majestic thumping drive through the covers. But again he missed it. Scriven steady approach there now, bowls to Hammond, who is looking for his first run again, this time fine on the offside. He looks to open the face on it, but he won't get it there either, with Rehan Ahmed fielding it at backward point and whipping his cap off in the manner of somebody who is a little bit bored at the end of the day. Maybe he'll get another couple of overs, but probably not.
I'd be surprised.
7 overs left.
Maybe the last, who knows.
Scriven to complete what's been a good over to Hammond, who is taking a couple of steps down the pitch, but then just opting for safety first as he comes forward and plays the ball to mid-off. 365 for 2. Still 7 overs left. I mean, it's not no time at all. I mean, it's felt for a few overs as though Gloucestershire have been sort of just, you know, looking to finish the day in solid fashion. They haven't been too bothered about really going on the attack, but actually 7 overs isn't no time. But equally, I guess they could look at that and say, well, if we're 4 or 5 down at the end of the day, maybe send out a night watchman and it doesn't work or something like that, then actually we have just, I don't think given Leicestershire a huge amount, we have just given them a bit of a sniff.
Price ready to receive now. Mike over the wicket to the right-hander. Bowls, a little bit short upon his toes is Price, and off the back foot calmly turning the delivery out to vacant square leg. Marcus Harris is out there in the sweeping role. Price takes 1, moves on to 25. 366 for 2. As Ed said, 7 overs or less 1 ball to go tonight. Another 21. That maybe won't quite reach 400, but 390 for 2 would be a pretty sensational day after you've been put in. Mike goes round the wicket to Miles Hammond. He's in and bowls. Good leave from Hammond. Mike's hands in the air as it bounced perhaps over the angle. It was well over the angle. But Mike finding life in his body and off the pitch with that new ball at the end of the day.
Yes, he's charging in, isn't he? I mean, he's getting the ball to flash through to Cox's gloves pretty much at the sort of, almost at the sort of height that we saw at the start of the day.
He comes and bowls. Hammond looks to drive, might just have come back in, and he had to check the shot slightly. Thickish inside part of the bat, bounces out towards wideish mid-off where Hull is the fielder. Sun goes behind a sizable darkish cloud, no suggestion of any rain in the offing though, as Mike is in. Bowls, clipped away nicely by Hammond off his toes. What a pleasant way to get off the mark that was. There, it was the leg stump half volley to be clipped away, but when you haven't scored off your first 9 balls, to clip the 10th away in that style, impressive. 370 for 2.
I think he was going to be becalmed for too long, one way or another. Hammond, he would have made something happen if something hadn't presented itself.
Mike is in, bowls far too wide, and he's cross with himself. Turns, he's got away with it. I mean, it's not signalled wide. It would have been had it been a white ball.
Gather that Ben Mike wasn't too far off playing for Gloucestershire. My sources told me that
one of the counties to which he,
yeah,
or with which he had discussions
before Yorkshire came in and sort of blew everybody else out the park with their offer. I gather Gloucestershire were certainly in serious discussions.
In he goes, bowls, full, driven. Another half volley, I'm afraid, from Ben Mike. And Hammond has taken advantage for the second time in the over. This time it was outside, off stump. And he reached out, got to the pitch of it. It wasn't quite a half volley, not entirely fair, but it wasn't far off. And steered it away. So he's up and running now. What are the umpires having a chat about? 90 overs have been bowled, 374 for 2. The light is perfectly fine, dark cloud notwithstanding. There's loads of blue around. Surely they're not going to ask for the floodlights. One trust not.
Can't imagine what that can have been about, really. Yeah. Clearly nothing to do with the ball.
Shall we go and see that Renoir at the art galleries tonight? Oh, I think it's closed
the Sikh
tonight.
Film Festival on tonight.
Yeah.
Wondering what time that was on.
Which curry house?
Yes. Oh, I'm looking forward to my curry. Lined up a couple actually. So I
have you?
Yes.
I was going to say, I'm happy to pass on
Oh no,
recommendations.
please still do. No.
You let me know afterwards which ones you're going to, and I'll give you the word.
Here comes Scott Curry then replacing.
Yeah.
Bowling of Scriven, 20 overs for 66. Scriven's figures in the end, so that'll be him done for the day. Curry starting his 18th over, 374 for 2, rather appropriately. Started to make me quite hungry, even though there's a long time to go before I shall be tucking into one.
Do you have a preferred kind?
Well, Curry in bowls, driven by Price correctly towards mid-off. Well, if my sort of absolute favourite is a really proper butter chicken, not the sort of, you know, the ones with all the kind of the cream-coloured ones that you get sometimes. I mean, one which has tomatoes in is nicely spiced. I think that's probably my favourite, but I'll tend to go for one that I've not heard of if one's on the menu. Curry in bowls, let go by Price. It thuds into the gloves of Cox.
We ought to ask for recommendations from Leicester listeners.
Well, I managed to find somewhere
unexpected, perhaps. Go on.
That certainly claimed to do some authentic Hyderabad biryani, which I think is well, certainly known in India for being the sort of biryani capital, I think. In goes Curry bowl, striking Price on the pad, but looks potentially a touch, leg side-ish. Price was certainly looking to work it through the onside. He's also a tall man, as is Curry. I don't know whether that would have come into things at all, but not out, I think, was a fairly swift decision from umpire Watts, and Miles Hammond going down for a bit of a discussion with Ollie Price.
I don't think height was the issue. I think it might just have been sneaking down.
Curry in bowls, and Price has opened the face and sort of 50 over style steered a single down to Hull at deep third. 375 for 2 that will be when Price has ticked up to 26.
Wasn't the worst shout though.
Yeah, I mean, I did sort of get the impression that he'd come across, and actually that the ball was almost hinting to straighten on him rather than continue down the leg side. So you don't want the game moving, these umpires. Last ball of the 91st over the day. Curry bowls, it's still over pitched, and Hammond, rather in the manner of Charlesworth, is unable to take advantage of it and drive it through the offside. There was a fielder out at deep point, but whether that's played into the thinking of Hammond that couldn't play the shot that he was looking for. 375 for 2 at the end of that over. So 5 overs remaining. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I tend to find it's a good sign if
They have called for the floodlights.
Oh,
They're coming on.
Gosh,
That's OTT.
extraordinary.
That is OTT.
It is.
Sorry, that's daft. Sorry, that really is. Then Mike into Price, bowl short, pulled firmly around the corner, but more or less straight to Scriven, who's at long leg. They take 1. Really is not necessary.
There's shadows from just the sun. I know it's not right out at the moment, but there's shadows that aren't coming from the floodlights from the players.
No, and this
is a waste of power and electricity.
This cloud will sort of drift over in 10 minutes, I think, and the sun will be back out. So anyway, Mike round the wicket to Hammond, who is walking forward really into the defensive push. You heard the peremptory call of no as he saw it running out towards Lewis Hill at mid-on.
What I was going to say was it tends to be a good sign if the menu is even the sort of the classic English British Indian dishes are kind of in the sort of native.
I'm just thinking now, probably did you no favours by accidentally pushing you onto a rice dish then at lunchtime, didn't I really? In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump wide, and Hammond has nothing to do with it.
That's okay, I like rice.
But it was very good, actually, in fairness. The mushroom
stroganoff, I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
Our thanks to the excellent caterers down in the Charles Palmer restaurant. Chefs. It was all very well organised. It was there when we came in as well, wasn't it? Sensational, really. Mike in bowls. Again, wide. Not quite as wide, but wide enough for Hammond to leave.
Are there a couple of drops of rain? I think there are. I thought they were insects darting about to start with, but I think there are a couple of really light drops of rain falling in front of us.
Sometimes you can just pick it up in the trees behind the electronic scoreboard, but
it really is very, very fine, and just the odd droplet.
Sometimes a bit of water blows off the roof, so to speak, but yeah, maybe. Mike is in and bowls again outside off stump, a little bit short of this stump. Again, Hammond leaves. 1 ball to go in the over. By the time these floodlights are in, the game, it'll be finished as well as we'll be done for the day, and the sun will be back out.
Strange conditions. I mean, it's a really bizarre light out there at the moment because the sun's sort of stuck behind a dark cloud, but there's quite a lot of lighter stuff around it. So you've got this sort of, I don't know what you'd call it, really, almost a cream-coloured light coming down, and then the light from the floodlights making it even stranger.
Mike 2 finishes over. Is in and bowls. Hammond drives, comes off of outside part of the bat, but he squeezed it past point. Slightly weary chase on the part of Scriven. Picks up, throws, but Hammond picks up 3. Moves on into double figures now. Moves on to 11. 379 for 2. 4 overs to go today. The floodlights at Lord's, like they've got these new sort of LED.
Oh yeah.
Flick on and off sort of. Of course they have. They announced while we were there a new 160 million development, I think it is, of the tavern and all down that side of the ground. And we were laughing, John Mallett and I, the photographer, because at the end of play, you know how they come out and mow in like a ballet. There's about 8 of them, huge mowers going across the ground. And we were laughing about that.
Here's Curry to Hammond, tucked into the onside. Quick single taken with Scriven moving to his left from mid-wicket. 380 for 2.
It's just the resources the MCC have.
Yes.
Are so immense, and you think, well, could you not spread it around a little bit if you want teams to continue to come to Lord's to play? Well, I don't know how keen they are on having Middlesex there, to be quite honest, but
Yes.
You assume some of the members are.
Lots of talk about where Middlesex might move to if they were to. Forward goes Ollie Price, knocks the ball towards cover. First touch from Curry sends it to Scriven, who doesn't put the ball in the back of the net, picks it up, handball. Yeah, I mean, of course it's not just Lords either. You know, you've got Old Trafford with their second hotel. One wasn't enough, so 2 hotels and massive developments taking place there. Curry in, bowls, and whipped away off his pads by Price for a run to long leg. He moves on to 28. But yeah, I mean, it just feels as though all the test grounds just continue to get bigger and bigger. They bloat themselves so they can fit more and more people in. I think for the most part, we'll say at least they've done it fairly tastefully when it comes to Lords. I think they've managed to integrate the media centre quite well with their development of the Compton and Edridge stands. Curry bowls and Hammond leaves through to Cox. But yeah, it is just crazy. And then you hear these stories about the privatisation of the 100, and Gloucestershire's members were alerted on the website to the fact they'll be very much kept in the loop about that, and there'll be a members meeting directly about that when they get news to pass on. But even there, this great opportunity potentially as driving Hammond won't get a run. Scriven moves across to his right from extra cover. This opportunity to use that to, I mean, at least they've ring-fenced something like 10% of the proceeds were it to happen for the recreational game, but still this enormous amount of money that's supposed to be coming into the game, and well, you know, why spread it evenly? We'll still have the host counties getting a huge share of the proceeds. Clipped fine by Hammond. He'll take a single and think about 2, and they're going to take on the arm of Hull and get there pretty comfortably. 283 for 2, so 3 overs left as Hammond with those 2 runs moves on to 14, and he has kept his streak alive. He is yet to be dismissed this season for less than double figures.
Touches gloves with Price. Who checks his guard with umpire Shanmugam. Mike is in, bowls to him. He drives pleasantly, bounces up into the hands of Ben Mike, who makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. Has Price got the right jumper on?
he certainly does.
Has he got Charlesworth's sweater on?
No, he is.
I've got Charlesworth down as 67, you see.
Right. That should be 64.
And I've got that the wrong way around then.
There
so
you go.
Price is 67 and Charlesworth 64.
I thought you were pointing out that his shirt was going down quite low on him as he untucked it.
In goes Mike and bowls, and again the ball is back in his hands after being played firmly, but more defensively on this occasion by Price, back down the pitch.
It's very much two
him.
Two schools of cricketer at the moment. The shirt tucked versus untucked. Leicestershire seem to be split fairly evenly. And Gloucestershire with Hammond, who's of the tucked in variety, and Price, who's not.
In goes Mike, bowl short, pulled around the corner. Harris moves smartly to his right to field, out on the deepish square leg area, and 1 is taken. 2 overs to go after this, so actually we're going to be done a little bit earlier than I thought.
Yep. Made too bad time in the end. The over 8 being level to suggest as such. Be something Gloucestershire have to watch if they're not going to rattle through Leicestershire when they start bowling, with Ed Middleton, Van Buren, Ollie Price being some spin options, but four-seamers, I think, do the body of the work.
Mike is in. A very loose drive from Hammond. It swings back in, beats him on the inside, and taken by Cox, moving quite a long way to his right.
Yes, it's the old demon for Miles Hammond, that shot. Kind of flashing drive outside the off stump. Comes back to knock on his door every so often, but has to be said a lot less than it used to. Off to a very good start this year and broke his ton drought last week.
Mike is in, bowl straighter this time. Hammond turns his wrists on the defensive push, runs the ball out to Hill, who stays down on one knee for some little time, somewhat wearily at mid-on. The outfield, when you walk across it, despite all the rain and its sort of lush appearance, is actually quite hard. It is notoriously hard at this ground. But they've left a little bit more grass on it. I think that almost they've had to. It's grown so quickly, but there's been so much rain. But it is still quite hard. In goes Mike and bowls. Hammond drives pleasantly, but a good diving stop away to his left. A good diving deflection around the post in the end by Harris, pushing the ball over towards mid-off, where Hull completed the fielding. They did, of course, take the single, but he saved three probably, or it saved Hull a long old charge. I think Harris was going to dive there, whatever. I'm not. If I get there, great, and if I don't, well, I'm not the one who's chasing back to the deep-ish extra cover boundary. That would have been a good 80-yard sprint for him.
Gosh,
he'd have let Hull do that, I suspect.
Veteran move from him. What are we going to, I mean, we're not going to go off here, are we?
2 overs to go. Are they going to take a reading? They are. I bet they are.
And this is the problem. Then
no, they're not.
No, they're not good. Thank goodness for that. I mean, the thing is, if you get the reading set in this, then you'll never play some evenings. And this is exactly what we had. I think it was in the Middlesex game at Bristol, where it wasn't even dark when they went off, really, and the problem is then you're stuck with that for the rest of the game. So we'll continue. Curry to Hammond, who leans forward and defends to extra cover. And then, of course, it means you've got to have 2 extra overs tomorrow, which sort of throws things off a bit. You end up with sort of ludicrous session times like we had for one of those days at Middlesex, where lunch, I think, was at 4 minutes past 1. Curry to Hammond full, and Hammond push drives to cover. So still no runs off this over, and there's not really much need for Gloucestershire to think about run scoring in the final 10 deliveries of the day. They know that they won't have to go at a particularly steep rate to get what they need in terms of bonus points. Round the wicket goes Curry, bowls now to Hammond, who's played at that despite his efforts to try and withdraw the bat as though he meant to leave. And oh dear, the umpires have looked at that and seem to have decided that Hammond couldn't see it. He's leaning on his back, crossed one leg over the other with hand on hip is Hammond. He looks like a man who just wants to get on with it, to be honest. I mean, they've just taken a reading and clearly it's fine. And it's
taking him off.
Just,
really? Well, that'll be that.
Chords tumbling with that opening partnership between Bancroft and Charlesworth. A great day for both Gloucestershire after their first win in a year.